Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good evening thus far. We are going live because we have a PDS tornado warning in Illinois. This is located over in western Illinois, east of Davenport, currently west of Princeton. The National Weather Service is issuing a PDS tornado warning because we have a large tornado being reported right now, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is south right now of Anawan, and it is moving towards Mineral and Sheffield. This has been on the ground, I believe, for about 5 minutes now and is still on the ground. So if you are over here in Anawan, Mineral, Sheffield, Buda, you need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You need to get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. Again, this being reported by storm chasers in the area. They are saying that this is located over the Johnson Sock Trail State Park, about 8 miles south of Kewanee. I think is how you pronounce it. It is moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour right now. This is, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. If we go over to live radar right now, you can see the velocities. They might not look overly impressive, but the CC drop just a moment ago was pretty large. I mean, this is lifting up some pretty substantial debris for this very rural part here of Henry and Bureau counties. This is currently moving off to the north and east, and will be coming up towards the town of Mineral over the next few minutes. I think if there is still a tornado, it's going to be located somewhere right about here, southeast of Anawan. That is where we do have a little faint area of velocities coming together in a small little hook echo right now. If we go over to Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey, they are currently on this. Let's tune into them. They're right now on this PDS tornado warning. We'll see if they have anything right now. Let me go ahead and radio into them. Are you guys seeing anything right now?
August nighttime tornadoes, I guess. We're in Illinois.
Not sure if they still have something. All right, we got the right audio on. So they are currently, again, in this PDS tornado warning. They are about a mile.
The tornado has lifted.
Okay. All right, so they just said the tornado has lifted for the time being. There was a tornado a moment ago. We'll see if we can get some video of that. If somebody can send me video of that, let me know. So there was a tornado a moment ago, and that was located near, I believe that is 2750th Street, and it's now moving towards the town of Mineral. They have just downgraded this. It is now down to a confirmed tornado warning for the time being. Again, moving east right now at about 25 miles per hour. There's really not a whole lot of lightning with this storm. As you can see right now, we've only had a few strikes of lightning, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to see a tornado. With this being now 9:10 p.m., we are obviously in the nocturnal time frame, which does mean that it's going to be much harder to see and actually be able to visibly see any sort of active tornadoes. But this storm has been on and off producing tornadoes, I believe, for the last 25 minutes or so. This is the first time that we've actually had a tornado warning, and so we're going to continue to keep an eye on this storm as it moves to the east. I do want to point out, guys, this is actually a very favorable environment for tornadoes right now, and this is actually very conditionally a high-end severe weather setup that we have in place right now across northern Illinois. The reason why is because we have a lot of wind shear. The problem, though, in this setup is that the low-level temperatures, basically around 700 millibars, are very warm right now, so they have to cool down. But if you look at our STP values, our significant tornado parameter values, they are very high right now, from Kewanee back over towards Streeter and Kankakee, and they are conditionally higher also near the Chicago area. So there's obviously a potential that we could see strong tornadoes in this environment. We probably just had one a moment ago there north of Kewanee, but I think this environment is going to stay ripe for the next several hours. And if we look at live radar right now, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in place for eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, northwestern Indiana. There's about a 20% chance within this region that we'll at least see 2 tornadoes, but we're mainly watching for damaging winds and large hail. There are some other storms that have been going up off to the west of Chicago near Ashton and Stewart, which are mainly producing hail for the time being. But over the next several minutes, we'll have to keep an eye on these. If they do end up rotating a bit more, we could have a tornado risk with these. There has been a little mesocyclone aloft as of about maybe 15-20 minutes ago southeast of Dixon. It's a little bit weaker now, but as it continues to track east towards Stewart, there will likely at least be a low-end tornado potential with that supercell as well. Going back over to our confirmed tornado warning in Henry and Bureau counties, velocities have really died over the last few minutes, so at least for the time being does appear to be a little bit weaker in terms of rotation, but it does not mean the tornado threat is zero, because this storm was barely rotating 15 minutes ago and was actively producing a tornado. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey going down a dirt road right now. This is over here near the Johnson Sock Trail State Park. There was a tornado a moment ago. We're going to keep an eye out and see if there is another tornado that does try to drop out of this. They also salad for the gift. This is a surprise live stream, guys. I don't think we're really planning on going live today, but when we got a PDS tornado warning, I was like, oh shoot, we got to go live. A little bit more lightning now. We're starting to see a small uptick in lightning. Who all is tuning in from Illinois right now in the chat? I bet a lot of you probably got jump scared by the notification that went out of there being a large tornado in progress in Illinois. Got a lot of people tuning in from Illinois right now. We got somebody over in Kingston. Got Central Arkansas tuning in. I don't think Arkansas is seeing much tonight. We got at least one viewer right now that is tuning in this tornado warning. Sierra says, hello, Max. How we doing? Well, I mean, you were just in a PDS tornado warning. Now it's down to confirmed. I'm not seeing much right now in terms of the velocities. I mean, they're very, very weak at this moment. But again, the supercell does look pretty interesting still. If we go over to the echo tops, let me go ahead and pull up the echo tops here. Storm right now is towering up to about 50,000 feet, so it's a pretty tall thunderstorm right now. We'll see if it can stay maintained. There's another storm going up near Cambridge right now that might try to become the dominant supercell. I'd also be watching these storms near Amboy and Ashton pretty closely. We've had some storm mergers going on with these, and if one of these can actually become more dominant, I think one of them might try to produce a tornado risk downstream here as this continues to move towards Aurora and St. Charles. Got another view over here in St. Charles saying, here we go again. Yeah, I know. This is kind of getting annoying, guys. It's been the year of the Midwest, and we just keep getting severe weather. It is unbelievable. Real quickly, if you're tuning in from Ohio, I do want to point out we do have some severe weather ongoing right now. Most of the storms are just strong at this point. They were a bit more intense earlier when they were in Indiana and southern Michigan, mainly looking at a damaging wind threat with any sort of intense thunderstorms. The most intense are near Columbus right now, producing quite a bit of lightning in Delaware, Union, Franklin, and Madison counties, in addition to quarter-sized hail. Moving into Dublin, Sunbury, Centerburg, and Sparta right now. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows. Otherwise, most of our warnings are really over there in Arizona. We got 4 right now in southern Arizona due to the ongoing just monsoon season, shenanigans. And then over here in Colorado, we have a couple of severe warnings, mainly on the eastern half of the state for this at this time. Let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. They are currently parked. We'll see if we can see anything here. If they get a good lightning clip, we might be able to see something. Velocities, again, don't look very impressive anymore, but in the mid-levels, they're a little bit more organized. You guys seeing anything anymore? There you go, Ace for the $10 super chat. Got any tips? Anything anymore?
No, nothing at the moment. Do see where a lowering would be, but it looks like it's being impacted by the precip on the backside now.
All right, so it sounds like right now we got some rain, cool air likely intermingling with that wall cloud and tornado that we just had a moment ago. If we go over to radar, you can kind of see that a little bit right now. We got another storm firing off to the west, kind of merging into the supercell. Could even be a little bit of a destructive storm merger here in a few minutes. We'll have to see. But for the time being, this storm is still tornado warning, still a confirmed tornado warning here in Henry and Bureau counties. If you are in this warning, take shelter. I do want to remind you guys, if you're just tuning in now, there was a PDS tornado warning when we started the live stream. Kind of caught everybody off guard, I think. I don't know how large the tornado really was. We didn't really have great visual of it. I don't know if we have any photos or videos of it at this point, but it does sound like it was at least producing a roar of some kind, according to chasers. So obviously a loud tornado, but for the time being, this does include 2,200 people. Sheffield and Buda counties are currently included, again, in this PDS tornado warning right now. Goes until 9:45 p.m. Central Time. A lot of people are talking about on Twitter right now about how this might be one of the worst PDS tornado warnings of all time. I don't know about that. I feel like I've seen worse. I don't think this was that bad, to be honest. There was definitely a tornado, but I don't know about it being large. I still have not seen photos of said tornado, so, but it sounded like it was loud.
Be right here, but
yeah.
So Twitter's giving their feedback on the tornado warning.
Yeah, you can't
Twitter's checking in. Thank you, Baseball, for the super chat. I was fishing and got the notification and went straight home. I think something's gonna happen in Sycamore, Illinois. I think it's gonna take some time for Sycamore to get a legit risk of severe weather. We got a lot of you guys tuning in right now from the Chicago suburbs. Got some people over there in Aurora checking in. I have a sales call in the morning. I hate to break it to you, man. You might be not getting much sleep tonight. It's gonna be pretty noisy out here. Your live stream caught me by surprise. It caught me by surprise too. Storms again. There are storms again. So tired of this boss. I think everybody's tired of the storms here in Illinois. I think everybody's equally tired of this. I think it's getting pretty annoying. Still watching the storm near Ashton for at least a potential tornado risk. Nothing's really happened quite yet, but That storm may try to organize as it moves east. I think the one near Sheffield is just struggling. It looked much better about 15-20 minutes ago. It looks like the hook is getting deformed. I think the problem is, again, it's kind of getting eaten alive by rain cool air out to the west. Got another storm that's attempting to organize near Cambridge, so we'll see if that tries to do something here, going towards Kewanee. And I know we got at least some of you guys probably tuning in from Kewanee, a pretty populated area out here in western Illinois. Got a few of you tuning in Davenport saying, are we safe? I think Davenport for the time being is safe, but we'll see if anything does actually happen there. I think most of our storms will end up being off to your east. This is what it might look like by about midnight tonight. So storms are going to be pretty widespread here over the next few hours. For the time being, a little bit more discreet, but by around 11 to 12 o'clock, we're going to have widespread thunderstorms across northern Illinois, and that could lead to an elevated tornado risk. One of the reasons why is because we have so much instability. It's 4,500 joules per kilogram of instability in place right now in central and northern Illinois. And if we go over to our STP values for tonight, the HRRR has been forecasting 5 to 8 in some places. So if a discrete supercell were to take advantage of this environment, there could be an elevated tornado risk. But I want to reiterate again, one of the problems with this setup tonight is that the low level temperatures are a bit warm, especially around the 700 millibar level. So that could kind of cut off updrafts and keep the tornado threat a little bit more suppressed. So we'll see how that all plays out. The storm near Ashton starting to get its act together a little bit more here over the last few minutes. Still mainly a hail threat. There's also a bunch of lightning right now south of Rochelle. Caleb's asking about the tornado threat further north. I think it's going to be lower the further north you go, but I would definitely say this supercell, depending on how it evolves, it could become a problem. We do have a live shot right now over there in Rochelle. This is what it looks like just off to the north of that severe thunderstorm warning. And once again, there is a lot of lightning right now. This storm is highly electrified. I would say the storm here in Rochelle has more lightning than the one that currently has a confirmed tornado warning on it, which is saying something. You can actually hear the audio, guys. I think you can hear the crickets in the background. Thank you, Caleb, for the $10 super chat. How's Homer Glen looking tonight near Joliet? Should be mainly a wind threat, but at least a conditional tornado risk for the next few hours. Well, what you do, Max? What's the word on Kankakee County tonight? I think the storms are going to be mostly after 11, Carson. Thank you for the super chat. Should be mainly a wind threat tonight, but conditional higher end tornado threat is in place. I mean, if we did get a supercell, temperatures cool down aloft a little bit, I honestly think a larger, strong tornado is possible sometime tonight, but I definitely say the odds of that are still low. It's conditional tonight. We've had a lot of setups like this year that have not panned out. Not saying this one won't, but we'll have to wait and see. Also, this is over in Mendota, Illinois. Really cool shot here of the structure. Whenever we get a good lightning shot here, you can see the structure a little bit more over here in Mendota. This is just south of Amboy, just kind of in between the tornado warning and that severe warning off to the north of Mendota. So we've got a couple cool cameras out there tonight. If you guys do have any photos and videos of these storms, feel free to send them in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com is the place to send them in. You can also scan the QR code on your screen if you have any photos and videos. We have a pretty cool one that was sent in from earlier from Kayla over in Lamar's, Iowa. I've never seen clouds like this before. I think these are asperatus clouds, kind of little wavy clouds. Had them all over Iowa earlier today. They row for the super chat from Argentina. Got somebody tuning in from Argentina right now. Let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. They are back on the road here in the confirmed tornado warning. They had a tornado about maybe 15 minutes ago, so right around when we went live.
Late night stream, I guess.
Hey, Shell, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Tatted, for the super chat. How does lightning relate to how severe a storm is? If we get a lot, like there's been studies that have been done that if there's a lot of lightning with the supercell, or there's a big uptick in lightning, it often does lead to a better chance of a tornado, or at least the tornado threat is increasing. There is a connection to that, but otherwise, I mean, you can have a really weak thunderstorm in terms of like wind, hail, and a tornado threat, and it can still produce a lot of lightning. So there's not, I mean, there's a correlation though. When we do get a lot of lightning, or a big uptick in lightning, it can lead to a higher tornado threat. Hey, Wild Turkey for the 26-month membership, and huge for the super chat. Central Ohio tonight should be mainly a damaging wind threat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, going to talk about the environment that we have over here in Illinois and why we're seeing these tornadoes late at night. So one of the things that the SPC did talk about is how we're going to sort of see those lower level jet winds kick up later on into the night, and that is something that's already happened. So that is why we're starting to see these storms rotate as we see them convect. And this is a look at the significant tornado parameter across Illinois, and we can see we have values all the way up in the 6 and 7 range, where we're seeing these two supercells right now. Right now, the supercell doesn't actually look that healthy. However, if it does manage to reorganize, the environment is definitely here to see a couple of strong tornadoes, maybe even. I know it's just a 2% from the SPC, but I would not be surprised if we do end up seeing tornadoes slightly stronger than that, given the environment that we have in place.
Thank you, Riley, for the update, and pretty good point there. I mean, again, the environment is very favorable in my opinion, but we'll have to wait and see if storms can actually materialize in this environment. Also, they have downgraded the tornado warning. It is back to a radar indicated tornado warning for the time being. I'm not seeing anything that would make me think there is even a tornado remotely happening right now here near Sheffield. This storm is literally fizzled, so we might be watching this storm near Ashton for an increasing tornado threat, or even the one near Amboy. Got a few storms going up there right now. Also, the Storm Prediction Center just issued a new mesoscale discussion. This is north of Kansas City, near Nebraska City, Falls City, St. Joseph, Marysville, and Manhattan. That is mainly for up to golf ball size hail and maybe an isolated damaging wind threat near a lifting warm frontal boundary. A watch is not expected in this area for tonight. I also saw something pretty interesting over on Twitter. I gotta find it, but there's kind of an interesting little graphic that kind of shows you our tornado threat tonight. As Riley was just kind of talking about with the STP values, there's another one that I want to find here. Let me see if I can find it here. Actually, real quickly before I do that, also, we have another mesoscale discussion. This one is for those in Ohio. So if you're tuning in from central Ohio right now near Elyria, Mansfield, or Columbus, we're mainly watching for straight line winds over the next hour or two, up to 70 miles per hour. So we have one severe warning, I think, in all of Ohio right now. That is near Columbus, and that is just straight line damaging winds making their way into the metro right now. We got a few of you guys tuning in here. Chris says there is crazy lightning. We go over to velocities on the terminal radar site. That leading edge of damaging winds is now moving through Harlem, Clinton, and the upper Arlington area. So pretty strong winds right now, moving from west to east. Newark will eventually be in the path of this in about 15-20 minutes or so. This was the graphic that I want to show you guys. This is our STP values, violent tornado parameter values, which again are kind of a little bit overused, I think, but just something to look at. I mean, again, the environment is conditionally very ripe. I just think the problem with today's setup, which is a good problem to have, the temperatures aloft are a little warm. So hopefully it stays like that. But as we go later into the nighttime hours, temperatures do cool naturally. So if a supercell were to be maintained tonight, would definitely be watching anywhere in this bullseye region here in central western Illinois for the higher tornado risk. A little bit more conditional everywhere else you look here for the next few hours. But overall, again, still looks pretty favorable. We'll see how things evolve. These storms are not the fastest moving. They're moving west-east at about 25 miles per hour. We're starting to see at least a broad mesocyclone develop near Amboy, so that might become something. The one near Ashton is mainly just producing a lot of lightning right now, not seeing much rotation for the moment. But this one near Amboy could try to do something in about 15-20 minutes. For right now, though, again, does not look very organized. The tornado warning near Sheffield will probably just be canceled if I had to guess. This thing looks actually terrible. The storm has died. It's so fast. It's actually pretty impressive. Thank you, XX, for the gift. Thank you, Taylor's for the gift, and JJ for the gift. It's in Illinois. It'll probably pop off. Maybe. This is what it looks like over in the Northern Illinois University right now, over in DeKalb. Anybody over near the Northern Illinois University tonight? Got a little bit of lightning out on the horizon. Very beautiful skyline here. This is from the Holmes view looking west right now. Storm is still a good 15-20 miles off to the west here of the university. This is located in the Sycamore area. Got a lot of cool live shots here. This is one over in Mendota, which has a cool little structure view, and this is also over in Rochelle, Illinois. NIU has a good meteorology program. I have no comment on it because I've never been there. I actually have no clue how their meteorology program is. I've had a lot of people ask me, like, how is the meteorology program at X college? I've only been to one college. I can only comment on one, and that was Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach. So I cannot make comments on any other university because I don't know. I've had people ask before. Hey, Chris, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And Skylar for the gift. It's been a little bit since there's been a stream. When was our last live stream? It has been a fat minute. I think our last live stream was around July 27th, I want to say. It's July 28th. We went, how long is that?
The storm and the clouds look
We nearly
low.
went 2 weeks without a live
There's not
stream.
much lightning to go off.
Welcome to August, folks.
No, the
Welcome to
lightning did
August.
kinda
That's
decrease
what happens in
on us,
August.
so
You
hard to
don't
tell.
have many severe weather days. Severe weather's way, way lower.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued a new tornado warning for Bureau and Putnam counties in Illinois. That is the storm near Hennepin, which is actually interesting. So haven't really been looking at this storm very much. There is a mesocyclone aloft that is currently developing near Hennepin. This is going to go towards Peru. So if you live near Peru or Utica, you should have your tornado action plan set and ready to go here as we go into the next 30 to 45 minutes, because this storm is tracking right towards you guys. Again, just south of Interstate 80, it's crossing over I-180 right now near Highway 29. It's going to go into Bureau and Hennepin over the next few minutes. It might not look like much on radar, but again, this environment is so ripe for tornadoes, it probably will produce something in the next 15 to 20 minutes as it moves into the town of Hennepin. Over here in the town of Hennepin, we got the county courthouse, we got the county public library, we got the elementary school, Riverside Cemetery, a few of the locations here. We got a bunch of homes also in Hennepin that'll be in the path of a potential tornado as that area of rotation continues to move west to east over the next few minutes. Dot says, and here we go again for more nocturnal fun. I would definitely not consider this very fun. They have continued the tornado warning in Bureau County north of Sheffield, which is very questionable. There's really nothing here anymore, so not sure why that is still tornado warned, but it is at least for the time being. And then Hennepin and Granville, that is where we're watching again for an increasing tornado threat right now. We will eventually be in the path of this. Velocities from every radar site are not tight, so we don't for sure have a tornado, but could have one at any point in this environment here tonight. Tornado pages right now in Bureau County. They're over on the western tornado warning right now. The lightning has died here. We had a lot of lightning about 15, 20 minutes ago. There's almost none now.
Spent our entire day.
The lightning has evaporated. Thank you, Michael, for the gift, and Julie for the super chat. I'm worried about Woodhaven Lakes in Sublette, Illinois. It's a very populated campground. Let me look and see what that is. Woodhaven Lakes. I looked up Woodhaven Lakes and it came up with something in South Africa, so I take it it's not there. And I just tried looking up Woodhaven and it came up with a place in China. All right, well, I don't know where that is. 0 for 2. Thank you, Stick, for the super chat. The live stream was when I was at the beach for a family vacation and you butchered all the names in Delaware.
What a weird
Specifically,
evolution.
Rehoboth
Yeah.
Beach. Yeah, I still can't say it. Struggling out here with the pronunciations. I'm pretty good in Illinois. We've been here literally all year. We've been in Illinois literally since the start of the year. There's been nonstop severe weather. Got a lot of you guys tuning in from the Chicago area right now. We got the Hailinator over here in Chicago. He's not live right now, but you can watch him inside of the WeatherFront app. By the way, it's on Android now. If you need a weather app, you can download WeatherFront, iOS, Android, desktop. It's the top links in the description below. He says, for once, we'd appreciate if our state could be left alone. I hate to break it to you. I don't think that's happening. The storm near Ashton still looks interesting. It hasn't done much yet. It's just been a big lightning producer. There's a storm here near Amboy that's about to merge into this little supercell. I don't think it's going to be a favorable storm merger, but depending on how these storms evolve here, at least a conditional tornado threat will be in place here right along the I-88 corridor as these storms continue to track west to east. We've had a few more storms firing near Rockford. I don't think these are going to be tornado producers anytime soon, but I think hail and wind could become a concern over the next half hour to 45 minutes. There's another storm here too, just west of Anawan that could do something. Look at this little hook that's forming here on 1300th Avenue. There's a very faint little velocity couplet there. So for the time being, again, not tornadic, but maybe in about 15, 20 minutes could become our next tornado producing storm here as it moves towards Anawan and Highway 78. Over here near Hennepin is, again, the one tornado warning that I'm the most concerned about for the time being. But for right now, not on the ground from what we know. Hey, Susan, for becoming a member. Somebody just said in the chat, do you think Chicago will get hit hard? I don't know about getting hit hard, but I think there will be thunderstorms sometime tonight. I don't think it's going to happen now. I don't think it's going to happen even an hour, but probably around 11, 12, 1 o'clock. It's going to be noisy. I think all of Illinois will have storms or northern Illinois will have storms pretty much at some point tonight. Almost all of it. This is what it could look like at around midnight. So storms will probably be pretty widespread. You can look at almost any HRRR model run. They have storms pretty much blanketing north of I-80 tonight at some point. So should be pretty active. I do think one of the most fascinating things about tonight is just how high the tornado threat could be if we had, cooler temperatures aloft. I mean, the latest HRRR model run at midnight is forecasting an STP value of 10, which is the highest it can go on the scale. So again, the numbers are pretty high across the board. It's just going to come down to there actually being discrete supercells. And if we do get that, I mean, again, the ceiling is very high tonight. I do want to reiterate, even though the tornado risk is only at 2%, the threat is up there. I don't know how it's not at least a Sig 1, but that's just me. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to talk about this storm off the east of Dixon, Illinois. There's actually a few different cells in this area, and we're currently seeing it get nudged by that convection that's off to its west. There's a chance that it's going to sort of try and really quickly produce a spin-up tornado there. We can see that couplet on the latest scan. This could already be producing. This couplet came very quickly just because of the fact that it's getting nudged. I would expect a tornado warning for this storm shortly. We're working on getting a max alert out for that.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we are watching an increasing tornado risk right now in the storm just south of Ashton. If you live near Stewart, Lee, Ashton, I would be getting that tornado action plan ready to go. Amboy as well. Any of these areas over here, we got to be staying on alert. We got two different storms here that are both going to try to produce something here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. But again, the one south of Ashton definitely looks more concerning. If we go over to the storm relative velocities, you can see that little area of rotation. It's just north of Lee Center. It's kind of going through rural parts here of Lee County. It will be coming up on I-39 here soon. So if you're traveling along I-39 between Stewart and Paw Paw, I would be staying on alert here and maybe pulling over somewhere before this warning. Somebody says they're wearing the Shame shirt over in Rochelle. Good idea. We're probably going to have Shame at some point tonight. Bear with the super chat says, love your streams, bro. Keep it up and believe in yourself. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dom, for the super chat. How can I have my own marker on the map? If you guys want to put your location on the map, there's a link in the description. There is also a QR code. You can scan that QR code right there, and it'll bring you right over to putting your location on the map. We got a lot of you guys already putting it on there. Let's do a little roll call. Feel free to put your location on the map, scan the QR code. Everybody can do it for free. Got a lot of you guys tuning in over here in Illinois. There's very few of you outside of Illinois that are tuning in right now, which is honestly kind of impressive. Almost everybody's in Illinois right now. We got a few people over here in Columbus, and I'm not forgetting about you guys. Mostly just straight line damaging winds right now if you're over near Columbus or Gahanna or Westerville. Appreciate that. Somebody said, best weather coverage ever over here in Columbus. Tiffany says, hi. How's it going? Rebecca's asking about Gahanna. Should be mainly just gusty winds. I don't think there's going to be much severity out of these storms tonight. Got a lot of thunderstorms going up right now to the south of Cleveland. They're all kind of in a weakening stage, though. Only a few pop-up thunderstorms that are actually strengthening, but I don't think there's going to be much more severe weather in Ohio tonight until this area of storms in northern Illinois organizes into a line, which will likely lead to some damaging wind gusts in Ohio late tonight. Again, this is our tornado threat for tonight. I'm a little surprised. I'm surprised this is not a Sig 1 tornado threat, which would promote a potential for strong tornadoes. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I do think there's definitely a risk of that depending on how things evolve here tonight. It's a large 2%, does include Davenport, Chicago, South Bend. I say it's large. It's really not. Just more so population density is pretty large. I mean, we got like 15, 20 million people in this area, so quite a few people in this area here. Here's that max alert just issued by Riley a moment ago here north of Lee Center for Lee and DeKalb counties, going towards Lee, Shibona, north of Paw Paw. If you live in this max alert, got to be staying on alert. Rotation is starting to ramp up right now. You can see the green and red now coming together. Might be enough for a tornado warning here in the next minute or two as this storm continues to track east towards 251. Stewart Road is also in line for this, and then after that, it'll cross over I-39. Is it going to be bad? I'm scared to sleep. I don't think you're going to sleep anytime soon. If you can't sleep through thunder and lightning, this is not going to be your night. Like, it's going to be noisy for the next probably 2 or 3 hours near Paw Paw. Now, when it comes to the tornado threat, it's, again, pretty conditional, but this storm definitely rotating. I would support a tornado warning for this now south of Reynolds. We'll see if they issue one. Velocities are still coming together right now. It's
a new tornado warning.
Incredible timing. We have a new tornado warning for Henry County, Illinois, which is not that storm. Well, not good time. This is going to be back over in Henry County. I do agree with this tornado warning, too. We were talking about this about 5 minutes ago. Velocities don't look that impressive, but there is a hook echo on it right now and an inflow, and it looks awfully similar to the one that was PDS, which is the one that is no longer warned. But near Sheffield, we had a PDS tornado warning to start this stream. This storm looks very similar to that, and it could produce a significant tornado threat. So if you're near Anawan, you need to be taking shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible as this storm moves right along 1300th Avenue going towards the town of Anawan. We have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey, who is currently live inside of the free WeatherFront app, going along the Henry Street roadway here just south of the interstate. And so they'll be coming up into this storm within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Velocities, again, do not look good at all, but this looks identical to the one that was just PDS like 15, 25 minutes ago. So it could end up producing a tornado very easily in this environment. We have another couple storms that are trying to fire up down near Wyoming, Williamsfield and Abington. I'm not too concerned about these right now, but within the next 30 to 45 minutes could become something as those move very slowly to the east. Also, here are all the locations of you guys tuning in right now. Most of you guys tuning in are in Illinois. We got some people tuning in from Chicago. We got some people tuning in from Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Pittsburgh, Dallas. A few of you guys checking in there. Phoenix has been pretty active. A lot of you guys tuning in actually from Phoenix. It's been active there for weeks now, just nonstop thunderstorms in addition to the 100-degree heat. Still watching the storm here south of Ashton, Illinois. Still think a tornado warning is justified here. I'm surprised we don't have one, but it's also now going into a storm merger. If we had a tornado, it's going to be fully rain-wrapped. I'm actually really surprised we do not have a tornado warning for this right now. Is going to be moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Lee, Shabona are in the path of it. We also need to watch the one near Amboy, which has a little hook shape to it, bit of an inflow. That storm's not overly organized, in my opinion, right now, but might become something problematic in about 20, 30 minutes or so. A lot of you guys tuning in right now from the Mendota area, which is a lightning show. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They are now in the town of Anawan, which is in that new tornado warning out here. This is just southwest of Anawan. So they're in the town. The rotation is down to their southwest. It's probably about 4 or 5 minutes away from them. Type 1 in the chat. Yeah, you guys should. Let's just type 1 in the chat if you're tuning in from Illinois. I want to see how many ones we can get. Type 1 in the chat if you're tuning in from Illinois. It doesn't matter where you are in Illinois. Is that a mini supercell? Pretty much. It's a small little storm. Thank you, Suzanne, for the PayPal donation. Ohio risk on Monday should be mainly straight line winds.
We saw the other one literally right out in front of us.
That's a lot of ones in the chat.
On a dirt road.
So Tornado Pagey now heading southbound. They are on Highway 78 heading towards this little mini supercell. The latest scan, you can see that hook echo. It's a little low precip hook. Plenty of inflow also going into it. Velocities, again, look terrible, as I mentioned a few moments ago, but that does not mean there will not be a tornado. We had a storm. There was PDS 30 minutes ago. Looked identical, and it also produced 2 different tornadoes. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we had a tornado in the next few minutes. Miles says, my tree in the backyard got hit by lightning earlier. That's pretty wild. Here's the latest scan. We're looking right now near 2100th Street. See what the velocities look like. Still not updated yet. Tornado Pagey heading southbound right now through Anawan. And still waiting for radar to update there. Also, going back to the Hennepin tornado warning, velocities don't look as impressive on that storm right now, but we're still keeping an eye on this. It's a little low precip, or a little low top supercell that's moving up towards Peru right now. So if you're tuning in from Peru, I'd be staying on alert. You can have a tornado action plan ready to go. Nikki says they're again ready for bed. Well, good thing you didn't go to bed yet, because we got a tornadic supercell in your way right now. There's that latest scan. I'm not seeing any definitive debris signature, nothing like that, but still could have a tornado at any moment. Could even have one right now. Never know. If there is a tornado, it'd be near 1300th and 2100th Streets. Little intersection there. It's going to be tracking east towards 78 and Anawan. Let's go back over to the storm here near Stewart. I'm still surprised they didn't tornado warn this, but it is now undergoing a massive storm merger, and the hook is completely... It's basically merged with our supercell down to the south. So the more dominant supercell will probably end up being the one near Amboy over the next few minutes. There's a hook echo and an inflow going to that storm. Velocities are still broad for the time being, but this could become problematic as it moves towards Pawpaw and Mendota. Rockford area has a lot of storms going up now. Nothing severe, but a bunch of storms now firing up right around Rockford. So we'll be keeping an eye on you guys here over the next few minutes. Let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. Hey, Maddie, for the gift. Hey, Guitar, also for the gift. Appreciate that. Once again, Tornado Pagey's in the tornado warning here near Anawan. new reports on Twitter as of right now regarding any of the storms that we're looking at. Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, they are about maybe 2 miles away from the Hook Echo.
So stuff doesn't fog up.
Maybe a little bit more than that. They're like 4 or 5 miles away, but feels like 2 miles. We'll be there in like 4 minutes. You're going southbound right now in 78. Hey, Jensen for the $10 super chat. How's Houston, Texas doing tonight? I honestly have no clue. Gotta be honest, I've not looked at Houston whatsoever in the last like probably few weeks. Looks nice. There's no rain down there. It's better than Illinois. Much more calm than Illinois right now. Illinois is in a different state of mind. Illinois and Wisconsin have been just unbelievable this year. It's been the year of the Midwest. I think next year might be the year of the Dixie Alley, to be honest. A little early prediction. We no longer have any severe warnings anywhere in Ohio. All strong thunderstorms moving towards Cleveland, Akron, going through Columbus right now. If you live in Columbus, just watch out for some gusty winds. Could knock down some tree branches. Isolated power outages are also going to be on the table. The severe thunderstorm watch that is in place for Mansfield, Mount Vernon will expire in about an hour. It'll probably just be canceled in like 20 or 30 minutes once those storms move through. Severe thunderstorm watch again was issued not long ago. This goes until 3 a.m. Central Time for almost all of northern Illinois. Actually, sorry, until 4 a.m. Eastern or 4 a.m. Central Time. It goes for northern Illinois, northwest Indiana, eastern Iowa, mainly for straight line winds and hail, but there is a low tornado risk across this region. Going back over to Amboy, we are still watching a broad area of rotation moving towards Compton, Pawpaw, and Sublet. There's also a large area of rotation that is now fully rain wrapped south of Ashton, which I don't think will get tornado warned anymore just due to the fact it is so incredibly rain wrapped, and the Hook Echo and the inflow have just been completely, again, evaporated here. It's very, very minimal in terms of its rotation compared to about 15 minutes ago or so. The one near Amboy could become a concern, but still does not look like it's converging. I think it's mainly a wind threat for the time being. Let's go back down to this one near Anawan. The latest scan still showing that hook. I'm not seeing a debris signature. I'm not seeing a couplet right now, but probably at least have some level of rotation here on the ground level. Tornado Pagey is now driving through the heaviest of the rain on 1300th Avenue. They're only about a mile or two now from the possible wall cloud on this storm. There was a report apparently a moment ago that there was a tornado, or was that earlier? Never mind, that was earlier. We have no active reports on this storm in particular. The tornado report that was almost in the same exact area was at 8:58 Central. So I think this storm, or this area, was in the PDS tornado warning like almost an hour ago now. But
Right up on that area pretty soon.
Yeah, it's like right out in front of us.
hey, Junk for the $20 super chat. They'll put energy in the Dixie Alley. The Atlanta Dome will hold. The Omaha Dome has held pretty well this year. For those people that live in Omaha. By God, late night stream tonight, huh? We went live at like 9:10. That's what I would consider late. If you're just tuning in, this is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They're also live inside of the WeatherFront app. They're going down westbound right now on 1300th Avenue, just southwest of Anawan. They are getting down to the clearing. We'll see if we can see a wall cloud or anything like that. I would assume there's something rotating in here, but can't see anything yet. The lightning is pretty occasional right now.
That? Look at that right there. Where is that?
Oh, wow. Yeah, whoa.
All right. Pointing the camera towards the area of interest.
Yeah.
Look how dark it is. Can't see a thing.
I saw that. Here, close.
Will we get lightning? On today's...
Yes, that's a funnel. Funnel.
Oh, we got a funnel. All right, we got a
I
funnel
need
cloud,
to get
guys.
Video with my
Hey, Mac,
actual
we got a big
phone.
funnel trying to come down.
All right, we got a funnel cloud right now. This is again south of Anawan.
Hey, Mac, we got a big funnel trying to come down onto the storm.
Did anybody see it? I don't know where it is. All right, we got a funnel cloud once again.
Oh, wow. Wait a minute.
What was that?
Is that... I can't tell if that's down or not.
I can't
Whoa,
either.
look at that. Yeah, that's the funnel right there,
Right
guys.
in front of us regardless.
That
is
it might
right
be a
there.
tornado.
Yeah.
This is on 1300th Avenue, just south of Anawan.
Oh, wow. Yep, that's down.
All right, we got a
Whoa.
tornado
That's
down,
down.
guys. All right, tornado is in progress here
Maybe
south of
that's flat.
Anawan. It is very hard to see. You can see the white funnel whenever we get lightning that illuminates it. So we got a tornado down here. Rural part here of Henry County, Illinois, just south of Atkinson. Gotta be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You can see it right there at the top of your screen. Can somebody get the world's most powerful flashlight and just shine it at this thing?
I see it. Still halfway.
Literally right in front of them. Trying to see if we get another lightning shot here. No debris signature on this latest scan. Is the lightning in the room with us? The lightning has gone away.
So strange.
Riley just put out a confirmed max alert here. That does include Nippon set as well as Sheffield for a confirmed tornado. That is again right now tracking to the south and east or east-southeast going towards 78 north of Kewanee. So if you live near the Kewanee area, you gotta be staying on alert right now for this tornado threat. We just had a giant funnel and also a tornado a moment ago. The lightning has left the room. You still see it? The lightning died.
Let's go up a little bit.
Okay.
Right there. I think I saw.
Oh yeah, there's still a funnel.
Yeah, there's still a funnel. I saw it there briefly in the middle. It's near that.
Yeah, there's still a funnel.
Near that like cell tower, whatever's flashing there on the right, that red thing.
Halfway to the ground still.
We still got a large funnel cloud here south of Anawan. Illinois literally cannot catch a break. Right there. I mean,
like a big
it's
wall
still a
cloud.
large.
Yeah, I don't see it right now. Do you?
Still a large
No,
funnel
I'm gonna
cloud.
hold this here so you can see it.
It looks like the funnel is gone.
Yeah, that thing is.
I'm not sure, but like you said, the lightning really did decrease.
Yeah, whatever that is large. We just need like a really good lightning strike. Flat, like illuminate everything. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in Henry County, Illinois. There was a tornado just a moment ago on this storm. This is also a photo, by the way, just a moment ago of this tornado, in case you missed it. That's what it looked like. I know it's a little bit hard to see. It's a nighttime view of it, but that is the, again, we believe a tornado, fully condensed tornado just a moment ago. It looked pretty sizable. It's hard to tell exactly what it looked like on the ground level, but. Thank you, Nizzle, for the super chat.
It's really, really low fault.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this back here, guys. Sorry.
See if we can see it again. Night vision cameras would be great for this.
About to flip it around.
The lightning has just disappeared again. It's like what happened last time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Lee County, Illinois. We're up to 3. That'll be for the storm near Amboy.
The previous storm just went through.
Yeah.
We'll go back to them in a second. That tornado warning's for Amboy. Velocities here, again, pretty strong. That is right over the downtown area of Amboy. If you are in this tornado warning near Lee Center, Amboy, you need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, getting away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. That is going towards Compton and Paw Paw right now. Just north of Sublet, north of US, or right along US Highway 52 right now. It's going to track into Lee Center over the next maybe 3 minutes or so near Shaw Road, and then go towards West Brooklyn and Compton. There's another storm that is off to its north that is still rotating southwest of Stewart. We do have a max alert that is in effect for this right now. That is going to be heading towards Waterman and Hinckley down the line. And then after that, it'll try to go towards the Chicago suburbs. But this storm near Amboy definitely looks pretty concerning. Velocities have been getting a bit stronger. There's definitely a couplet there right over the town of Amboy. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be hitting the town of Amboy here. That is near the Amboy Depot Museum, Amboy Junior High School. There's another high school on the north side of town. Latest scan kind of got rid of that couplet there. But if we have a tornado, it'll be basically over the downtown area. So you gotta be taking shelter right now in Amboy and Lee Center, Illinois.
Yep, that was it.
Your chat.
There's the photo right there of that tornado a moment ago. Very defined cone.
That screen must be fogged up or something.
I mean, the dew point's 80.
Trying to wipe it off. Really bad visibility today. Why are you loading?
Craziness. Thank you, KJ, for the super chat. How late will tonight's threat go? Could go until like 5 in the morning. This is gonna be a long threat. I think it's gonna continue into tomorrow. The highest tornado threat will be through 1 a.m.
Yeah, it kind of shredded its bottom off.
All right, we're not seeing anything right now. We'll go back to them in a second. This storm, again, just produced a tornado a moment ago. They did not upgrade this to a confirmed tornado warning, despite there being a tornado. I'm not seeing as good of structure as we had a moment ago. Velocities have gotten a little bit broader near 1300th Avenue, just south of Anawan. Storm is pretty flat again. No really definitive hook echo, but we'll continue to watch that one. The storm near Peru has also been... Actually, the latest couple scans here, the one near Peru is actually starting to gather some strength now over Granville. So the tornado threat might be increasing again for the Peru area. There's another area of rotation that is northeast of Peru. That is a small little storm that'll track towards WeatherFront, I think is how you pronounce it, in Ottawa. So we got a couple different storms here that we got to keep an eye on. Both of them are rotating. Again, Peru, I would be getting ready to take shelter as the storm comes up into your town here in about 10-15 minutes or so. And then back over in Amboy, that is, again, our new tornado warning. Velocities are a little bit broader on that latest scan. We got a new storm that's going up just southwest of Rockford. That might try to organize over the next 20 minutes or so near Byron and Oregon. And then over here near Chicago, again, things are dry for the time being. But I think that'll change here in about maybe 30 minutes to an hour as storms continue to increase in coverage. I really do think there's a real risk of a strong tornado tonight if storms can actually materialize and stay discreet. If the temperatures aloft can cool down a little bit, I think there is a legit risk of a strong tornado threat. So we really got to keep an eye out on all these storms. But for the time being, everything that we've seen so far has been pretty quick. Not saying we haven't had a strong tornado, but almost everything has been pretty quick. It's only been on the ground for most part for only maybe like 3 or 4 minutes. I think the longest tornado that I've seen was like 3 minutes, so. Also, this is a live shot over in Rochelle. It is a lightning show right now near that tornado warning north of Mendota. Got a lot of lightning at this hour. And then this is also live over here at the Northern Illinois University in DeKalb. Mendota is also experiencing quite a bit of lightning. This is in Mendota, which is only about maybe 5 to 7 miles south of the current tornado warning. And that storm right now is producing an unbelievable amount of lightning. I think about half an hour ago, this storm was producing like hardly any lightning. Is that a train or tornado sirens? Can't tell. Oh, that's a train. All right. We got a train coming by during a tornado warning. Thank you, Sam, for the super chat. As Northwest Indiana looking tonight, it's gonna be an overnight threat of all hazards, but mainly a wind threat. That is a loud train. This train's got to quiet down. I don't know if that is a loud train. I don't usually have audio on for trains, but all right. Well, the train is. I don't know what. This is looking west, I believe. If my knowledge is correct, this train is heading towards the tornado warning. Gotta watch out. Velocities are getting stronger on this near Amboy. Velocities, again, on the southeast side of Amboy right now, again, a lot stronger. Just north of the Woodhaven Lakes. Oh, this is that campground somebody was talking about earlier. So there's that campground. There's apparently a lot of people that camp out here at the Woodhaven Lakes. The latest scan, though, again, velocities have gotten strong again. It's going right down Shaw Road, and then we'll be tracking towards West Brooklyn and Compton. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is on that other tornado warning. Let's go back to them. They're on the one in Henry County. Going down some dirt roads right now. This one did produce a tornado about 10 minutes ago or so.
Lots of holes. It's foggy. Something's burning.
It does. It's probably grass or something.
Wow, this road is actually terrible.
Yeah.
I popped a tire on it. We just got a new max alert issued by our team. Revel issuing this one northeast of Peru. Velocities right now are located over the northeast side of Peru near LaSalle, going up towards Utica. They have canceled the tornado warning for the southwest side of Peru for the time being, despite there still being some broad rotation. This area of circulation will go up towards Harding and Wedron here soon, so watch out for that. Again, velocities near Amboy still pretty strong. We're waiting for that new velocity scan. This is the 952 radar scan. We're going to see if we can get the 955. There it is. And I mean, again, velocities still appear to be pretty strong here. I think there is a legit risk of a strong tornado with this storm as it moves towards West Brooklyn and Compton, and then Pawpaw will be in the path of it. Got somebody tuning in right now from the Pawpaw area. Yeah, this definitely looks like it's going to try to produce a strong tornado. If you have any friends or family that might live near Shaw Road, near Lee Center, West Brooklyn, or Compton, should probably give them a phone call and make sure that they're at least awake, because this could be a big problem here north of the Woodhaven Lakes. The other problem with this storm too is that if it does produce a tornado, which appears more likely than not right now, it's going to be rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it. I think the one near Anawan's losing it, just like the PDS tornado warning that we had earlier. It's not looking nearly as impressive via radar. Tornado Pagey's on this. We'll see if they can see anything here.
A new tornado
folks,
warning
we've seen
has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning for Knox and Peoria counties in Illinois. That is all the way down here north of Peoria. I do agree with this tornado warning. I saw this like 5 minutes ago. A little discreet supercell that is organizing near Gilson. This will be going towards Brimfield and Williamsfield. So you got to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning here near I-74 southeast of Galesburg. Put as many walls between you from the outside to get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. This is a small little discreet supercell that is moving east. Meteorologist Xavier Burns issued a max alert for this about 2 minutes ago, so good timing there. But velocities are starting to ramp up there near Knox Highway 21. It'll be coming up on I-74. If you're traveling on I-74 between Knoxville or Brimfield, Illinois, I'd probably try to avoid this area. There's going to be a dangerous storm here moving to the east. This is the latest scan on our tornado warning near Amboy. Again, velocities remain very strong here. Right over Shaw Road and Lewis Road. It's coming up on the Richardson Wildlife Preserve here. It'll also be approaching the Dell Hotel Airport and the W. Davis Airport here between Amboy and Pawpaw. I really would not be surprised if this was producing a tornado right now. We don't have anything to confirm that, but the odds of this being a tornado definitely on the higher side. Hey, NC for the super chat. Are the tornado parameters values bad in Kankakee, Illinois? Yes. They are. They're basically bad everywhere, but I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to see a tornado. It comes down to storm mode and a lot of other factors. You need a discrete supercell, and then you need a lot of other things to go right. This is the current observed STP values right now. All right, so if you're basically in this, like, you know, more circled red area, like the 6, the 5, the 4, that's where the higher tornado environment is. That's where strong tornadoes are possible. So pretty much anywhere from Canton and Peoria. Peoria is where we have a supercell right now. The STP values are about a 6. And then near Princeton, which we have storms there, it's about a 6 there. Rochelle is about a 5. Even near Rockford, it's about a 4. So they're definitely high. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, take a look at that storm near Amboy from the KLOT radar site. That's the one in Chicago. It has a very strong mesoloft on both tilts 2 and 3. We're waiting to see this translate to the surface, but once it does, that will almost certainly produce a significant tornado.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, this is going to be a very significant tornado, I think, guys. I mean, if you live in West Brooklyn, if you live in Compton, this is not what you want to see right now. You really got to be running to your safe place, you know, taking shelter. I mean, like, this is almost undoubtedly a tornado right now. I'm very certain we have a tornado near Shaw Road approaching the Richardson Wildlife Preserve. This could easily be a strong to intense tornado here, and it's likely going to end up being rain wrapped. You got to take shelter, though. Again, if you live in this area, put as many walls between you from the outside now. You got to, you know, get into a basement, a storm shelter, closet, bathroom. You do what you got to do. But, like, this is a very dangerous looking supercell. And you can actually see the hook echo developing in real time. Look at the last few frames. Look how, you know, this is at 9:37, got like a faint little hook. We had a storm merger come out of the west, and look how it's now getting pushed. Like, that hook has become very, very clean, almost textbook looking here over the last few minutes. Yeah, no debris signature right now, but the velocities are intense. I would be shocked if we did not have a tornado right now. Thank you, MW, for becoming a member. This is not good, and it is also now 10 o'clock, which makes this worse. Thankfully, it is not going through highly populated areas, but that's still doesn't matter. I mean, we got the town of West Brooklyn that'll be in the path of this. You got the St. Mary's Church. Got a few dozen homes, it looks like, here. Over here in the small town of Compton. Got a park. Got the Methodist Church. Not sure what else is here. There might be a gas station that I'm just not seeing. Probably a few other things. Pawpaw is a small town. You got the Pawpaw Fresh Market. There's a lot more stuff here. Casey's General Store. That'll be down the line of this, but yeah, that's not good. This is tilt 2, which looks, this is a radar beam that looks higher up into the storm. That tilt there is really concerning. Jeez, this is from the Davenport radar site. We got 83 mile per hour velocities going one way. Again, no debris signature as of 9:59. This is the 10:01 radar scan. Still not seeing a clear debris signature. Also, this is the tornado that we had. Wow, that looks like it looks like a possible tornado. It's hard to tell. If there's a tornado there, it could even be a cone. This was about 25 minutes ago, back over near Kewanee, Illinois. That is wild looking. That was from Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. You can also catch them live inside of the free WeatherFront app. They're currently going south down towards Peoria right now, which looks like it could become a concerning supercell in this environment if it can stay organized. Again, the problem with most of these storms right now is the temperatures aloft are too warm. They're struggling, at least down here. The ones up here near Mendota and Amboy, I think these ones are just getting a lot of rain, cool air, and I think I think the problem, guys, up here is that these storms are dealing with a lot of rain, cool air, which is cooling things down, and that is why we have this strong of a couplet right now near Amboy. If there is not a tornado right now, I would be absolutely shocked. I mean, you got to be treating this as if there is a large tornado heading towards West Brooklyn and Compton right now, because there legitimately could be one. Oh my God, both radar sites. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, no radar confirmation on that Amboy storm. However, there are storm chasers reporting power flashes on that. I would not be surprised if this is a tornado on the ground as well as a significant tornado in progress headed towards the town of Compton, Illinois.
Thank you for the update. So we have reports of power flashes, possible tornado here that is currently heading right along Shaw Road. If this is a tornado, again, it's likely large and or strong. You got to take shelter right now if you're in West Brooklyn or Compton, north of Sublet. This will go towards Pawpaw as well. All right, so Pawpaw is going to be in the path of this. Very, very, very dangerous storm that is moving east right now. This is very dangerous. And the velocities, again, this is tilt 1. This is looking near the ground level. Velocities are really strong. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Very concerning storm. This is 4 minutes old, by the way. I mean, this radar scan here is 4 minutes old. This is from 10:00 or technically 10:02 p.m., so about 3 minutes old. But my God, that is unbelievable. This thing's taking a big turn. We've been talking about this for almost an hour. I mean, this literally, this could easily be a large tornado. We have a new tornado warning for Bureau County, Illinois. That'll be near west of Mendota. That is near Ohio and Lamoli. Take shelter if you're in this warning. That's going to be a low precip hook echo. Velocities are not looking very impressive, but this is a very favorable environment for tornadoes, as we are seeing in real time. I would also be watching the storms near Peru right now. These are broadly rotating, all right? So Peru, Utica, Ottawa, Wedron, and Harding. We should be staying on alert for an increasing tornado threat with those two discrete supercells. Oh, tilt 3? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if you look at tilt 3, this is looking a bit higher up into the atmosphere. Definitely a much more clear area of rotation that is located here just northwest of Dover. So you got to kind of look at different tilts here to see the velocities being stronger. This is even tilt 2. So definitely a good amount of rotation here near Lamoli. I think is how you pronounce it, or Lamole. This is the latest scan on the one near West Brooklyn. And again, the velocities are still very strong right now. I know we don't have a debris signature. I know there's no CC drop here near West Brooklyn or Compton. But, I mean, if there's a tornado, which I would very, very certainly say there is one, this is likely a large and strong tornado. We do not have any sort of confirmation still of there being a tornado aside from power flashes. Apparently, this is a confirmed... Oh, my God. Goodness gracious. That is unbelievable. This couplet is, I mean, again, this is a large couplet right along Shaw Road. It's going to be hitting, the chasers are confirming a tornado right now, so there is a tornado down. This is about to hit the Richardson Wildlife Preserve and then the Del Hotel Airport. We have issued a confirmed max alert here for Lee County. This is West Brooklyn and Compton, west of Pawpaw, for a tornado that is down right now. Potentially a large and or strong tornado that is going right along Shaw Road. That is between the town of Amboy and Compton here in northern Illinois. You have to run to your safe place if you are in West Brooklyn or Compton and you're tuning in from this area right now. This is an incredibly dangerous storm, and that's going to continue to move east at about 25 miles per hour. Down the line, Sandwich, Leland, Irville, Aurora, Joliet are some of the locations. I know some of those are pretty long-term, but you guys are also going to be in the path of this. We need to watch this storm near Peru, too. The one near Peru is rotating quite a bit right now, at least in the mid-levels near Oglesby and on the southeast side of Peru. That'll be heading up towards Utica and Ottawa. This was tornado warning maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. They canceled it because the rotation was getting broader, but I would support probably a new tornado warning for that here in a few minutes. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on the one near Brimsfield right now, but we're still keeping an eye on that one. That's just insane. It's a pretty bad situation here. Talker with Super Chat says, why is Illinois constantly getting smacked with tornadoes? Mother Nature just does not like Illinois this year. I mean, it's actually quite literally unbelievable how many tornadoes we've had here this year. By the way, off topic, going back to this storm here, there is another mesocyclone that is attempting to develop near Sublet. So I think there is a real risk right now
This is an
of this
urgent alert.
producing
A tornado
2
is on the
tornadoes and not just
ground.
one.
Seek shelter immediately.
We could get twin tornadoes on this, or there could be a mesocyclone handoff. They have upgraded this now to a confirmed tornado warning here in Lee County, Illinois. Again, I would treat this as if it is a PDS tornado warning and treat this as if there's a large tornado, which means you have to run to your safe place. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside. Highly recommend, if you're in a mobile home, getting to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. Dangerous tornado that is down right now. This is near, I think that's Montavon Road, south of Divley Road. It's heading up towards the Del Hotel Airport, the Butler Hill RLA restricted landing area. This tornado right now appears to be moving a little bit more to the north and east. It might be occluding and could end up becoming a mesocyclone handoff where a new tornado forms down near Sublet. So that is something that we need to keep eyes on here. And if that were to happen, could easily get another tornado that heads more towards the town of Pawpaw. Jessica with Super Chat says, haven't Super Chat in a while, but I want to say checking on Michigan wanted to check on Michigan as always. I don't think much is going to happen in Michigan tonight. Mostly an overnight threat in southwest Michigan. If you guys are watching radar like I am here on WeatherFront, you need to look at tilt 2 and 3 in some cases with some of these rotating supercells. Reason why I say that, and if you don't know what tilt 1, 2, or 3 is, basically what that means is that it is a different radar beam height. Tilt 1 looks closest to the ground, tilt 2 looks a little bit higher, tilt 3 looks even higher. The reason why a few of these storms are tornado warned, like the one north of Princeton and the one over here northwest of Peoria, is because if you look higher up into the atmosphere on tilt 2 and 3, there's a lot of rotation, likely a wall cloud or a funnel cloud with those storms that are currently tornado warned. So for some storms that are producing tornadoes, you look at tilt 1, but for the ones that are getting tornado warned, a lot of them are only rotating aloft right now, and at some point they might translate to the ground level. So that's the reason why, like this one near Williams Field's even tornado warned. There's a lot more rotation aloft versus the ground level. There's really nothing at the ground level. So that'd be one of the reasons why that is doing what it's doing. Still no debris signature at this time, but again, we do believe there's a tornado. There's a few homes here. You can actually see these little boxes here are homes. Let me go full cam view here. See a few of these little homes here. Looks like probably at least a few homes near Montavon Road that are about to be hit by this tornado, probably being hit by it as we speak, east of Amboy and Illinois. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Definitely would say there's 100% still a tornado here. It's coming up on the Del Hotel Airport in the Butler Hill RLA restricted landing area. It's hitting near the Richardson Wildlife Preserve right now. A little surprised we do not have a tornado debris signature right now, with this hitting probably several homes, if not even at least some trees here. There's a lot of stuff here. Still watching the storm near Peoria as well. Dusty says they're in a trailer park. Yeehaw. I don't know if that's much of a yeehaw moment there. Velocities on this right here near Peru are not like strong, but aloft we have a lot of inflow. It's not a whole lot of an RFD. So storm does have a low precip hook on it. I really wouldn't be surprised if they tornado warn this again. It's definitely organizing a bit. This will be more of a concern for Marseilles and Ottawa, I think. And then after that, Morse and Wapansi will be in the line for that over the next hour. Here's the latest scan. Velocity still remaining very strong right now. This is now crossing Fell Road. It's about to cross over Miller Road, and then the Del Hotel Airport will be in the track of this tornado. We believe it could be a large tornado as well, heading towards the Del Hotel Airport here in Illinois. Trying to see if we have any sort of call-outs here. Let me see. Where is this again? This is Amboy. I don't even know where the Del Hotel Airport is. I just looked it up on Google. It didn't even pop up with anything. Richardson Wildlife Preserve. Apparently there's one in Florida because that's what popped up. West Brooklyn, Illinois. Still no clear debris signature. Definitely still likely a tornado here. Velocities remain very strong aloft too here near West Brooklyn. There's a lot of trees here, a lot of farmland. There's a local honey shop. There's also the Brooklyn Ridge Free Range Eggs, which is right along Shaw Road. It's right here. So it's very close to that tornado. There's a lot of farmland here. There's a lot of farms, a lot of barns that could be hit by this. If it just goes through field, it won't probably be lofting much debris at all. Yeah, there's a lot of just farmland out here. The Brenson Airport C-82 near Highway 30 is going to be in line for this here soon. Then the Compton, Illinois Way Station, which is up here, is also in line for this tornado as it moves kind of off to the north and east right now. I want to urge anybody, though, tuning in from West Brooklyn or Compton, that if you live in these areas, you should still be taking shelter. The tornado can change directions. It could go back down to the south, could go back to the north, could really go any direction. And then this right here is another area of rotation that could become the more dominant one here soon. Hey, Alex, for the sewer chat. I am so scared. Parents are in Streeter and I'm in Tinley Park. I don't think there's any reason to be panicking right now. I mean, you're not even under a warning, I don't think, in your neck of the woods. Also, we just got a new max alert over here near Utica and Peru. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. High confidence there of damaging winds. There's also a potential for a tornado risk here. We do have a low precip hook echo developing on the east side of Peru, moving into Utica near I-80 right now. I do think that should probably be tornado warned. And this storm northwest of Peoria, despite there being a very favorable environment near Peoria for tornadoes, is still struggling a bit right now. Also, this is a live shot just south of where this confirmed tornado warning is. This is in Mendota. So this is just south of where that tornado is located. A lot of lightning. Riley just issued a new max alert for the potential of this tornado occluding off to the north. It's a very small area. It's mostly farmland here, but between Stewart and Lee Center near Highway 30, this tornado may occlude up to the north. And if it does do that, it could exit the tornado warning polygon that is currently in place. If you live in this small little sliver here, I'd be taking shelter, even if you're not in the tornado warning right now. I do think what might happen here over the next few minutes is that this tornado may occlude off to the north, which means weaken and basically become not a tornado. And then this could become the dominant area of rotation as this supercell continues to track towards Pawpaw, Sandwich, Leland, and Irville. And then if it keeps going, which it probably will, it could be going towards some really populated areas. I mean, we're talking Chicago suburbs potentially in the path of this supercell. So Aurora, St. Charles, Joliet, I mean, you can go to bed. I would just make sure you have extra ways to receive weather alerts. If you need an extra way to receive weather alerts tonight, you can check out Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call if you're included in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a link in the description. There's also a QR code on the left side of your screen, or go to maxalert.net. Great reminder to sign up for that service. That way you'll be able to wake up if you end up going under a tornado warning tonight. And if you are trying to go to bed at some point here shortly near Chicago, probably a good thing to have. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Still likely a tornado again north of Shaw Road. We say it's 100% a tornado right now. Watching this new area of rotation southwest of West Brooklyn for a possible tornado threat. So tornado warning will continue until 10:30 Central Time. I haven't seen any photos of this tornado quite yet, but it's probably rain wrapped. There are a couple chasers on it. None of them are live, though. Thank you, Crazy, for the super chat. Thank you. I'm grateful that you went live. My family's in the path of the storm in Ottawa. Thank you for being so accurate and precise. Thanks for tuning in. We'll keep you posted there in Ottawa on anything that might happen here. We'll have another radar scan on that supercell in a second. Still watching the one near Utica. The velocities have been a bit broader. If we get a storm merger out here to the west and it kind of merges into the one near Utica, that could become more tornadic again. Got a few of you guys tuning in here from Peru. John says it's a light show here with heavy rain. Doing a great thing. Keep it up, says Kelly. There is a risk of a tornado near Mendota. We'll be watching this supercell near Lamole, which, again, doesn't look that impressive right now, but there's a little bit of rotation there on the south side of Ohio. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in. I'm definitely thinking what's happening right now, guys, is this tornado is occluding off to the north, and we're going to have a new one try to form near West Brooklyn. Velocities will probably show that here in a second. ENW with the super chat says, sending positive vibes. I don't know if there's very many positive vibes here tonight. I'm going to be honest. Anybody got positive vibes for tonight? I don't know if there's much to talk about that's really positive outside of there not being several tornadoes on the ground right now. We only got one. Here's the latest scan. Still have a tornado down. It's now hitting the Del Hotel Airport. Also, the Butler Hill RLA restricted landing area. It's right along Butler Hill Road right now, north of Beaver Road. This is going to be the new area of rotation, though, that's trying to develop. That's over West Brooklyn. Looking at some of the higher up tilts, you can see that velocity area. It's getting a little bit stronger. It's trying to organize. It's going to be going over Compton. I would expect at some point, probably in the next 15 minutes, or at least in the next 10 minutes, we'll probably get a new tornado warning going towards Pawpaw, or this rotating supercell. The National Weather Service has this storm moving east at about 15 miles per hour. It's moving at snail's pace right now. This thing's barely moving. This is assuming it's moving about 20 miles per hour, so it might speed up at some point, but it's not going to be moving very fast. This is our 1 hour projection, so it should reach Sandwich, Hinckley, and Sheridan in about 1 hour. Irville in about half an hour from now for the area of rotation. The storm, the leading edge of the storm, will reach you guys much sooner than that. This is those over in Aurora, for example. You guys will start getting hit by the storm within the next 75 minutes or so. Hey, Jordan, for the 4 months, saying Peoria. I think Peoria is mainly going to be wind tonight. We'll see if these storms can evolve off to your north and west. They're not really staying alive very well. I think the temperatures, again, just a little bit too warm aloft still near Elmwood and Brimfield. But if any of them can't organize, we could have problems. Really, with any of these storms. If any of them can actually overcome the temperature problems that we have and the thermodynamic problems, I think there's going to be a legit tornado risk. Like, this is the only one so far that has really proven it can sustain itself for a long period of time. I mean, this tornado, we think, has been on the ground for 20 minutes now. Might not feel like it, but it's been on the ground, we think, for at least 20 minutes. It started around 9:58, I want to say, on Shaw Road, and has made its way very, very slowly off to the north and east. This has only moved about 5 miles. It's about a 5-mile long tornado so far, and it's still going, but it hasn't really gone anywhere. But that's, I think, mainly because of all the rain, cool air that we have here. I mean, we've had rain falling for like an hour or two. It's kind of cooled down the environment a bit. And that's what's going to have to probably happen for these storms to produce tornadoes. It's going to have to cool down the temperatures aloft a little bit. And also near the surface. Thank you, Dom, for becoming a member. I do want to remind everybody the risk of severe weather tonight, it's not high. All right, we got a 2% tornado risk. But I still do personally think this should be a SIG 1 tornado threat, in addition to probably even a 5% tornado risk for at least northern Illinois here, where there are several tornado warnings in effect at this moment. But the overall risk is a slight risk, mainly driven by damaging wind gusts, which will become a dominant threat after 1 a.m. I think the highest tornado threat will be from now until 1 here in Illinois, northwest Indiana, maybe even extreme southwestern Michigan at some point down the line. Here's the latest radar scan. That tornado is still down. It's about to exit the tornado warning, though. This thing's about to go up into that little max alert that we issued here in Lee County. Heading up towards 251, just southwest of Stewart. They might issue a new tornado warning if it keeps going up that direction. I want to remind you, the hook echoes way down here. So this tornado is fully occluding off to the north. We have plenty of inflow. We'll see if the RFD can pick up, but we might have a new tornado risk developing over West Brooklyn here over the next 10-15 minutes as that continues to push in the direction of Pawpaw. Hey, Riggs for the super chat. How's North Wisconsin looking like tonight? I think Wisconsin's chilling tonight. I don't think we're going to see much severe weather. Lissy says, forever grateful for your weather coverage. What are the chances of the tornado-warned storms near Pawpaw making it to Blue Island, Illinois? I don't know where Blue Island is, but if you're talking about this supercell here, this is going to track mostly east. It'll probably go towards Aurora, Joliet, Sandwich, Oak Lawn, Chicago. It's basically going due east. So if you are due east of this storm, you're going to be in the path of this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Marshall, Peoria, and Stark counties in Illinois. That is another supercell here that is organizing here near Wyoming. That is the area of rotation right there. That is just off to the south of West Jersey. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now, put as many walls between you from the outside, get away from windows, and get to the lowest floor possible as that storm makes its way into Stark, Lakin, North of Chillicothe is giving you the path of this storm here, going towards Highway 17 as well. It is just nonstop out here. This is a video from storm chaser Gavin Creekell. This is of the Compton storm. That is the tornado right there. Wow, that was from moments ago. That's the tornado buried back in the rain. You can see the power flashes. That is scary looking. You'd see all the motion there. Shout out to Storm Chaser Gavin Creekell for the send that in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're up to 5 tornado warnings, guys. New one in Lee County, Illinois. That'll be for the storm that is actively producing a tornado. That is for Stewart, Pawpaw, Compton. You got to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Put as many walls between you from the outside. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. Southeast of Ashton, west of Waterman. The tornado was still down. I don't think it's down anymore. It's probably now lifted. If it's on the ground, it's near Meriden Road, heading up towards Dead Road. We got to watch this hook now to see if there's a new re-sparking of a tornado threat. Velocities looked better a few minutes ago near the surface. Now they look a bit weaker. Aloft, they're still pretty strong. So there might be a rotating wall cloud near West Brooklyn right now. That would be heading into Compton and then Pawpaw in about 20 minutes or so. So take shelter if you're in that warning. The rotation near Lamoli has been pretty broad from what I've been seeing. I'm not seeing much on that storm right now. We just had a rotating wall cloud reported at 10:21, so about 4 minutes ago on the supercell that just went through Peru and is now approaching Ottawa and Dayton. So if you live in Utica, Ottawa, or Dayton, we got to be watching out for this storm. There's at least a rotating wall cloud being reported by a storm chaser. This will go towards Wedron as well as Nettle Creek and Saratoga. And if you live in Colorado in a very rural area, we just got a low confidence max alert for a tornado threat near Amherst and Lamar. So Colorado's checking in on the max alerts tonight. It's Lamar. That is Lamar in Nebraska, by the way. That is not Lamar in Colorado. Different Lamar. Not Lamar Jackson. Thank you, Queenie, for the super chat. How's Des Moines faring overnight? I think Des Moines is going to be chilling tonight. Here's a little zoomed out view of everything that's happening right now, guys. We got 5 tornado warnings in effect. We have a max alert for a storm that is rotating with a wall cloud near Ottawa that is not currently tornado warned. Obviously, there's a lot of storms going up. We got another one that is actually developing near Elgin. This is northwest of Chicago. I don't foresee this becoming tornadic anytime soon, but something we'll be watching for over the next 15, 20 minutes. As that continues to grow in size, we got a lot of little storms going up near Rockford. I don't think any of these are going to become tornadic, honestly, but we'll see if anything happens. Honestly, like up here in far northern Illinois, it should be mostly a wind and hail threat, like up near Rockford. I think the tornado risk is low for any counties that are bordering Wisconsin. The reason why I say that is if you look at the significant tornado parameter values right now, this is the observed soundings. First off, Peoria is up to an 8 now for STP values. This is a scale of 0 to 10. If you get up above a 5, violent tornadoes are on the table, basically. I'm not saying that's going to happen because we still have warm temperatures aloft, but the tornado threat is clearly elevated right now in central Illinois near Pekin and Peoria and Canton. It's also elevated near Aurora right now, but if you go up near the border, up here near the Wisconsin-Illinois border, the values drop off pretty sharply, and most of these storms are elevated right now. So the risk is pretty low, I think, in far northern Illinois, right along the border, but just south of Rockford, any of those storms will be able to produce something. Even near Chicago, they're elevated, so generally across the board, these are some of the highest values that we've had in a while. We haven't had many setups like this in the last few weeks. It's been mostly just low-end tornado days. Slow the search chat says, do you think the storms will hold tornado potential going into the southwest suburbs of Chicago? I do think it's on the table. I would not say it's a guarantee, but it is at least possible. They have downgraded the tornado warning here. It is no longer a confirmed tornado warning. Back down to a radar indicated tornado warning for the time being. What I do find interesting is, guys, we got a new area of rotation near Lee Center developing. We got 2 areas of rotation. All right, we got one near Lee Center that is northwest of where we just had a tornado, and we have another one near Compton. So there's 2 completely different areas of rotation. This one up here near Franklin Grove, not warned for a tornado. There's a flash flood warning, but that is not related to this. So we got 2 different areas of rotation on this storm now near Pawpaw. Getting a little wild out here. Still watching the storm also near Lamole, which does still have a little bit of rotation with it. Just northwest of Arlington. And then the rotating wall cloud near Ottawa. I'm not sure if we still have that, but if we do, it'd be here near Starved Rock State Park. Tilt 3 looks interesting. A little couplet there. I really wouldn't rule out a tornado going towards Ottawa. I'm surprised we don't have a tornado warning for that. especially based off the report that we have of a wall cloud. It really wouldn't surprise me if we had a tornado developing. It's a very low precip area of rotation, but I would support a tornado warning for Ottawa. If you live in Ottawa, Illinois, I'd be staying on high alert right now. We also have a few new severe thunderstorms going up north of Kansas City. If you live near the Kansas City area, be on alert here tonight for damaging wind gusts. We did have a max alert issued a few minutes ago for wind, and they just issued a severe warning for it. Maitland, Mound City, Fillmore, Oregon, and Skidmore. Increasing damaging wind threat right now. Tornado threat over here should stay pretty low tonight in the Central Plains. Guys, I want to reiterate, by the way, like this severe weather setup, it is a little bit surprising, I think, right? I think a lot of you are surprised that, one, we're even live. Didn't really think there was much of a chance of that today. But two, it's 10:30. I want to remind you, with a severe weather setup in August, a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time with tornado risks, the temperatures are just too warm. In the low levels and even in the mid levels, they're usually just too warm. But in this case, now, what we're looking at is the temperatures are cooling because it's after sunset like 2 hours ago. So generally speaking, the tornado threat will increase throughout the next few hours because we have a lot of wind shear. And the supercells, they're trying to stay discreet. If they stay discreet, then we're going to have an elevated tornado risk. But with it being nighttime now, temperatures are cooling. The problem of temperatures being too warm will decrease. And that means the tornado threat, therefore, would increase, assuming storms do remain discreet. So a very odd setup for sure. It's not your typical setup, but it's definitely one that is attempting to produce tornadoes right now. I would support a max alert for the storm near Tonka, Illinois. There's a area of rotation developing aloft that is going to be heading up towards Grand Ridge. I really would support a tornado warning still for Ottawa. I don't really... It's a very odd looking storm setup over here, but there's a lot of rotation up near Ottawa in the mid levels. It's now getting merged by this supercell, but we got two concerning supercells, in my opinion, here near Streeter that both could deserve tornado warnings in the next few minutes. I know the velocities near the surface look like nothing, but this storm for sure near Tonka is rotating. The one here near Utica aloft is rotating. We did have a wall cloud reported only about 10 minutes ago, but with the storm merger happening now, it's a little bit more uncertain exactly what the future of that looks like. Also, the one near Compton continues to look really impressive in terms of rotation. It's starting to get some convergence again. So we got more inflow now streaming into the storm near Compton. The RFD is not overly strong. There's still rotation near Lee Center. I'd support at least a low confidence max alert going up towards Rochelle. This is just unbelievable. We got almost every storm is rotating right now. It's actually pretty crazy. Thank you, 2G for the sewer chat. Could Tinley Park, Illinois see anything tornadic tonight? I think anywhere in the Chicago suburbs has a chance of tornadoes tonight. It's not high, but it's possible. Thank you, Queenie, for the super chat. Des Moines is chilling tonight. And also shout out to Orion with the super chat. Got a lot of people asking about the Chicago suburbs like Aurora, Chicago, Hammond, and Joliet. I want to remind you guys, we got a little bit of time until any significant severe weather comes in, but it's going to end up being a nocturnal threat. It's already 10:30, but by the time the storms get to you, it's probably going to be after midnight, honestly, at least the more major supercells that are off to your west. The ones down here near Ottawa are moving at a pretty good pace, so Joliet, honestly, might not be that long from now. But, yeah, I mean, these storms are going to take a little bit of time to get to you. We got some storms blowing up right now north of Wheaton. None of these are tornadic at all, but within the next 15, 20 minutes, they might become organized. There would at least be a low-end tornado risk, I think mainly just looking at hail and wind and a lot of lightning. But if you live near Highland Park, Des Plaines, Schwamberg, or Evanston, you should be staying on alert here for this growing area of thunderstorms off to your west. We also just got a new max alert down here near Tonka, Lowston, and Lenore. That was issued by meteorologist Xavier Burns here, right along I-39. I really do think this needs a tornado warning south of Tonka. The velocities aloft are pretty strong, and it probably will end up trying to produce a tornado here soon. I mean, these velocities are strong. This is a low precip hook, so it's hard to see on radar, but you can see it right here. I mean, that's where the mesocyclone is versus where the supercell is. I mean, it's like a 2 or 3 miles apart. This is the latest scan. Look at this thing. That's where that's where the rotation is. It is very detached right now from the main core of our supercell. All sorts of craziness happening. We also have a tornado attempting to develop right now near Stark, Illinois. That's going to go towards Lakin. Velocities have gotten a little bit stronger on that over the last few minutes. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey, who is live inside of the free WeatherFront app, is heading south right now towards Bradford. You guys need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms tonight? You can download the free WeatherFront app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. Storm Chaser Cannon Colton is also out there right now in the Chicago suburbs, as the storms are going to be moving towards that area here pretty soon. That is near Downers Grove, is where he's located right now. Let me go back to the supercell here near Compton, which has been trying to organize. Rotational loft is pretty strong near Compton, not translating to the ground level. Still have a little bit of rotation near Ashton. That'll be moving towards Stewart. Lamole storm looks pretty minimal at this moment. Not seeing much rotation. It's very broad at this time. Got another little storm going up near Princeton, too. See if that does anything. It's pretty small. I would still support a tornado warning here near Lenore. Lenore, Illinois. Thank you, Moss, for the gift. How many of you guys can believe we're live? We've been live for already an hour and a half. Felt like we just went live. So weird. August is a weird month. Like last year, I don't even know if we went live in the month of August. There was like no weather at all. It was like dead. This year, this is our first live stream of the month. And honestly, it might be live every day for the next few days. Tomorrow and Tuesday look interesting on top of today. Tomorrow, we got a large slight risk here across the Ohio Valley. Tuesday, same thing. Wednesday, we got dual slight risks of severe weather. We might have live streams every day. Just like this risk today is in the Midwest and Ohio Valley. Look how minimally it moves. It barely moves over the next 2 or 3 days. We're just going to get line of storm after line of thunderstorm here in these areas. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. Central Indiana, God help me. Yeah, Central Indiana is going to get slapped a few times. It'll like the bare minimum be 2 or 3 days of severe weather there. This latest scan near Compton has gotten a little bit stronger. Rotational loft remains really strong. There's a lot of convergence of loft. Look at the I think this honestly could become very tornadic here in about 5-10 minutes as it moves towards Pawpaw. The reason why I say that is if you look at tilt 4, which looks pretty high up into the atmosphere, there is red and green coming together. Tilt 3, a little bit less of that. Tilt 2 and tilt 1, a lot less of that. But it is starting to converge aloft, which probably means there's a lot of rotation off the ground level. But yeah, I think this might actually try to produce a tornado again here soon. One thing that could hinder it is that we do have a storm near Mendota, which is coming out of the south, which will probably merge with this supercell. So we'll see how that all plays out. But this could become a much bigger problem here in a few minutes after it crosses over I-39. That looks weird. Any little speck that is off of a supercell kind of scares me now. Ever since we had that large tornado, I think it was in, I want to say it was May. Might have been June. But there's a large tornado, if you guys remember. We had that tornado emergency in central Illinois. I think that was May. We had that tornado emergency. And like you can sometimes get very low precip tornadoes and get these large debris balls. That's not what this is here. But honestly, these little specks now got to be watched at all costs with setups like this. That was the Washburn, Illinois tornado emergency. I think that was that June 11th? We said June 11th in the chat. June 11th. All right, that was the last one. But that's what it reminds me of. Again, flashbacks. That day was actually insane. Tornado warning still continues in Bureau County. Still got rotation right now there. We have a pretty intense area of RFD right now in Compton. A lot of inflow as well in Pawpaw. This, again, could become a big tornado concern here soon. Over Compton and Pawpaw. Very slow moving thunderstorm. Flash flood risk is rapidly increasing here in Henry County, or Lee County, excuse me. 2G with the search chat says, will the Rockford storms be concerning? I don't think so. I don't think the Rockford ones are concerning for tornadoes per se, but flash flooding and some small hail, gusty winds will all be on the table. Tornado risk should stay low over here. Everything should be a bit more elevated up in this general vicinity. We got some storms actually going up near Whitewater and Waterford. I don't want to say the tornado threat does not exist here, because it technically does, but I think it's very, very low, anywhere right along the Illinois-Wisconsin border. I'm talking the counties that border right along it. This right here. right along the border. I think these counties right up here are going to struggle a lot more. The environment is very favorable, though, anywhere just south there of Rockford. But not a 0% chance, just a very low one. Storms near Elgin and Carpentersville and Schwamberg continuing to struggle right now with any legit risk of a tornado. Mostly just a lot of lightning, some wind, and some hail that are happening with this right now. Continuing to keep an eye on this. Is Joliet good? No. Live in the Chicago suburbs, you are not good. I'll have another radar scan at any moment here for the storms out here in central and northern Illinois. I want to go back down to this radar site for a second. Not seeing much right now in central Illinois. These storms, again, are still struggling down here northwest of Bloomington and Peoria, despite the tornado environment being the most ripe in this area. This area in particular, south of Kewanee, is not really going very well with tornadoes because of how warm it is aloft. It's much easier for tornadoes to develop up here because of all the rain-cool air that's dropping temperatures rapidly. We just got a new max alert for a damaging wind threat that is heading towards Leland, Irville, right through Pawpaw, mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail here for DeKalb, LaSalle, and Lee counties. Here's the latest radar scan. Not seeing much rotation near the surface again on the storm near Compton. It's still struggling. Hook Echo's a little bit weird due to the nature of the storm out of the south. Let's check the higher up tilts. Velocities aloft are pretty strong. No one sleep is what somebody just said in the chat. Yeah, nobody can go to sleep tonight. You gotta all stay awake for the next 5 hours. Not actually. Imagine if you had to. Imagine if everybody here had to stay up for the next 5 hours. Hopefully I don't jinx it. Hopefully nobody has to stay up for the next 5 hours, but it's not going to be a quiet night, guys. It's going to be very noisy out here. There's going to be a lot of thunderstorms. There'll be probably several, at least a couple of tornadoes. We could have several depending on how things evolve, but latest scan on the storm near Compton, still very strong rotation, a little bit off the ground. Could have a tornado again at any moment here near Compton, heading towards the town of Pawpaw. They have continued this tornado warning. It does go all the way up until 11:45, so a pretty long tornado warning here. Or sorry, 11:30, not 11:45. But again, Compton is really in the crosshairs right now, a very strong area of rotation. This storm has already produced, we believe, a strong tornado. And it will be heading towards Pawpaw over the next few minutes. We got all sorts of storms that'll be merging up into that supercell here soon, so we'll see how that all evolves. Got a lot of storms down near Ottawa currently. Got a little bit of rotation near Lestant. That is not overly strong for the time being, but was much stronger about 5-10 minutes ago. Still a lot of rotation aloft. And then the one near Ottawa has become very disorganized due to the storm mergers that are happening. I think if we're going to see a tornado risk out of these storms, it'll probably wind up being the most southern storm near Streeter. So Streeter, Ransom, Dwight, I'd be staying on alert for an increasing tornado threat over the next 20 to 30 minutes here. Continue to keep an eye out on all these storms. We got 4 tornado warnings in effect right now. My mom made me go to bed early, and I'm still awake to watch the storm. I used to stay up late when I was younger, not to watch storms, but to play Clash of Clans. So I feel the vibe. Thank you, 2G for the super chat. Could tornadoes hit the Chicago suburbs? It is possible. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. How are we looking, Beloit? I think Beloit is going to probably see storms over the next few hours. It's going to be pretty widespread. I think almost everywhere around the Chicago suburbs, we're going to see thunderstorms. I think it's going to be a very widespread event. I don't think we're going to see a tornado outbreak per se in the Chicago suburbs, but I do think at least 1 or 2 tornadoes are possible. Flash flooding will really, I think, be the big driver here. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning in the Phoenix area. Phoenix, Arizona is dealing with 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Not too often do we see severe storms in Phoenix, but here we are. We also have a dust storm warning just down to the south of that near Maricopa, Gila Bend. There's like the Fridays with Frank guy is over here somewhere, isn't it? Isn't he? Near Maricopa? Chandler? Sounds familiar. I don't know if anybody watches that program. I sometimes watch it. Person in the chat just said, really humid outside right now in Sandwich. You want to know why? The dew points right now are in the low to mid 70s. Low to mid 70s right now. It is humid. Relative humidity is coming in at 80 to 90%. And then our estimated STP values right now by the HRRR are actually the highest west of Chicago, but this isn't super duper accurate. This is about an hour ago. The meso analysis is far more accurate, which is what we've been looking at. Here's the meso analysis version of it. Still, our highest tornado threat technically is near Peoria, but with the current storm trends that I'm seeing, Aurora is where we probably have the highest tornado threat here over the next couple of hours. Especially with all the rain cool air that is coming down and kind of cooling off the environment a little bit. Tornado warning has been updated here for Lamole. Still ongoing for Bureau County. Not seeing much rotation, to be honest. I think it's pretty broad, but they'll continue the tornado warning for now. Not really seeing any rotation down here near Stark or Lakin. We'll keep an eye on Tornado Pagey here in a second because they'll be coming up into this tornado warning here near Stark. Let's go back over to Lostent and Lenore. The rotation here continues to look really strong aloft. And that rotation I still think is enough for a tornado warning. We have two mesos. We have one north of Lenore. We have another one over Lostent. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did get a new mesoscale discussion. This is for the storm that we were talking about a few minutes ago in Colorado. They're mainly highlighting this for wind potential and hail potential. I think they believe that it's elevated. However, this is going to be a threat that continues throughout the overnight hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is over near McCook, Oberlin, St. Francis, Julesburg for damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. I want to go back to Illinois here. I honestly think we need a tornado warning for the storm west of Streator. A little surprised we don't have one. Been kind of surprised by it for a while. That is a very clear hook echo, though. It's going to go into the town of Lenore. Velocities near the surface are pretty weak, very strong aloft. And look at tilt 4. It was almost undoubtedly a one. There's definitely a tilted updraft, but 2, there's definitely a wall cloud. If I had to guess, we had a report of a wall cloud on the storm near Ottawa and had less rotation than this one. So I would personally support a tornado warning. We'll be going towards Grand Ridge and Streator. Streator is not far from where we had that large tornado. We had many large tornadoes back on June 11th, but first one started down near Washburn, and now we did have one near Streator too. I think it went right into the town, didn't it? Went into like the southeast side of the town. It was an EF3 tornado that went basically right up into Streator.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning now for Peoria County. So that'll be actually including Peoria. All right, we got a lot of people in this brand new tornado warning. Peoria, Kickapoo, Hannah City, Trevoli, and Dunlap. We all need to be taking shelter right now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. All right, that is going to be a large population center that we're talking about with this new tornado warning. There are, I'm trying to get the exact number here. There's 174,000 people that are included in this new tornado warning. So if you have a friend or family member that lives in this area that needs weather coverage, feel free to share our stream. We'll be live covering this tornadic supercell. Again, most storms are rotating. This is another one that is. We go aloft. That's where the rotation is right now. There's rotation aloft. There's nothing really reaching the ground still. I believe that rotation is actually over Elmwood right now. So that rotation currently is near Elmwood. It's going to be tracking down towards Hannah City over the next 10-15 minutes. And then it'll go towards the Wildlife Prairie Park east side. And then Bellevue and Peoria, you guys are in the path of this. So you got to take shelter, run to your safe place, put as many walls between you from the outside, and get away from windows. I don't understand how this is still not tornado warning, but near Lenore, Illinois, we need a tornado warning. Velocities are continuing to remain very strong north of Canley and Streator. Velocities near the ground level have gotten much stronger. This is the lowest tilt that we have. And so the rotation is definitely getting more intense. If you live in Grand Ridge or Streator, we need our tornado action plan ready to go now. And know where you're going if you do end up going under a tornado warning here. Also, this is a little tool that we sometimes use. This is the MRMS low-level rotation. Also the mid-level rotation. And whenever you see these yellows, it at least indicates some broad rotation. So we have some broad rotation near Lenore. I think it's a bit stronger than that. Mid-level rotation, a little bit stronger down near Lostent. But the Pawpaw storm, definitely some rotation, a little bit stronger there near Compton. And then the one down near Peoria, the strongest area of rotations, mainly near Brimfield and Elmwood. Just basically 2 areas of rotation. They're kind of merging into 1 right now. But surface-based rotation is really weak. It's mostly aloft. And you can see that actually on tilt 3. So that would be where a tornado is northwest of Peoria if we had one. So that'd be near Tiber Creek Road, east side of Elmwood, Illinois, heading down Highway 8, just south of I-74. Peoria is a good 20 minutes out probably from this getting towards you, maybe 25 minutes. It'll take a little bit of time to get towards you guys. Storm near Streeter. Again, I don't know why we don't have a tornado warning. Really weird. And look at this latest scan. That hook echo is getting much more definitive. A lot of inflow too. That's definitely a concern. Got somebody in the chat saying tornado sirens are going off in Peoria. Got quite a few of you guys tuning in from Peoria right now. Lucas says, I've worked early, but my storm anxiety is refusing sleep. Well, I think your anxiety was right tonight because you got a tornado warning about 1 minute after you sent that message. Corey says, miss me, please. Emma says, some thunder and lightning here. No rain yet. It's going to definitely start raining here shortly. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, no tornado, I don't think right now, but if we have one, it's going to be near Elmwood. And we haven't really been talking about the other storms, but really the two most concerning ones, in my opinion. This one needs a tornado warning. Where is our tornado warning, bro? This is near Lenore, going towards Grand Ridge. I would fully support a tornado warning here for the Grand Ridge area north of Streeter. This is very close to where that EF3 tornado happened back in June. It was on June 11th. Mal says the lightning and thunder is crazy right now. There's been a big uptick in lightning. You can see all the lightning strikes. There's a ton of them everywhere. I mean, that needs a tornado warning. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is Lake Geneva. Lake Geneva, Lake Ivanhoe, Twin Lakes in Burlington. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Just had a nickel-sized hail report from a storm chaser named Keegan a moment ago. We have a new max alert near Elgin, guys. If you live in Elgin, we have a medium confidence max alert for Elgin, south of Carpentersville. All right, that's north of Schwamberg. So if you live in this area, we got to be staying on alert right now. We got an increasing tornado risk here. This might actually need a tornado warning. Elgin, Illinois, near I-90, just southeast of Carpentersville. It's going to go up towards Palatine and Barrington here soon. You can see the rotation. There's not a whole lot of green and reds coming together, but there's definitely some. This is an increasing pocket of rotation right over the town of Elgin. Schwamberg, Palatine, Arlington Heights, and Lake Zurich are going to be the path of this. We've been talking about this cluster for about half an hour now, and how there will probably be an increasing tornado risk, and it looks like we have one now. I still am not sure why there's no tornado warning for Grand Ridge, Canely, or the north side of Streeter, but we should have one. This is a discrete supercell that looks really impressive right now. Xavier, our meteorologist on staff, Xavier Burns, just issued a new max alert. I'd put a high confidence on this, honestly, but it's medium confidence max alert for now. Hook echo remains very defined. A lot of inflow streaming into the supercell here north of Streeter. Good news for those in Streeter is that this will hopefully pass here north, but it's a little too close for comfort. This is not far from you guys. Waiting for velocities to update here. Latest scan's not nearly as impressive on the surface-based velocities, but I'd still support a tornado warning for this. Look at all the lightning. One of the big things we look at with supercells is the amount of lightning, and there's been a big uptick in lightning for the last 20 to 30 minutes. And so, I mean, that right there is just a big indicator that there is an organizing supercell. The Peoria storm is starting to ramp up, guys. Rotation is getting a bit stronger now. Peoria, Bellevue, Peoria Heights, Kickapoo. This could be trying to drop a tornado here at any moment. The green and red near the surface has actually gotten stronger, so there's possibly a tornado south of Brimfield. Storm Chaser Tornado Page is en route for this right now. You can watch them live inside of the free WeatherFront app. You can download the app with the top link in the description below, iOS, Android, desktop. That supercell there is definitely looking more organized. By the way, WeatherFront is what I'm using right now in case you guys need a weather app. This is basically what it looks like for you guys. I still think we need a tornado warning now for Elgin. I would fully expect a tornado warning in a moment here near Elgin, Illinois. Reason why I say that is that the velocities have gotten stronger. You can see the green and red again coming together right now over the Elgin Public Museum on the east side of Elgin, not far from the Judson University. It's going to go towards the Now Arena and then Bartlett Road, Barrington. You guys are in the path of this. Got a very nice little hook echo on this storm. Definitely an inflow. It's been organizing here for the last 10-15 minutes. I don't think the strong tornado threat is very high with this storm, but Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Arizona, and this includes downtown Phoenix. So if you're in downtown Phoenix, we have destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds going on.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. We got 80-mile-per-hour winds, guys, out here in Phoenix. Got a big downburst area of wind right now. We got at least one viewer tuning in from this area. They're saying hopefully we get some rain. You might not get much rain, but you're about to get a big-time wind threat. Look at that explosion of wind here over the west side here of Phoenix. Surging near Glendale and Tolson. So if you're tuning in from the Phoenix area, big-time wind threat is evolving right now. Back to Peoria. Latest scans still have rotation on the south side of Brimfield as of the 10:53 p.m. radar scan. It's a very small little supercell, but still rotating. Could still drop a tornado. I still don't know why this is not tornado warned near Streeter. I will say it again. I don't understand how this is not tornado warned. I really don't. That should be tornado warned. Let's go back over to Elgin here. Rotation continues to remain on the strong side of things here near Elgin. Look at this hook echo. This is the terminal radar site. I know there's a lot of roads here, but you can see the hook very clearly from the terminal radar site here near Streamwood. Dan, you are not clear. You're literally next to a max alert right now. There's a tornado attempting to form right now over Elgin. It's not a very strong area of rotation, but it's notable. This is going to track towards Palatine and Arlington Heights. I don't think there's much more that, I mean, like, if it gets any stronger, I think it needs a tornado warning. I don't think it's enough, per se, but I think it's very close to being enough. The terminal radar site's been showing that same rotation as well, which it's kind of phasing out a little bit. But that strongest area of circulation is right now over Baker Hill Pancake House near the Beef Villa area, near the Days Inn. It's going to go up towards the Now Arena and Amphitheater over the next few minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did just get a new mesoscale discussion. This one is in northern Illinois across severe weather watch 550. Tornadoes up to 110, damaging winds to 70, and less than severe hail.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we're looking at areas like Princeton, Ottawa, Chicago, DeKalb, Joliet, Aurora. Again, any storms here are almost every storm is rotating to some extent. But this storm in particular, again, right now near Elgin is definitely concerning. Let's go back to the one down near Streeter. This storm is starting to get a pretty serious RFD surge. Our meteorologist on staff, Xavier Burns, just increased this to a high confidence max alert. Should have a tornado warning undoubtedly. Tornado threat is rapidly increasing right now north of Streeter. It's going to be heading towards Grand Ridge, and you can see that velocity couplet really quickly coming together now near 18th Road east of Lenore. Grand Ridge west of Ransom. We really got to be taking shelter. I don't care if you're not under a warning of any kind. I don't know why this has not been tornado warned, but it needs to be. This has been rotating a lot for the last 15-20 minutes, and it looks very legit right now. It is taking a sharp right-hand turn, and it is attempting to produce a tornado as we speak. So you got to run to your safe place again, north side of Streeter. Even if you live here on the north side of Streeter, over here near the Diggs Doug's Barbecue or the Walmart Supercenter or the Eastwood Golf Course, I would take shelter. I think the downtown area of Streeter should probably at least stay away from windows. I don't think you have to run to your safe place by any means, but this is going to be very close to you guys here over the next 10-15 minutes. I mean, that, again, area of rotation is definitely concerning. Riley has a more urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, on that Peoria storm, we did just get a spotter network of a funnel halfway to the ground. That funnel has since lifted, but definitely trying to see torgen on that storm.
Thank you for the update. So over near Peoria, Illinois, we have a tornado warning in effect for you guys. About 174,000 people are in this warning. They have just condensed it a little bit here. But if you live in Peoria, Kickapoo, should be taking shelter. Funnel cloud was spotted a moment ago. Storm chaser Tornado Pagey is en route right now. They're about to enter the warning in a moment. Rotation's actually been fairly strong over the last few minutes near Brimfield. That will be going right down Interstate 74 and then eventually going into Kickapoo. It's still a good 20 minutes out from Peoria, though. Log says, should I chase this? Probably not. It is literally 11 o'clock. You're not going to probably see much. It's pretty hard to see this stuff. There's that report, by the way, top right of your screen, sent in by a storm chaser named Colby Martin. Talking about how there was a funnel cloud for about 20 seconds, then lifted, large bowl lowering a few miles to their southeast. I really still don't understand how this is not tornado warning near Streeter. I don't get it. Go back to that in a second. I want to go back to the Elgin storm, which is struggling a little bit. It is right along that warm frontal boundary. The terminal radar site actually has really strong rotation. It's just folding. There could be a tornado right now unwarned near Judson University. It's possible. It kind of sucks because the terminal radar site folds its velocities, and so it's really hard to tell. But you can see how the green and red is very, very tight here. It started about 3-4 minutes ago. There literally could be a tornado right now, down right now. There's no warning. It'd be going off to the north near Baker Hill Pancake House, and the day's in. Be near I-90. I don't truly understand why this is not warned either. Latest scan would be up near the Max McGraw Wildlife Foundation. So if that tornado is down at all, it would probably be around that area or near I-90 between Judson University and the Shoe Factory Road Woods. I don't really know why. I don't know where the tornado warnings are. There's been a couple storms that have definitely needed a tornado warning, like the one near Streeter and this one too, in my opinion. And they've hesitated on it for some reason. Not sure why. Terminal radar site is definitely showing that rotation. I mean, the regional radar site's not going to show the entire story. Granted, if there's a tornado, probably not strong in this area, but a tornado is a tornado. It can still cause damage. This is again in Cook and Kane counties right now. A very small little thunderstorm. Go back over to Wisconsin. We only have one severe storm right now. We got a lot of storms going up here in southern Wisconsin, none of which are currently tornadic, but damaging wind gusts are increasing. Very faint area of rotation trying to form near Lake Lorraine, so we'll keep an eye out on that. I think the risk is very low in Wisconsin tonight, but not zero. Let's go back down to Streeter. Wait for the velocities to update here. If you live in Streeter, I'd be taking shelter, at least for damaging wind gusts. Could have a tornado threat here. Here's the latest scan. Not much convergence anymore. There's a big inflow that's going into the storm here in Streeter. It's going to get really windy over the next 2 minutes in Streeter due to all the inflow that's going into the storm. But going aloft, there isn't really much happening, at least for the time being. I say that. The rotation, at least from the Peoria radar site, still appears to be pretty strong a little bit further off the ground in Kangley. Back over near Kickapoo and Peoria, the area of rotation has mostly been weakening near the surface. There's still some rotation aloft. It's near, I think it's Sklink Road. It's going down I-74 towards Kickapoo. Storm Chaser Tornado Page, he's approaching the town here of Peoria, or the city of Peoria right now. Actually just entered into the tornado warning. You can hear the emergency alert going off on their phone.
It's close. It made me go whoop.
We are currently sitting at only one tornado warning. I don't even know how that's possible. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we have, I think, 2 storms that are deserving of a tornado warning right now. One in Elgin, and then the one down near Streeter. And those aren't warned for one reason or another. I think the one near Elgin, though, is probably gonna run its course here soon, at least for a tornado warning being needed. But kind of wild that we only have one right now. Where are all the tornado warnings at, though?
This is the only tornado warning left.
Yeah.
There's a lot of lightning over here in Peoria.
Yeah, if you're in the city of Peoria, I would go ahead and be in your safe place. This is moving towards the middle of Peoria, Peoria Metro. I guess this is a metro area.
Yeah, it's a big city.
Within the next probably 30
Who
minutes
else tuning in from Peoria, Illinois right now? We got live bird eye view right now of this storm
This does
from Storm
include a
Chaser
large
Tornado
portion of
Pagey and
Interstate 74.
Bryce Shelton. PDS red light alert. They've officially hit a red light. Back to them in a second. Storm is making its way towards Peoria right now. We got a few of you guys tuning in. Jeffy says they're taking shelter under an overpass. Are we being for real? Jack says, I want to see a flying cow. Today might be your day. It's possible. Hey, you eat for the super chat. I'm ready to pull an all-nighter if I have to stay prepared. Hopefully you don't have to. Hopefully I don't have to. Hopefully hopefully none of us have to pull an all-nighter. Hopefully it chills out at some point. Little surprise tornado event happening here across Illinois tonight. Thank you, Christine, for the super chat. Will Forest City, Illinois be okay tonight? Anywhere in Illinois, anywhere in the severe thunderstorm watch. I'm not saying that you're okay, because none of you are. You're still at risk of severe storms, but you should just have ways to receive weather alerts. That's going to be the big thing. And I know a lot of you are going to ask about Chicago. A lot of you are going to ask about southern Wisconsin and all these different places, right? The biggest thing that you can do is just stay weather aware, have ways to receive weather alerts. Anybody in this chat, unless you're under a tornado warning right now, can go to bed, but you need to have ways to receive alerts, because there will likely at least be a few more tornado warnings overnight tonight. And if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts tonight, you can check out Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call. If you're under a tornado warning or a severe warning, you can go to maxalert.net. It's also on the left side of your screen. It goes on top of having a weather radio or like a phone app that gives you alerts. But this service that we offer will give you a phone call with my voice. It's very, very useful for nocturnal events like tonight. Because if you're sleeping and at 1 in the morning, one of these storms over here near Sandwich produces a tornado over near Hammond or Joliet, at least you'll have another way to get an alert in case you might not wake up from your phone or weather radio or something like that. So definitely make sure to check it out. Back over to Tornado Pagey. They are again in Peoria here on the north side of the town. Tornado warning is remaining in effect here until 11:45 Central Time, assuming the rotation stays strong enough. Velocities are bottom right side of your screen. They're not very strong right now, but they are strong enough for a tornado. It's not overly impressive. If we were to have a tornado here, probably going to be on the weaker side of things. We got damage. This is from meteorologist and storm chaser Ethan Mock. This is tornado damage back over in Lee Center, Illinois. This is where we had that tornado earlier. Hard to see things at nighttime, but you can at least see some of the damage here. Got a full-blown excavator over here. So some scrap metal thrown around, at least some damage. Does not look to be catastrophic damage by any means, but at least some damage. Some power poles that fell down. Scrap metal thrown around. So that is from meteorologist Ethan Mock. That is where one of the first tornadoes of the evening happened. I think it was actually the fourth one that happened this evening. That was back up here, north of Mendota, where there's now a flash flood warning in effect. That it was in Lee County. Not many more storms left over there in Lee County for the time being. Kind of interesting looking hook echo right now near Irville. All these storms over here in central northern Illinois, west of Chicago, are all trying to rotate, but there's just so many storms. It's going to be hard for them to really get their act together. Back down near Streeter, we're still keeping an eye on this supercell. Really surprised we've still never gotten a tornado warning on this. The rotation is now going over the town of Streeter. I don't think there's a tornado here in Streeter right now, but still a very definitive area of rotation. This is the hook echo right here. It's going to go right through the downtown area of Streeter over the next few minutes, and then Ransom, Kinsman, Verona, and Nevada are going to be in the path of that. And then back over here near Chicago, near Schwamberg and Elgin, we did have an area of rotation that might have produced a tornado on the north side of Elgin about 10-15 minutes ago. Still broadly rotating near South Barrington. So we'll continue to watch that in case it does try to produce a tornado, but the odds are a little bit lower since it's kind of lifting north of our warm front. We also just got a new max alert over here right along Lake Michigan for Lake Forest for a 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat, in addition of quarter-size tail that is north of Highland Park. And then in Wisconsin, we got all sorts of storms that are going up right now in southeastern Wisconsin for mainly downburst damaging wind gusts. Tornado threat again here, I think, is very, very low. If something were to become tornadic, it would probably be this storm near Elkhorn, but I think it's going to take time no matter what to really do anything. Hey, Ben, for the $20 super chat saying, just checking in to support Max Velocity. I appreciate that. All right, let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. They are now on the west side of Peoria. They're coming up on I-74. They're near Kickapoo. There you are, Roa for the super chat, or Ron for the super chat. Can you do a quick run through of tomorrow and Tuesday? I will at some point.
West side of Peoria. Still bad for you.
Will lightning hit my mom's house? That's the question that just came into the chat. Do we think lightning is going to hit Napper's? Apparently this guy's name is Napper. Is it going to hit Napper's mother's house? Apparently I'm supposed to know that information. Thoughts, concerns? Do a poll? I'm not doing a poll for that. Everybody's saying yes. All right, so Napper, your mother's house getting hit by lightning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, just going to talk about all these storms that we have here in northern Illinois. So we are starting to see a little bit more of a cluster of storms here, and I think that is somewhat limiting the tornado potential. What we're going to have to start to see here for storms to produce any sort of tornado threat is the ability to get clean inflow, and that's exactly what this storm near Streeter is trying to do. You can see this hook echo off to the south here of the main supercell. This is where it's going to be able to get that clean inflow and actually be able to not be cold pooled and try to produce a tornado. This is going to be something that we're going to be watching for the rest of the day throughout or the rest of the night as all these storms continue to make their way off to the east. So that's one thing to keep an eye out for if you're on any of these storms in Illinois or ahead of them. One of the other things that we're going to have to keep an eye out for is further over in Kansas and Nebraska. We're going to continue to see that cluster of storms make their way off to the east as well. We're going to see damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour there. And there's also a rogue supercell over there in northern Missouri that is going to try and congeal into a little bit of a stronger line of severe weather. And that is going to be able to produce some damaging winds throughout the nighttime hours tonight. One of the things to keep in mind as we see these storms start to move into Chicago too is the risk of flash flooding. Chicago, a lot of the water is already very high there. The stream gauges are already saying that we're at or above peak stream flow conditions for this day in the year. So as we see more rain get there, we are going to see flooding get much more significant.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, crazy enough, guys, we have no tornado warnings. We had a lot of... What was that sound? You guys just hear that, or was that just me? Sound like a... I don't know what that was. It sounded like an alien. I don't know if that was just on my end, but again, there's no tornado warnings all of a sudden. We had tornado warnings for like 2 straight hours, 3 straight hours. No, 2. Bert's tornado warning of the night was a PDS tornado warning, and now we have none for the time being. But there are still rotating thunderstorms. We still have a little bit of rotation right now. Northwest of Schwamberg, going up towards Lake Forest. Was that Sticky Keys? Oh, that'd be why. And then the one near Streeter still rotating, guys. Still surprised this has not gotten tornado warned. We have a new max alert, a low confidence max alert here for the storm near McNabb and north of Magnolia near Lostant. So that's still broadly rotating for the time being. The one near Streeter still has rotation going towards Ransom in Nevada and Dwight. I'd say by far the most concerning supercell is going to be this one here that is still in a favorable environment heading towards the Kankakee area over the next hour or so. They have canceled the tornado warning though for Peoria, which is where Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is located right now. You guys, you know what time it is. It's now midnight, so I gotta have another Diet Coke. That's actually not midnight. It's 11:12. Sorry for those in Illinois. I'm in Florida. Need caffeine. Late night stream. This is one of the later streams that we've had recently. We haven't been live much recently either, so it's not really saying much, but we've been live, I don't even know how many times in the last month. Probably like 5 times in the last month. Hasn't felt like very many. We have not had very many live streams, but we've had some. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We had 8 in July. Not as many streams as we had in, I think it was June. Or not June, May. Thank you, Phantom, for the $20 super chat. People driving in the dangerous conditions to stream are storm chasers. They've been doing it for a while. That's their living. That's their job. Hey, being for the super chat. Is Peoria okay? Peoria is fine for right now. The storm has definitely lost its updraft to some extent. It's actually quickly... the updraft has definitely been cut off. So this storm's probably not going to be alive much longer. It's another little cell trying to go up now near Elmwood. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if that does anything. A lot of people tuning in from here from the Peoria area. Severe thunderstorm watch does go for another almost 5 hours. It goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. Main risk will be damaging wind gusts and large hail. A couple tornadoes are also going to be on the table. We have 2 max alerts again in place right now. Rotation still going over Streeter. It's a low precip hook that is over the north side of Streeter. Still not tornado warned, but still have a high confidence max alert here. We have an 11:10 p.m. update here from meteorologist Xavier Burns saying it is cycling south. The polygon has been updated accordingly, which the rotation is now over the town of Streeter. Anybody currently tuning in from Streeter in the chat? Are you guys hearing anything, seeing anything? It's pretty dark out there, so I'm not sure if you guys are really getting anything right now, but the storm is pretty much right over the town right now. Also, update for those in Lee Center, Illinois. According to meteorologist Ethan Mock, who's over there, there's no structural damage that has been seen yet, which is good to hear. I'm being with Super Chat says, I'm very terrified of tornadoes, but you always keep me somewhat calm, so thank you so much for being awesome and doing this. Glad I can help. We help a lot of people. I mean, there's over 35,000 of you watching right now. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, we reach more people than TV markets do nowadays. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's really crazy how many people we can reach with weather coverage like this. And I know we've had a lot of people tuning in here from Illinois tonight, unexpectedly. A lot of people got a notification on their phone about 9-10 p.m. that, you know, we're live, breaking. We got a large tornado on the ground in Illinois, which there was a PDS tornado warning. And I mean, we've had how many tornado warnings tonight? Probably like almost 15. And I don't know if very many people were expecting it. Sometimes you just got emergency live coverage like what we had tonight. And it definitely still isn't over. I mean, this one near Streeter still looks concerning. There's a couple storms there near Chicago that are also trying to do stuff. So the madness is not over yet. Thank you, Phantom, for the $10 super chat. Do storm chasers call 911 when up in a tornado? Not usually. Sometimes they will, but most of the time there's a tornado warning. If there's no tornado warning, they sometimes will. Apparently, apparently Copic did earlier on the PDS tornado warning. So apparently that one had to have been called in because the NWS did not issue a tornado warning for that one. So it mostly only happens if there's no tornado warning issued and there's a clear tornado, which apparently there's a tornado, according to a chaser in Streeter right now. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I don't know who this person is, but there's a chaser named Matthew Rashawn who is reporting a tornado to their northeast, which would be over the town of Streeter. And so there is a possible tornado right now on the northeast side of Streeter. We don't know for sure. We do not have any visual of it. But if you live over here near Streeter, I would be taking shelter. As we've been talking about here for a while. I have... Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, north of Streeter, debris ball on reflectivity, low reflectivity debris ball, strong CC drop on that. ZDR's dropped as well, right beneath the couplet. That is 100% a tornado on the ground. We are issuing a confirmed max alert for this. This is an unwarned tornado, 100% on the ground.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, we got an unwarned tornado right now near Streeter. I've been talking about a tornado warning for this forever. I don't know how in the world this has not been tornado warned, but this is a tornado that is in progress. That is going right now on the north side of Streeter. You can see the debris ball right there. That is all debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. This is hitting the north side of Streeter. You need to take shelter. That chaser is correct. There is definitely a tornado down right now. It is currently moving to the north and east. It's going to head up towards Grand Ridge. There's a confirmed max alert for this. I truly do not understand how this has not been tornado warned. I've been talking about this for almost an hour. And it's clear as day that we have a tornado down. There's a lot of debris that was just lofted up on this latest scan. That is located near 18th Road. It's also near First Avenue, 17th Road. It's on the north side of Streeter, so it's probably narrowly missing the town right now. But that is currently moving off to the north. It'll probably go outside of this max alert polygon and make its way up towards Grand Ridge. So if you live in Grand Ridge, you have to run to your safe place. Hopefully, if you're tuning in from Grand Ridge, you are tuning in and running to your safe place. If you got friends and family in this area, please call them. There is no warning on this right now. No warning whatsoever. Still no tornado warning as of right now. And there's again a confirmed, there's a 100% of tornado down right now. It's over near First Avenue. I think this is the NWS of Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. I don't know if I'm for sure on that. I think it is. If not, it's the one down near Peoria. And that is 100% of tornado down right now. Still no tornado warning. At all. This is unbelievable. There's the new max alert, by the way. So Xavier's kind of changed the polygon a little bit. It now includes Grand Ridge, just south of Marcellus, I think is how you pronounce it. Ransom, Streeter. I guess we're just not going to issue a tornado warning. All right, well, I guess we can just go with an unwarned tornado at 11:20 p.m. Here's the latest scan. Still got a tornado down. Still debris over on 18th Road and 17th Road. I think it's mostly farms here on the north side of Streeter, but there's clearly still a tornado down there. There's another hook echo here that has been rotating for a while. And that latest scan, this is not a good thing, actually. What could happen, it probably won't last long, but we got a storm that's going to merge out of the west, and this could produce a really significant tornado. More significant than what we have now. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, this tornado is lofting debris over 7,000 feet, and it's actively getting nudged right now. This should 100% be a PDS tornado warning. We meet all criteria, and it's still just completely unwarned. So NWS Chicago, please, PDS tornado warning, or at least a tornado warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this is bad, guys. South of Grand Ridge. I mean, this could produce an intense to violent tornado. I'm saying that. I mean, it literally could. There's a very real chance after this nudger happens over the next minute or two, this could produce an intense to violent tornado here on the north side of Streeter as it goes towards the town of Ransom, Illinois. There has to be a tornado warning for this. I don't know how it's still not tornado warned. I highly doubt the NWS of Chicago is watching us, but I mean, I don't know how this isn't warned. I really don't. It's really frustrating when this happens, especially at 11:20 p.m. when people are almost undoubtedly sleeping right now. Obviously, our max alerts only can reach so many people here on our live stream, but this is 100% a tornado, and it might even get more significant over the next minute or two. Super frustrating. Thank you, Brow, for becoming a member. If you guys have friends or family out here, guys, please share the stream. Call them, text them. I don't even care what it is. I don't know how this isn't warned. I've been talking about this literally for an hour. Probably one of the most obvious, like, tornado genesises that we've seen today. I'll have another radar scan in a moment, but I don't think this is going to get any better. I think this is going to continue as a pretty significant tornado here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is only apparently a radar-indicated tornado warning. It's not confirmed, but it is definitely a tornado, and that polygon is really, really terrible. I'm not going to lie. It's not a very good polygon, but if you are in this tornado warning, Grand Ridge or Streeter, there is a tornado. All right, there is a tornado. It is 100% on the ground right now, moving off to the north and east, and it's probably going to become much more intense over the next minute or two as the storm nudger happens. It's going to be heading up towards the Ransom area. Ransom should be in the tornado warning. Kinsman probably should be in the tornado warning too. I don't understand this polygon at all, but at least there is a polygon now. There was not one before, but we got a big supercell out of the west that's nudging into this thing, probably going to spark the velocities on this next scan, if I had to guess, as this moves over 18th Road. Waiting for radar to update here. Finally issued a warning, though. Polygon should look a little bit more like what we have on this max alert here. Here's the latest scan. That is really intense. This is likely a strong to intense tornado right now. It's over First Avenue. That is north again of Streeter. This is very close to Streeter. If you are tuning in from the town of Streeter, I would take shelter. I don't care if you're in the polygon or not. I would take shelter in case this thing does something crazy. This is a very odd situation where we have a supercell nudging out of the west. It could go any direction here. So you got to take this seriously. Again, on the north side of Streeter, the velocity couplet here is very intense. This is likely a strong to intense tornado. Gate to gate shear is 107 right now. So at the bare minimum, probably a stronger sided tornado near 18th Road and First Avenue. And then it's going to track probably to the south or east. One of the two. Probably one of the two directions. It could go towards Streeter, could go a bit more east. So you got to run to your safe place and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows here. This includes about 10,000 people. But this is a terrible polygon. I'm going to be brutally honest. It is not a good polygon whatsoever. It should be more like the one that we have on here. It should include Ransom. It probably should include Kinsman. And honestly, should include all of Streeter. All of Streeter should be included in this right now. Thank you, Molly, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. By the way, shout out to this chaser. We did not have radar confirmation probably until... I want to say it was probably about 11:17 maybe, but this chaser reported a couple minutes before we saw it on radar a tornado down near Streeter, and it was accurate. Sometimes these spotter network reports are not always accurate, but huge shout here to Matthew. A little early heads up on there being a tornado near Streeter. Might have gotten some people that are to their safe places in an extra minute or two early before we actually knew it for sure. Again, no tornado warning until now. It's 11:24 when it got issued. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat saying there's a very large tornado in Streeter. There's a video on X. I don't know if we're going to find it, but we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you for the super chat. We are going to keep an eye out on Twitter. We'll try to look and see if we can find it. All right, we are working on it. Apparently, there is some sort of video. I cannot stress enough, though, if you live in Streeter or anywhere near this tornado warning, I cannot urge enough to take shelter. This is likely a strong to intense tornado. What that means is EF2, EF3 plus. South of Grand Ridge, north of Streeter. It could go any direction. This is a tornado that we got to take seriously here. We're going to have another radar scan in a moment. And look at the velocities aloft. This is from the radar site near Peoria. This thing's insane. And it's getting rain wrapped very quickly. We got a new radar scan that just came in. It's getting heavily rain wrapped here on this latest scan. Is this another hook echo developing down near Ransom? All sorts of weird stuff happening on this latest scan. Hey, Andrew, if you have that video, send it to us. Or like at me on Twitter or something. We'll try to see if we can find it. This is the latest scan. This tornado is now beginning to move south. So that's going down Highway 23. So this tornado is beginning to move very slowly south on that latest scan. Over the 3-minute period, it's basically stalled. It's moving very slowly south. It is attempting to move towards the north side of Streeter, which would be near the Walmart Supercenter, the Kroger, the Diggs Doug's Barbecue, New China, America Inn by Wyndham, and the Eastwood Golf Course and Restaurant. Very close to that general vicinity. There's another hook that's trying to form out here near Ransom, which could also try to produce a tornado here in the next few minutes. That might go more towards the town of Ransom. So we got another potential tornado risk that's going to try to develop with this over the next few minutes. Not to mention, the storm near Lowston, another supercell here, might actually try to produce something too. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Arlington Heights with the tornado possible tag. Also, 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Storm chaser Cannon Colton is actually on this right now. So he's driving through this storm near Schwamberg, which may have produced a tornado earlier near Elgin, but the bare minimum is rotating near South Barrington. It's going to go into Palatine and Arlington Heights over the next few minutes. So we're going to keep an eye out here on Storm Chaser Cannon Colton as this storm continues to make its way east very slowly. This is in Cook and Lake counties. Most of the rotation is over the town of South Barrington. Could produce a tornado risk before it goes into Lake Michigan in about half an hour or so. Also, this storm, for some reason, never got severe warning near Lake Forest. We had a max alert on it for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And guess what? It produced large hail. It did produce quarter-sized hail. So There's another storm that, for some reason, did not get warned tonight. Reoccurring trend for some reason this evening. Also, still keeping an eye on the storms in southern Wisconsin. No active severe warnings there or tornado warnings, but we'll be monitoring an increasing threat of wind and maybe even a tornado threat. We're waiting for our next radar scan here. Got a lot of rotation near Streeter. If you live anywhere near Streeter, we should just be taking shelter right now. Hey, Dorina, or Doreen for the super chat. Downer Groves loves you, Max. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Here's the latest scan. This storm's getting kind of wild. Everything's now merging into one big storm. Still got a very tight little inflow notch going up through the Ransom area. See what the velocities look like here. There's a lot of rotation west of Ransom. Obviously, this is our tornado right here on the north side of Streeter. There's the latest scan. That might be a second tornado here northeast of Streeter. We might have twin tornadoes right now, guys. We could have two tornadoes right now. No debris signature on either one because I don't think it's really hitting much, but we have two different circulations that are like 2 miles apart from each other. 3. So there might be twin tornadoes right now. They're probably both rain wrapped. On the north and east side there of Streeter. So if you live anywhere around Streeter and anywhere really remotely close to this tornado warning polygon, you need to take shelter here in LaSalle County. Had some people asking about the Peoria area. Right now, that storm has been weakening. There's a new storm going up off to your northwest. Don't think it's going to become much, but we'll keep an eye on it. For right now, things are okay. This right here could become dominant, by the way. There's 3 areas of rotation right now near Streeter. We have a tornado down here, probably another tornado here. So we probably have 2 tornadoes that are on the ground. All right, that's tornado 1. This is tornado, or that's tornado 2. This is tornado 1. And then this right here is a 3rd area of rotation that is developing right now. That is a 3rd area of rotation that might become more dominant as it goes towards Dwight. And then Gardner and Braidwood would be some of the other locations, maybe even Kankakee down the line, but there could be as many as 3 separate tornadoes at any given moment here, with there being 3 distinct areas of rotation. But this right here, that's a big RFD surge. I mean, that's huge. And if we get any sort of inflow, I mean, that's going to probably produce a separate tornado, but that's a tornado. I think there's 2 different tornadoes on the ground right now. There's probably a 3rd one developing here east of Streeter. They're all within about 5 miles of each other. If you live in this pink polygon, though, you should be taking shelter. That's more accurate, in my opinion, than the warning that we have in place. The warning's kind of mid. Also added 1-inch size tail to this max alert, but this supercell looks pretty wild. Thank you, Gunther, for the super chat. Appreciate that. If you guys do see a video of that said tornado on Twitter or Facebook, just tag me. We're going to keep an eye out on social media. Tag me. It's at maxvelocitywx, Twitter and Facebook. Also, if you are new to our channel, make sure to subscribe. We do live weather coverage like this all the time. I want to go back up to the Chicago suburbs here for a moment and check back in on the storm here northwest of Chicago. And that one is still broadly rotating right now. Storm Chaser Cannon Colton is currently located in Arlington Heights. You can watch him live inside of the free WeatherFront app on iOS, Android, desktop. It's the top link in the description below. He's out there right now. He's also bottom middle of your screen there near Palatine. Broad rotation there south of Lake Zurich. We'll see if they end up issuing a tornado warning for that, but I think for now they'll probably hold off on it. With how the warnings have gone today, I don't even know if they'll ever issue a warning for it, to be honest. That kind of day so far. Latest radar scan. The initial tornado has now occluded north of Streeter. There's still a tornado down west of Ransom. There could be a second tornado here that is trying to develop directly west of Ransom. So there might be 2 different ones, but we at least have one northeast of Streeter right now. The echo tops on this supercell are quite insane right now. They're topping up to about 57,000 feet. So this is a very tall thunderstorm. We go over to the MRMS radar product here. Actually, it's up to 62,000 feet. Look at that, guys. This thing's towering up to 62,000 feet. This is one heck of a storm. This thing is massive. I'll have another radar scan in a moment, but if you guys live near Dwight, Reddick, Gardner, Essex, Kankakee, Cullum, Pontiac, or Clifton, Clifton, I'd be staying on alert. This storm is moving pretty quickly, and I do think the tornado risk is going to stay fairly elevated here, at least for the next half hour. At least for the next half hour, if not longer. A very, very concerning storm here near Streeter. Got a few people down line of this over in Reddick. Josier says time to run. Yeah, this is probably time to run here. Scrap says, please miss me, please miss me, please miss me. Mentally preparing to wrangle my fiance, dog, and cats if needed. I guess, bro. Open another radar scan in a moment. This is one powerful storm, though. Hey, Crows for the gift. Thank you also, Phantom, for the $10 super chat. There's rain there, run. There's rain. It's a rain-wrapped tornado. Rain-wrapped tornadoes, I should say. There have been multiple. This is Storm Chaser Cannon Colton. He's coming up on that.
Why I hate chasing in the cities, because
it's back over.
I have to
near Schwamberg, where we do have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning here.
And like the radar.
Odds are pretty low to the ground, as you can kind of see here.
I have no visual in person, and it's at night. And when you're like in the middle
He's
of
complaining
nowhere,
about how chasing in
the
cities
damn
is
thing in
difficult. It
person,
is.
like 20 miles
Traffic,
away, so you don't even need to look at
and
radar.
visuals are not great, especially in Chicago.
This you kind of have to look at radar.
Hey, Henry, for the $10 super chat.
Like
there's a storm near Grand Rapids, Michigan, 38,000 feet. A decent little storm coming off the water. Probably just mainly gusty winds. We'll go back to them in a second. Mainly gusty winds out here near Grand Rapids. Got some storms forming over Lake Michigan right now. We just got a giant severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. That will include Dwight, Nevada, Odell, and Campus. We need another tornado warning to go along with that. That would be a good recommendation. This is a very large area of rotation that is going towards Ransom, Nevada, Dwight. So presumably we'll get a new tornado warning. I don't know if we will, but we should, heading towards Dwight. Phantom with the $10 super chat says, those guys driving the highway look super stressed. Excuse me? Who was stressed on the highways? Thank you, Nestro, for becoming a member. There could be a larger tornado developing now here northwest of Streeter. Guys, if you live in Streeter, you got to continue to stay in your safe place.
A new tornado
because that
warning has
rotation
been
is
issued.
actually kind of going south. It's trying to go south right now. Also, we have a new tornado warning for this storm for LaSalle County. Not really, again, a great polygon. Probably should be a little bit more south and east, but Ransom and west of Kingsman, need to take shelter. Get away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. And if you live down the line of this, and if you're in a mobile home, I would recommend heading to a sturdy structure, or at least have a plan ready to go, because this is going to be producing a widespread 70-mile-per-hour wind threat on top of a tornado threat here. So pretty concerning cluster here that's developing. It's basically one supercell that merged into two, and it's now just a giant supercell. But rotation right now developing on the northeast side of Streeter. That would be another possible tornado. It's just all rotating right now in the same area. It's going to head into the town of Ransom here in a second. Pretty small town, but I don't know what this big circle thing is on the north side of town. There's something here. Whatever that is. But it's going to come up in the Allen Township Community Consolidated School. There's a good 2, 3, 4 dozen homes. It's got the Allen Cemetery also here over in Ransom that are in the path of this potential tornado. It's west of Kinsman. PD with the $10 super chat says, what about Matino, Illinois? I'm not going to go over every single city here, but again, generally speaking, the big concern tonight will be wind. Chicago suburbs mostly looking at wind right now. We have one rotating storm near Arlington Heights that is pretty weak on rotation, I think, right now, but Storm Chaser Cannon Colton is there, so we're watching him in case something does happen. Otherwise, this is going to be the big concern. Will be this supercell that's probably going to continue to produce an elevated tornado risk and wind threat for a while. This is a very large storm, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. of another velocity scan in a moment. This is all rain-wrapped rotation right now, north and east of Streeter. Hey, Jennifer, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Somebody said in the chat, Max, you and the team are amazing. We're putting in extra hours tonight, guys. We're going late night. This is about to be, it's almost midnight. It's a late night stream. 2.5 hours in. And that latest velocity couplet is one heck of a couplet. It is northwest of Ransom. Holy crap. That is actually insane. The gate-to-gate shear on this is about 130 miles per hour. On this area of rotation northwest of Ransom. Thank goodness this is not over the town of Streeter right now, because if it was, this would probably be producing major damage. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I would support an upgrade to a radar-indicated PDS tornado warning for this couplet off to the northwest of Ransom. It's just over criteria. Probably going to see a deep CC drop next scan. If we're in this warning, be taking it seriously. We expect to see a tornado on the ground here shortly.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, pretty serious situation here. Obviously, it's in the middle of fields, I think, for the most part here near Streeter, but velocities are very intense northwest of Ransom, and it is continuing to look like it is going to produce a pretty significant tornado here for the next several minutes. So take shelter again near Streeter or Ransom or Kinsman. Yeah, one person that put a location here over in Streeter. Nathan says, it's crazy here, Max. I bet it is. I have no doubt it's crazy over here. Yeah, for the most part, this is going through some fields. I see a lot of fields. I see a couple of farms. There's a lot of windmills. So this tornado might be damaging windmills right now. 18th Street, it's basically right next to 18th Road. There's, again, multiple farms out here, barns and such. So whatever debris it does pick up, it's probably not going to be that substantial, and it's going to actually have to hit something. It's mostly going through farmland for the time being. But it's going to probably get slingshotted at some point off to the east. And it's actually picking up speed right now. It was going pretty slow up until now. Everything's moving much faster. Brian with Super Chat says, will we see anything in Oklahoma tonight? Nothing like what we're seeing in Illinois right now. So probably not much. I think the storm near Arlington Heights is now approaching the Lake Michigan area. I think it's catching up to like the lake temperatures being cooler. So I think that storm's probably going to struggle to produce a tornado threat there. But we'll keep an eye on it. Storm Chaser Ken Colton is still on that right now. Look at the velocities from the radar site down near Peoria. They're wild. It's a giant area of rotation here. Another radar scan in a moment. But again, pretty significant tornado right now down over here near Ransom. We're continuing to wait to see if this does end up doing anything crazy. Joy with the $10 super chat says, located in Amman, Indiana. What's the threat look like here? Should be mainly a wind threat. Low tornado risk. All right, here's the latest radar scan. This is a drunk NATO. This is officially a drunk NATO, guys. This tornado is going west. What in the flippity-floppity is going on in Illinois tonight? My God. Illinois is unbelievable this year. And we got a full-blown drunk NATO. This thing's heading directly west. It's going backwards. This tornado might go back towards Streeter, honestly. I don't know if it'll get down that far south, but it is going west now. So this tornado be going west. We still got rotation here that's going more to the east, but that would be the tornado right here. It's over 18th Road. It's near 22nd Road, which there's, again, multiple farms here. There's a lot of windmills. Windmills would be the biggest thing damaged, I think, by this. There is a farm right here that's actually being hit by this probably as we speak. Unfortunately, it looks like at least one farm is taking a direct hit from this. It's a house, has a couple cars, it looks like, in the driveway, has like a water tower probably. I'm looking at Google Maps. I don't know if that's really it, but something like that. But this tornado, again, is now going from east to west. And this thing's dropped no less than like 4 tornadoes over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Just got full-blown drunk NATO action out here. This is from meteorologist Ethan Mock on our team. He's out there in Compton, Illinois, which is where we had a tornado. That's not supposed to be there. Got a tree branch on top of the power lines next to a cornfield. Looks like the corn's been pretty good out here in the Midwest this year. I was up there in Minnesota about a week ago. Corn's everywhere. Looks healthy this year. Phoenix, Arizona had an 84-mile-per-hour wind gust at 9:30 Mountain Time. That was when we had that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Just came in a moment ago. We'll have another radar scan in a moment, but again, northeast of Streeter, we got a drunk nado. It is a, I believe, again, this should be a PDS tornado warning, in my opinion. A pretty large tornado, likely strong to intense tornado that is kind of just ripping through fields right now and windmills on the northeast side of Streeter, just outside of Ransom. Over the last few radar scans, this thing was going east, and now it's going back to the west. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, TDS on that latest scan. Tornado on the ground. We are issuing a confirmed max alert right now.
Thank you, Riley, for the updates. That's over 18th Road. There's now 100%. We've definitely had a tornado for a while. I'm assuming, unfortunately, that farm probably got hit by the tornado. You can see the debris signature there. There's a farm on 22nd Road that I believe was just hit by this. If not, windmills are probably what this is hitting right now. We're waiting for velocities to update, but this tornado is going in a circle. What the heck is happening? This tornado is going back to the east now. This is a full-blown drunknado. This thing's being pulled back to the east, and it is really intense on this latest scan. 84-mile-per-hour velocities going one direction right now. This is undoubtedly a EF2 plus tornado that is ripping across these fields right now, northwest of Ransom. Ransom, you guys got to run to your safe place if you've not already. Ransom, Illinois. You're about to get directly hit by this tornado. This thing is going right back to the east now. The radar presentation on this is actually freaking insane. And it is all rain wrapped. You're not going to see it, so don't try to look for it. That's where the tornado is corresponding to the entire thunderstorm. This is a pretty powerful tornado. Definitely not something that you want to be messing around with here. Also, we are watching a storm that is rotating near Troy Grove and Waltham. That is north of Peru, Illinois.
This is an urgent
I would
alert.
support a max alert for that.
Tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So we have to watch for this right here. South of Harding, near Troy Grove. Probably need a tornado warning for that going towards Wedgeron. The National Weather Service has now upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. Not surprised that this has been on the ground for probably about 30 minutes now, but they're just now issuing it. So if you're in this tornado warning, take shelter. If it's not already obvious enough, hopefully it's more obvious now that there is definitely a tornado down. It's been on the ground, we probably think, for about half an hour, and it's been not one, not two, probably about 4 or 5 different tornadoes with this same storm the last half hour. We just had, oh, that was earlier, never mind. Going back to the Chicago area, still monitoring the storm that is over there near Lake Zurich, which has been broadly rotating for a while. I'm not seeing much. It's where Storm Chaser Cannon Colton is located. It's bottom middle of your screen. Clouds are pretty low to the ground, but not seeing anything definitively that would make me think we have a tornado or one developing. It's still broad rotation, but very slow-moving thunderstorm. Might try to produce something before it goes into Lake Michigan. Back over in southern Wisconsin, mainly strong thunderstorms here. Nothing really rotating that intensely. There's very broad rotation near Lake Geneva, but that's been rotating for a while. Hasn't really done much. That'll go over towards Burlington over the next several minutes. Honestly, if you live in southeastern Wisconsin, near Racine, Caledonia, Burlington, this general area, that might be a concern. It's not much, really, but it's discreet. It might try to do something. I don't know. Very odd-looking thunderstorm, though, that's for sure. Got another radar scan that is coming in. Waiting for velocities to update. The one crazy looking couplet out here in Illinois tonight. Who in the chat thought we were going to see this many tornadoes tonight? I want to say we've probably at least had 8 to 10. Oh my God. This is actually insane. That is a large couplet. I mean, this is almost undoubtedly a large tornado that is just fully rain wrapped. This thing is huge. What the heck? This is tilt 2. What the flippity floppity is going on, bro? This is actually insane. We got gate-to-gate shear still over 130 miles per hour. That is just unbelievable. Thankfully, this is again in farmland. It's in fields. There are very few people that live here. There are people, but there's not as many as like a city. If this was over the town of Ransom or Streeter right now, this would be catastrophic. Gate-to-gate shear is well over 130 miles per hour right now. I mean, this is unbelievable. And this is now moving again off to the east. Also, they have just issued a giant flash flood warning for this entire storm here. That is going to include Streeter, Dwight, north of Odell, south of Morris, Wapanisi, I think is how you pronounce it. You guys are all included in this flash flood warning. This is pretty wild. I mean, the velocities are just insane on this thing. Thank you, Cubbies, for the gift. Thank you also, Gerardo, for the gift. And Noel for the super chat. Well, the storm has quite the lightning show, too. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of lightning on this thing. What's really crazy is that the couplet is so deep into the rain. This is not a typical, supercell here. This is very far back off to the north and west on this storm. It's nowhere near the main area of circulation. Or near the leading edge of the thunderstorm. It's very far back right now. Thank you, Pro, for the super chat. What about Lyons, Illinois? I've had a lot of people asking about their towns and cities. Again, I've kind of already run through what's going to be happening, but we'll continue to keep eyes on every place. We also just put out a max alert here for Troy Grove, also just south of Harding, west of Wedron. That is a medium confidence max alert for LaSalle County. This is a different supercell that is beginning to rotate near Troy Grove. Could get tornado warned, so if you live over here near Waltham, begin ready to take shelter right now. Quite a bit of rotation there near Waltham, Wedron, Dayton, Serena. You guys are all on the path of that. Latest scan on this supercell still. There you go.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Unsurprisingly, they have upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning. What that means is that this is a particularly dangerous situation out here near Ransom, Illinois, in LaSalle County. All right, this is a radar-confirmed tornado. It is undoubtedly a large tornado, undoubtedly strong, moving off to the east. So take shelter, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous storm right now that is currently tracking to the east and is likely going to continue to produce a fairly elevated tornado threat for a while. Again, this is the second highest level tornado warning that you could possibly get. It is a rain-wrapped tornado. You are not going to see it. Do not try to look for it. If you are a chaser that, for whatever reason, you want to go look at this, I would not. I would just stay away from this thing. It is going to be very, very, very rain-wrapped. There are chasers here. Like, there's a couple that aren't live. There's a couple chasers out here, but they're staying far away from it. I mean, there's no reason to get near this thing. Right, this is not something that you want to get near because it's almost like the motion's almost violent. Like, you don't even know where it's going to go. On top of that, it is the tornado itself is definitely large, and the wind field is going to be giant too. And this latest scan is still showing an unbelievable amount of rotation there near 18th Road and 25th Road. I mean, this is probably leveling farms right now, or at least barns out here. There are several farms along 18th Road and this general area. There's about 900 people in this PDS tornado warning, which does continue for 8 more minutes. I've not seen any signs of like a tornado developing in a different part of this storm. It's mainly just been that part. And we still got rotation over here near Troy Grove that we're still keeping an eye out for right now. And then back up here near Buffalo Grove, still got a big thunderstorm here near Buffalo Grove, mainly producing a damaging wind threat, but not really rotating as much as before. Of another radar scan in a second. This thing, again, is just unbelievable. Unbelievable what we're seeing out here in Illinois tonight. This is our second PDS tornado warning of the day. We had one to start the stream, and we got another one. Remember when I said we had no tornado warnings at about 11 o'clock, about 53 minutes ago? I jinxed it. And go figure, we get a significant tornado right after that. Also, I want to throw it out there. I don't understand this at all for today, but we had a 2 tor today. No Sig 1, no Sig 2. I'm about to start issuing our own outlooks. Like, I don't understand how today was not a 2. It could have been a 2 tor. I said well earlier in the day. Should have been a 5 tor. And it should have been at least a Sig 1 or Sig 2. Hey, Sarah for the gift. Thank you, Wiggles, for the gift. And Harriet for the super chat. On the Illinois and Wisconsin border, tons of lightning. Holy crap. The gate-to-gate shear is up to 150 miles per hour. I mean, this is probably at least an intense, if not violent, tornado right now. Like, again, guys, we got to be thankful this is not hitting the town or city right now. The V-Rod is up to 63 knots. But my goodness. Carly says, what's going on? I just want to sleep. There's a large tornado, probably a violent tornado, like 2 miles off to your north and east. Matthew says the nuclear power plant south of Marseilles could cause craziness. Well, I think this will probably stay outside of that. If this goes north, it would go more towards Seneca rather than that area. Guys, I mean, this is a serious situation. It's a fully rain-wrapped tornado. It's not moving much, but I mean, this is a very serious tornado. And I mean, the tornado could be as wide as a mile, maybe even wider than that. It would be as much as 1.5 miles wide. This thing's insane. This is also back over in Lake County, Illinois right now in that storm that did have a tornado possible tag. Clouds are pretty low to the ground here. Hey, Noel for the super chat. This is pretty insane, guys. We'll have another radar scan in a second, but man, this is a crazy storm. We got a few people tuning in from this area, which is also, I think, equally as crazy. There's, again, only about 900 people here, so at least in the PDS tornado warning. We got a few right next to it. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, if you take a look at the mesocyclone all the way up to tilt 5 or 6, even higher than that, this mesocyclone is sustained 30,000 feet into the atmosphere. What that means is this is a very healthy storm, and it's going to continue to rotate for quite some time. So I'd expect this tornado to continue on for at least the next half hour or so, at least with somewhat of a tornado threat. So if we're anywhere downstream of this tornado warning, be prepared for the storm to come to you, still producing the threat of a tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that's pretty insane. This is a very healthy, tilted updraft. I mean, this thing just is bonkers. It's midnight. It's happening at midnight, guys. This thing's actually insane. This reminds me of, we weren't live for this, but there was a water spout offshore of, it was near Cape Hatteras. It was July 28th, I think. And it kind of looked something like this. But it was offshore. It didn't do anything. It's just a fish-nado. Most recent thing I can remember of something of this caliber, but this is obviously over land. Here's the latest scan. Still a lot of rotation right now. I mean, this thing is still pretty insane. Rotational loft is also still very, very intense. It's coming up on 27th Road right now. It's going to be going up towards Main Street here soon. This PDS tornado warning expires in 3 minutes, so they're going to have to issue a new one here. For this storm. Also, Cannon has something weird. Looks like he had a lowering of some kind.
Things are at night. That's why I don't chase at night. But another massive
Scuddy lowering right there. This over in Palatine, Illinois. This is north of Chicago.
I'm the only one on the road, so this is pretty cool.
Hey, Caleb for the super chat. How's Northwest Indiana looking early AM? Mainly a wind threat. low tornado risk, probably a big flooding threat too.
I want these streetlights to end. Luckily, they do. It's back on the tripod. We had some crazy power flashes earlier, but not anymore.
Apparently had power flashes earlier. I don't know if that was from a tornado earlier or something like that, or if it's just wind. Oh, I don't think we saw them, unless I saw a couple people say in chat he might have had power flashes earlier. We did possibly have a tornado near Elgin. This is the rotation that he's looking at right now. It's not much, but there's a little bit of rotation near Arlington Heights still. It's not enough for a tornado warning in my opinion, but a little lowering. It's going through Buffalo Grove right now. River Woods is in the path of that too. So a little area of circulation there.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Grundy and LaSalle counties, you guys are now under a new confirmed tornado warning. That'll be for those in Kinsman, west of Verona, south of Seneca. I don't know how this is in PDS. I don't get it, but if you're in the warning, at least we have a warning. Take shelter. If you remember, this was not warned for like at least 8 minutes when it was on the ground earlier, and it was pretty clear, but at least this one is warned. Grundy and LaSalle counties. There's Kinsman, south side of Seneca. The Springbrook Airport is not included in this right now, but I'd stay on alert if you live near that. Morris, Maison, Dwight, Braidwood. I'd be staying on alert because this storm will be heading your direction here pretty soon. A lot of people are saying the lightning's pretty crazy around this storm, and I don't doubt it. There's a lot of lightning out there with this right now. Pretty wild storm here. Hey, Menya for the gift. Thank you also, Mo, for the super chat. Yeah, the storm near Ottawa, that one it's still broadly rotating. It's struggling a little bit. There's some storm mergers happening here, but we're still keeping an eye on this. This honestly could become tornadic here soon. We do have rotation over Waltham. I do think there's at least a tornado risk with this heading towards Dayton and Nettle Creek. The MRMS radar is actually showing some pretty strong rotation. I said this before and I'll say it again. I would support a tornado warning for this storm. The rotation aloft is pretty strong. Near the surface, it's a little bit weaker, but it's organizing. You can see the large hook echo. If you live in Ottawa, Marseilles, Weldon, or Wedron, I cannot say that name, northeast of Utica, we got to be watching this storm very closely. You can see the supercellular shape, though. It's pretty clear. They've been very slow on issuing tornado warnings tonight. Again, this has not been a very good night in terms of issuing warnings, in my opinion. This is a storm, again, I would personally tornado warn. It's heading down towards I-80, Dayton, Wedron, Wedron, can't say the name still. We'll have to have a new max alert for that, heading down probably the east-southeast. That is going to probably be the next concern. Latest scan on this, again, we think violent tornado here near Kinsman. It's got a little bit weaker in nature on the velocities. Still, oh, wow, that thing's died. That's unbelievable. Look how quickly. This is tilt 3. Thing just disappeared off the face of the earth. Still down, I think, but it's definitely weaker than before. It's going northwest side of Kinsman is where it's at. I think this will probably be the next supercell to watch is near Ottawa. And I know we have plenty of you guys tuning in from the Ottawa area. It's much more populated. So we got to keep an eye out for you guys. That supercell does look a little bit more concerning. If you live over near Kankakee or Dwight or Odell, we got a big wind threat developing right now. That tornado threat has gotten very wrapped in the rain. It's actually probably opening up a little bit on the backside near Ransom. It's kind of moving due north right now towards Seneca. We also just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. I think this was issued a bit ago, but I'm just seeing it now. Waukesha and Racine counties. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Still watching the storm near Burlington. Very, very low-end tornado threat with that. I think it's near zero, but still broadly rotating there. And then back over in Chicago, pretty noisy right now. Got a lot of thunderstorms in the vicinity. Broad rotation near Buffalo Grove. That's where Storm Chaser Cannon Colton is currently located. If you want to watch him, you can watch him live inside of the free WeatherFront app. You can download it on iOS, Android, desktop, all at the top of the description. It's a free weather app. He's out there. Tornado Pagey, I think, is done for the night. We're back over in Peoria. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Here's that new max alert, by the way. So this will include areas like Serena, as well as Dayton and Waltham. Medium confidence max alert for a tornado risk. Storm's moving right now, kind of down to the east-southeast. We'll continue to keep an eye out on this. Hey, Soundscape for the sewer chat. Sitting at the Wally's gas station south of Pontiac on a trip north. Insane lightning. If you guys do have any photos and videos of any of these storms, you can send them in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There is a QR code on your screen. Feel free to send us videos or photos of lightning, tornadoes, etc. You can also go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. Hey, Ty for the $10 sewer chat. So what? You're saying if you're in Joliet, don't go to bed. I would say Joliet is probably okay for right now. Again, if you want to go to bed, you can. You just need extra ways to receive weather alerts. Like the storm north of Streeter. I think it caught a lot of people off guard. I really recommend getting another way to receive weather alerts. Have a weather radio if you have that. Put new batteries in it if you have not already. Have a phone next to you. Make sure you have ways to wake up in the case that you actually do end up in a tornado warning tonight or a severe thunderstorm warning. So like Joliet, for example, I think you're fine to go to bed right now, but I would have ways to receive weather alerts because we've had some storms that have come kind of out of nowhere here over the last couple of hours. If you need an extra way to receive weather alert, you can get a personalized phone call from me with my voice if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning by signing up for Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. There's a link in the description. You can scan the QR code on the left side of your screen too. That way you get weather alerts from me as well. A phone call that could easily save your life if for some reason the other ways you receive weather alerts do not work. Also, do not rely on tornado sirens. They do not always function. Cannot stress that enough. We got a couple new photos and videos that were just sent in. Here's a video from Glendale, Arizona of the destructive thunderstorm moving through Phoenix tonight. We had 84-mile-per-hour winds that were measured. So pretty intense conditions there tonight. This is looking south on that storm in Phoenix. And then here's a video from Racine, Wisconsin of some pretty crazy lightning. Anybody tuning in from southern Wisconsin tonight? Just downloaded WeatherFront on Android. I guess it finally released. It did. Did a few days ago. Wow, look at how quickly this thing just disappeared. Velocities have just died. It's actually kind of impressive. We do have a new area of rotation developing near Dwight, so that could become the more dominant circulation here soon. We'll see. Not really much of anything yet, but definitely got some broad rotation developing down near Nevada and Dwight, Illinois. That'll go towards Reddick and Campus. Jose says, just lost power, crawl space, or dive south. I would just stay where you are. Probably not worth really driving much of anywhere. I think this is somewhat contaminated, but velocity's still really strong over here near Waltham. Here's the latest scan. Quite a bit of rotation right now northwest of Ottawa. Definitely an organizing supercell, though, nonetheless. A lot of rotation aloft. It's just south and east there of Waltham, heading down towards Ottawa, Marseilles, and Dayton. Still watching the storm also near Buffalo Grove in Lincolnshire. Still broadly rotating, heading towards Highland Park. Noah says, yo. What up? Do they have Sam's Club pizza near you, Max? What kind of question is that? I don't even know where Sam's Club is corresponding to me. I don't go to Sam's Club, though. I go to Costco, and even then, I don't really ever go. It's kind of far.
This car's loud engine and all that.
What do you guys prefer, Costco or Sam's Club? Or BJ's? We got 3 options.
Oh
What do you prefer in the chat?
She got blasted with...
There's a Storm Chaser Cannon Calton in Buffalo Grove. It's on that storm that did have a wall cloud earlier.
Lightning's picking up.
Somebody said Domino's. Bro, that is not what I asked.
About to hear it.
Not say Domino's. I said BJ's, Costco, and Sam's Club. Almost everybody in the chat is saying Costco. This is the most 2026 Illinois day ever.
Lightning just echoing big time. Huge. There, I get far enough ahead of these lights where they're not going to be a problem.
Kind of sus out here in the Chicago suburbs. We got a lot of you guys tuning in from Chicago right now. Amy said they just heard thunder. Plenty of it. Plenty from where that came from. So Lulu says, hey, Max, falling asleep to the stream. Yell if I should wake up. I am not yelling just for you, Lulu, but thank you. That will not be happening. That's the second time somebody's asked if they can, if I can yell on stream just so they wake up. Sky's lit up like a Christmas tree from all the lightning. A few close cloud ground lightning strikes. The rain's tapering off now as these storms move east. That is over there near Chicago, near Midway Airport. Zara says, I love storms. Nate says, I love you, broski. I don't even know who you are, man. Dan's tuning in from the west side of Ottawa. That is where we have a rotating supercell. Still watching everything kind of down here. It's got a bit messy down here, but we got two dominant supercells. We got the one near Ottawa. Just got a giant mess over here near Streeter and Dwight. There's a new area of rotation developing on the southwest side of Streeter. So we got a little mesocyclone developing. It's pretty broad for the time being. That is tracking right down Highway 17. If you live in Streeter, you can't go to bed yet. We got another area of circulation that's going to be knocking on your doorstep here in about 10-15 minutes. I got a couple people just asked about Streeter. There's your answer. While we have a second, let's give a huge shout out to Revel, who's on our team. It is actually his birthday, and he's here for his birthday today. So huge shout out to Revel. He's one of our back-end people. Does a lot of the production stuff on the backside, cameras and social media posting, all that good stuff. So make sure to give him a big happy birthday in the chat. He's braving it out on his birthday. I did give him a nice birthday cake. It's a very large one, I think. I also gave him a 2-liter of Diet Coke because I had to get a minimum order on DoorDash. I don't know if he drinks Diet Coke. If you don't drink Diet Coke, you should. Not actually. Don't recommend. He does. All right, so it was a good guess. Just had to find something random that added up to a certain number. Half the 2 liters already gone, apparently. There you go. There you are, cool dog for the gift. A lot of the rotation on the storm near Dayton is in the clear air sector of this storm. I'm not sure how really tornadic this is right now, but still watching this near Dayton and Ottawa for a possible tornado risk. One down here near Nevada has gotten a lot broader. We just put out a max alert here south of Streeter for a medium confidence max alert for Long Point. South side of Streeter, west of Cornell. It's issued by meteorologist Xavier Burns. This is definitely trying to ramp up and produce a tornado. It's on Highway 17 right now, moving eastbound. If you live over in Cornell or Odell, I'd be staying on alert for that storm right now. Over near Buffalo Grove, still got a little hook on this thing. Let's go ahead and look at what Cannon's looking at. He's looking at the storm right now. Looks a little interesting on radar. Not sure if there's much rotation with this really, but enough velocities there for
or microphone on the roof.
Tornado here
Is when.
Hey, Alex, in the sewer chat.
Lightning strike stops.
Hey, Max, I was the guy who was freaking out because my parents lived in Streeter. Absolutely absurd. No warning. I gave them one because of you. That's what we're here for. I think we've proven over time we can give early warnings very easily. Hey, Wani for the gift. Garden for the gift as well. It is kind of calm. It's very strange. A little bit of lightning here and there. Why are there so many tornadoes hitting highly populated areas this year? It's the same thing every year. I don't think there's really that much of a difference between this year and like any other year with population zones. I think the only difference is that it's a different region. This year is the Midwest, and the Midwest is pretty populated. So I think that's kind of more so why it's even happening the way it's happening right now. We appreciate the extended coverage. We've been live for 3 hours. This is late night live coverage. Does not happen that often. Just turn into a late night coverage because of all of our tornado warnings. We are down to still 1 tornado warning for the time being. They have downgraded this tornado warning back to radar indicated for Kinsman and Verona. I don't even think there's a need for a tornado warning anymore. The rotation's completely occluded. So I personally would say this tornado warning, again, not needed anymore here. We're still watching the storm near Ottawa, which is broadly rotating. The one near Streeter is broadly rotating too. I'm not sure how much of a tornado risk there really is there. There's another area of rotation on the west side of Streeter. There's like a little hook right there. So if you live in downtown Streeter, I'd probably at least be ready to take shelter. There's a small little area of rotation developing there. Almost everything is rotating. Also, down near Dwight, Nevada, not seeing much rotation right now, but this would be another area that a tornado threat could develop as the supercell becomes more organized. That will track towards Campus, Cavalry, Reddick, and Herscher. Can't wait to go to bed peacefully. I'm currently in the recliner with the security cameras turned on. They keep lighting up like crazy with lightning every few seconds. Getting so bright that it hurts my eyes. Well, you should probably stop looking at it if it's hurting your eyes.
We're heading back.
Max, you're the best out of all the storm chasers. I'm not a storm chaser. I'm not even in that category, but thank you. Thank you, MJ, for the gift. I'm a meteorologist that does weather coverage. I don't think that classifies as a storm chaser. You know, the worst part about this live stream today is that I don't have socks on, so my feet are cold. Thought you guys should know. It's actually catastrophic. Like, I always have socks on. Today, they're just not on. I want to say about 4 hours ago, I said I was going to get socks. I was just in, you know, voice chat with some people. I was like, I'm going to go get socks. Kept saying it. Never did. So my toes are cold. How is this related to weather? Couldn't tell you. We have a new max alert back over near Dwight and Campus. This was just issued by Revel on our team here. Low confidence max alert. Reddick is also in the path of this. Just a broad area of rotation. We've got a large hook that is forming and also quite the inflow. So if this can organize over the next few minutes, which it's trying, I definitely think a tornado risk is on the table here. It's crossing over Interstate 55. It will be tracking towards Union Hill and Herscher over the next several minutes. Scrap over here in Gardner says the sirens are going off. Kankakee is only about 45 minutes or so away from this nasty cluster of thunderstorms that is tracking east right now. The Ottawa storm has kind of been weaker over the last several minutes, at least near the surface. Velocities aloft are still really strong. Yeah, the velocities aloft on this storm near Ottawa are very intense. It just has not really translated to the ground level. Kessler says, I'm currently at work about to get hit at Kohl's. Kohl's is open at 12 o'clock at night. Since when is Kohl's open at 12 o'clock? Literally past midnight. Off the record, there are 2 different areas of rotation right now near Nevada and Dwight. We are back down to no tornado warnings. They have canceled the tornado warning for Kinsman. Overnight stalker. Kohl's warehouse. Gotcha. Apparently there's Kohl's warehouses in Illinois. I've only been to Kohl's in 2 different states in my life. New Hampshire, that's where I used to live, and Minnesota. The only reason why I went there in Minnesota was last year I wanted to get pajamas. I didn't have any. I was on a golf trip, so stocked up on those PJs. I'll have another radar scan in about 30 seconds. The storm here near Lincolnshire is definitely still kind of broad right now. It's about to move offshore here in a second. Okay, Aaron. It's moving towards Highland Park. Mainly gusty winds and some small hail. Southern Wisconsin is almost all just gusty winds and very small hail. A lot of lightning too, but nothing severe right now. Pouring out here in Milwaukee. Everybody stay safe out there. There's been some nasty fire weather. The smoke has been draping the Midwest the last several days. It's been unbelievable. I was up in Minnesota last week. Smoke was everywhere. It's very hazy skies almost every single day. We had like one day where there was no haze in the sky. Wildfires have been bad in Canada, but also over in the Pacific Northwest, they've been bad recently. Thank you, Wizard, for becoming a member. All right, we got a new radar scan that just came in. We'll check it out. I think the storm near Ottawa might be losing its updraft a little bit. It's starting to struggle a bit more, despite the velocities aloft being pretty strong. See what the Streeter storm looks like as well with velocities. Watching mainly these two storms right now here, just south of Seneca. Here's the latest scan. Still have a broad area of rotation south of Streeter. Rotation near Dwight is also still broad for the time being. So I'm not seeing anything that would really make me think we're going to get a tornado warning in the next minute or two, but out of either storm, the one near Seneca, or the one near Streeter still looks the most significant one. Let's go back over to Ottawa. And the one on Ottawa, I think, is getting elevated right now. I do think near Streeter, we might need a tornado warning for this. The velocities on this latest scan, right on 3000 Road, are getting a little bit more intense. See it with basically every tilt here. It's showing at least some stronger area of rotation there. So if you live in Streeter, Cornell, begin ready to take shelter again. I think this will probably stay south of Streeter, but it's going to be very close, at least to the southern part of the town here. South here of the, I don't know what building that is. It's a big building. South of the Dollar General. Pretty much south of the main downtown area here. That rotation's starting to ramp up. Rotation aloft is definitely on the stronger side of things. Here's the latest scan from the radar site down near Peoria. And I do think a tornado warning is going to be needed here for the south side of Streeter. It's going to go down toward, it's going to go east towards 3200 N Road. Probably going to go towards Cornell or the north side of Cornell. I'll have another radar scan in a moment on that, but I think this should probably be tornado warned. There you go, Drago for the super chat. In your opinion, what's the most accurate weather website? I mean, honestly, like, they're all pretty much the same when it comes to forecasts. Like, even, like, we have a website, maxvelocitywx.com. Like, you can get your own local forecast. If you didn't know that, we have our website here. You can go to, like, the forecast tab, but almost every single website uses the same methodology to make actual daily forecasts and stuff like that. But in my opinion, like, you could pretty much use anyone. They're all going to be basically the same. Weather forecasts, like what we do and other meteorologists do, they're usually different to some extent. Everybody has different opinions on what's going to happen with different weather events. If you're looking purely for a weather app for radar and stuff, I think WeatherFront's definitely the top of the game, you know, with radar and all that good stuff. And I think they're actually going to add some forecasting stuff to their app pretty soon, so that'll be cool. All right, here's the latest scan. Still got a hook echo again, just south of Streeter, waiting for velocities to update. You get tired of standing during streams? I mean, if I get tired of standing, I'll just sit. I do have a chair. I got a new chair, which I have too much stuff in the way, so I can't even move my chair right now. I do have a new chair. I don't know how it's going to look on a stream. It's a very large chair. It's like a black, like, backrest to it. It's more comfortable. I don't know if I'll actually keep using this on streams, but it is definitely more comfortable. At least for what I'm doing. A little large, though. Latest scan velocities got a little bit broader on the Chicago radar site. Still remaining a little bit stronger here from the Peoria radar site. It's going to go right towards Cornell. Don't think it's enough for a tornado warning still. Velocities are still being a little funky out here near Dwight. I don't think there's a need for a tornado warning for that activity yet either. And then near Ottawa, pretty minimal activity. I don't think there's much of a tornado risk for Ottawa for the time being. Most of our storms near Chicago are beginning to move offshore. Still have a big thunderstorm there near Northbrook and Highland Park. But I think for the most part, it's going to be mostly lightning. Johnny says Max is a top 3 meteorologist, and he ain't number 2 or number 3, if you know what I mean. Appreciate that. Thank you. It's back over in southeast Wisconsin. Again, mostly gusty winds out here. A lot of lightning. Don't see a whole lot happening there either. Grand Rapids getting hit with a thunderstorm right now. Mostly gusty winds. The only severe warnings that we have across the entire country are in Illinois, Nebraska, Kansas, and then Arizona. And that's it. The only storms out here in Kansas and Nebraska are just producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Somebody just said future radar doesn't look good. I don't know the last time it did look good. These storms are not really going anywhere. They're going to stick around all night. It's going to be a noisy night out here. I mean, the ARRR has most of our storms weakening by like 3 to 4 o'clock. I'm not sure if that's actually going to happen, but they do have them weakening across the Ohio Valley and Great Lakes overnight tonight. And then we'll have probably another couple of rounds of thunderstorms tomorrow. The threat of severe weather over there in Ohio looks to be pretty elevated. The ARRR has a really impressive tornado corridor setting up in eastern Ohio tomorrow. That'd be tomorrow afternoon. Looking at STP values again, exceeding 5 in some spots. I would say, just like what I said today, like if something like that does set up, which not every model run showing that, this ARRR model run from a few hours ago has that main tornado corridor from Kankakee back into Indianapolis. Depending on where that sets up, I do think a 5 tor is probably needed, if not even a SIG 1 or SIG 2 tornado threat. I don't know why we didn't have one of those today. Seemed pretty obvious to me, but I'm not sure why. I mean, the STP values were high enough, and that's what they mostly base it off of, for there to be like a SIG 1, which would mean EF2 plus tornadoes possible. And for some reason, we didn't have one today. Thank you, Peyton, for the gift. Phantom Sewer Chat says, wait, will be okay tomorrow. I think there's gonna be storms everywhere in the Midwest again tomorrow. It's gonna be like a repeat. I don't know if it'll be, I think tomorrow could actually be worse than today for wind. I don't know about the tornado threat though. Today's tornado threat has definitely been a bit more of a higher end day than what I think most people were expecting. It was conditionally a high ceiling, but luckily it didn't. Again, most of the tornadoes that we've seen have hit, for the most part, rural areas, which is thankfully what we've seen so far. The one over here near Streator, for example, like it was only a few miles away from being a catastrophe for Streator. Streator's was already directly hit by an EF3 back on June 11th, which is nearly 2 months ago from today. Have we reached enough tornadoes to call this an outbreak? I think we're pretty close to at least a small-scale tornado outbreak. All you really need is 6 tornadoes for it to be classified as an outbreak, but it would be more so a small-scale outbreak if we classified at 6. So it's been pretty small scale in my opinion. Well, the purple dots, those are people tuning in, checking in on the WeatherFront app here. Hoping not to have a March 10th repeat. Lots of thunder boom booms right now is what they're saying over there in Kankakee. I don't think it's going to be a repeat, but it's going to be noisy for the next few hours. I'm not sure how much of a tornado risk we really have left with any of these storms. Rotation near Streator is definitely getting a bit broader. The one near Dwight is just a large area of broad rotation. And then back over near Ottawa, that storm's been falling apart for a bit. That one did have a lot of rotation, though, a little while ago. We got a new flash flood warning in southern Wisconsin. That's for Elkhorn and Burlington. Flash flooding risk will be elevated overnight tonight. Burlington, north of Lake Geneva, and Elkhorn, get ready for just flash flooding overnight. Could have a little bit of flash flooding in the Milwaukee area tonight as well. Robert over here in Milwaukee says, a year ago at this time, the sewers were backed into the basement. Glad that's not happening this time. Yeah, luckily that is not happening tonight. Bro, what is Canon showing on his stream? What are we doing? Why does that pop up on Google? This guy literally looked up max velocity fat. Are we being for real? That's not funny.
Yo.
This guy pulled over in a random neighborhood in Palatine, Illinois. It's like, oh, I'm going to pull up this image and just show it to the stream.
He says it's not funny as he smiles.
Unbelievable. It's now the second storm chaser to do it. Somebody on my team just said that's incredible. No, it's not. It's not incredible. I'm a healthy weight, thank you. I ate a salad today. Bang. We're locked in. The honorable for the gift that you want for the super chat. Watching from Georgia, is there anything upcoming? No. Georgia's pretty chill right now. Is that actually you? There's no way we're asking that question. Is that actually me? I could have one of those crazy weight loss stories. Say like, oh, I was 600 pounds, a few months ago. Now I'm down to 150 or something. Might be believable. Turn my life around in 6 months. We just got a new risk of severe weather for tomorrow.
Might tempt him if we go to Spunky.
I don't think it's updated yet. The SPC just issued our new outlook for tomorrow, waiting for the details on that. It is a slight risk across the Ohio Valley. We also got one across South Dakota. Chicago, I believe, is in the slight risk again tomorrow. So we'll have that in a second. Thank you, Yak, for the super chat. That is not a photo of me. Thank you, NC, for the super chat. Is this going south of Kankakee? We'll see. It's kind of trending that direction, but might also just hit you straight on. It's kind of not moving very fast, so should at least get some gusty winds in Kankakee. Definitely gonna have a lightning show. Thank you, Metal, for the super chat. Maximum velocity. No, that is the definition of minimum velocity. Would not be moving very fast if I was that fat. Gonna be honest. I'm a cheetah nowadays. Like, bro, I can run so fast. I can finish a marathon in like an hour and a half. We're fast. What brand of salad did you eat? Brand? What does that even mean? Brand? Max, you could blow away in the wind. I'm not that skinny, all right? I'm not that skinny. Can Streeter go to bed? Yeah, I think you guys, if you're in Streeter, you could probably go to sleep. I would still have a way to receive alerts just in case, but I think the risk of a tornado is definitely lower with all the storms that are moving through there. We're checking to see if you will need time off in 2 weeks for the parasite, bro. I'm not getting no parasite. Chilling. It's dark out now. Is that bad? Well, fun fact, it is currently 12:30. So it probably is dark no matter where you are right now, unless you live in Chicago where there are lights on everywhere. I don't think it's a bad thing unless you're near a thunderstorm, and even then, it's probably gonna be dark no matter what. Hey, Clear for the super chat. There's a lot of cool rail cameras that we have. We got a bunch of them. Got a bunch of cool little rail cameras here across Illinois. They're all over the place. Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, in Wisconsin. There's a bunch in Iowa. Minnesota is also up there too. There's a lot of rail cameras. Still have some broad rotation here. Cornell, that's south of Streeter in Illinois. That supercell is starting to look a little bit more organized than this last radar scanner too. Non-zero tornado threat there just south of 3000 N Road. It's heading towards Nevada and Odell. Dwight is also in the path of that. So we're continuing to keep an eye out on that. Thank you, Joseph, for the gift. Thank you, Andy, for the gift as well. Anyone got eyes on the meteor shower? Is that happening tonight? I thought that was Tuesday. I know there's something happening on Tuesday. I've seen some posts about it. Tuesday and Wednesday, there's something going on. Hey, Brennan for the super chat. Can Kempton go to bed? Let's see where Kempton is. The last time I looked up a town or city, it brought me to China. So I don't know if that's going to happen this time. Kempton, I would honestly be up still, just in case something happens. Because the storms are basically next to you. Both of them are rotating. The one up here near Odell's still rotating. The one near Cornell's rotating. I don't think they're that tornadic, but they are definitely still broadly rotating at the minimum. So still concerning enough. Just out there, Streeter. Looks like I'll be staying up late tonight. Gonna make sure my sister and dogs are safe if something does happen. That's over in Kankakee. In West Kankakee, we got damage from the tornado in March. I personally love tornadoes and storms. They're so calm and the destruction is crazy. It's nature, hectic, and beautiful at the same time. It is pretty crazy. Mother Nature is wild. Also very unpredictable sometimes, which is why I like doing weather. Always sometimes a mystery of what's actually going to happen. No DoorDash tonight? No, I had dinner. I don't even know when I had dinner. Actually, I had dinner at like 7 hours ago, so I haven't eaten in a while, but not tonight. I'm trying to not DoorDash as much. It is not cheap. Nor do I really need more food. I'm actually fine tonight. Not too hungry right now. Not really sure if I thought we were actually going to go live today, but we ended up going live. I'm live for 3.5 hours. Turned into a surprise live stream. Here's our risk of severe weather tomorrow. The SPC has a large, slight risk across Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, back into Maryland, Chicago, Fort Wayne, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Columbus, Indianapolis are the main areas. Sioux Falls and Aberdeen are in the other one. Still only a 2% tornado risk. I, again, truly do not understand why this is just a 2%. It should be a SIG 1 like it should have been today. Yeah, I don't really understand why that's still not a SIG 1, but nonetheless, watching for a couple of tornadoes tomorrow, maybe a few, depending on how things evolve tomorrow. It's a bit uncertain exactly how storms will evolve tomorrow. It depends on what happens tonight with the storms that we currently have out there in Lake Michigan and also in the Dwight area of Illinois. So more of a waiting game to see what happens exactly tomorrow. I think we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking about it, so stay tuned for that. We'll see if we end up having some craziness happen tomorrow or not. Looks like rotation's trying to ramp up right now near campus. It's a little bit contaminated, but quite a bit of rotation trying to develop over there near campus. That is just south there of Dwight. Rotation still brought over near Cornell, Illinois. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place right now for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag that is heading towards Herscher, Clifton, and Ashcombe over the next hour. Max blatantly ignores the Dakotas. Well, there's nothing really happening there right now. Tomorrow should be mainly just a windbag. We're going to get a line of thunderstorms tomorrow, and I think Tuesday is going to be a big windbag across the Midwest. Wisconsin, Illinois, two of the main states included in that threat. So it should be pretty active out there. Any tornadoes in Indiana? Low chance tonight. Tomorrow could be higher. It just depends on what happens tonight. So we shall see. Schlongberg going to be concerned tonight? Where's Schlongberg? Is that actually a place? It's coming up with places in Thailand, so I'm guessing it's probably not a place. We have a new tornado possible. Severe warning. Ford, Grundy, Iroquois, Kankakee, Livingston counties. It's a giant one here. Southwest there of Kankakee. Goes for another hour. This is going to go up until 1:45 a.m. Central Time. Big warning. There's a very good chance for storms in Indiana tonight. There's a good chance. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be severe, though. This rotation here near campus is really interesting. I think it's contaminated to some extent, but the velocities are all across the board pretty strong, even aloft. It's tighter near the surface. There's a potential for a tornado there near campus right now. It is moving towards Cambury, Herscher, and Stell right now. Victor over here in Gilman says, can I go to bed? I mean, you can, just have ways to receive alerts. Is Crown Point, Cedar Lake going to get hit hard tonight? Cedar Lake, or talking about Indiana? If you're talking about Indiana, it should be mainly just wind. I don't know if we're going to have much storm activity there. Most of the storms are down to your south, so I don't think there's going to be too much there. This area of rotation here near campus is very odd. Like, it seems contaminated, but the velocities on every radar site are pointing towards it being pretty strong. And there's a possible tornado here near campus. It's a very small town here. It'll be near the Arrow Acres Airport. It does go up in tilts, but it's not really aligned with any sort of definitive hook echo right now. It's an odd storm over here. Very odd storm. Hey, Sammy for the super chat. Tuning in from Wisconsin. Thanks to all you do, Max. You're a warrior and keeping us up to date during the tornado outbreak on April 17th. We've covered a lot of outbreaks this year. Been some surprise ones. I think today's been kind of like a little surprise outbreak. There's also been some that were just forecasted to happen. Hey, Butters for the gift. You look so much healthier now than you were in that picture. Thanks. Hey, also Michael for the gift. Thank you, Moreno for the super chat. Could wind turbines play any part in the velocity? Yeah, velocities can be messed up by windmills. It happens all the time. Windmill farms are a big driver in some of the contamination. Rotation's really ramping up near Cornell now.
A new tornado warning.
We now have a new tornado warning in Illinois that is for Ford, Kankakee, and Livingston counties. That'll be for the storm near campus. You need to take shelter now if you're in campus, Cabaret, west of Herscher. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. I'm not surprised by this by any means. I'm honestly a little bit more surprised we didn't get a tornado warning like 5-10 minutes ago when this thing was ramping up. But it's a very confusing couplet. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it is going up in tilts, which means that the rotation aloft is also lining up with the rotation near the surface. But that is right over the town of campus. Likely a rain wrap tornado if we have one. Downstream, this will be going in the direction of Chevanese and Clifton and Ashcombe and maybe Kankakee as well. I also would support a tornado warning for the storm near Cornell. That rotation has definitely gotten stronger for the last few minutes. Big inflow that's going into that storm now. This is the 1239 radar scan, waiting for the other velocity scan to come in here. Brandon with the super chat says, will Lou Lennox be good for the night? Just did a 7-hour drive. I don't know where that is. If you're west of these storms, you're chilling. I think most places that are north or west of these storms are probably chilling for tonight. Flash flooding will continue, maybe an isolated severe storm, but I think most areas near the Chicago suburbs are probably okay for the night. Rotation again, really quickly intensifying near Cornell. We're going to need a tornado warning here for the town of Odell, north of Pontiac here in Illinois. That rotation is continuing to get stronger and stronger. The hair's looking good, Max. Thank you. Was Streeter damaged? I don't know if there's much damage in Streeter. It's mostly outside of Streeter tonight. Tornado damage, at least. We do have a new max alert for this storm issued by meteorologist Xavier Burns in Cornell, heading towards Odell. That is for, again, a high confidence max alert. What that means is that there's a pretty high likelihood that this will get tornado warned and probably produce a tornado. Odell, I-55 are in the path of this. If you're traveling between Pontiac and Dwight, Illinois right now, I'd probably avoid this area with that rotation that's ongoing there. Still have a lot of rotation. Again, over here near Campus 2. May have had a tornado there a moment ago. That could become a big problem as it goes towards the I-57 corridor. Shout out to Jesse with a $20 PayPal donation saying, thanks for the detailed coverage from Compton. Hopefully you stayed safe out there in Compton. We had a tornado nearby earlier. Thank you, Maina for the super chat. Is Gardner good for tonight? I'm going to draw a line here in a second, so we don't keep getting these questions. I think Gardner's not good yet. We still got storms off to your west. Basically, if you are north and west of this line, I think the odds of you seeing more severe weather are pretty low, not zero. I would just have ways to receive weather alerts, have a tornado action plan ready to go. And feel free to sign up for Max Alert, which is where I give you a phone call if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. Could be a lifesaver for tonight. Check that out on maxalert.net. There's also a link in the description. Hey, Jared and Tristan for the super chat. There will be no sleeping, is what somebody just said in the chat. For some of you, it's going to take a while until you can actually comfortably go to sleep. There's a difference between like your ability to go to sleep now or comfortably being able to go to sleep. Like if you're in Watsika, for example, right? Like you could go to sleep, but some people probably don't feel comfortable because of all the storms off to the north and west, especially the ones that are rotating. Chicago, I think, you know, this kind of area is like, you know, you got storms firing off to your west, but I think it's probably comfortable enough to go to sleep for at least an hour and then wake up and make sure nothing's happening. But there's different definitions of it. Are we good in Ottawa? I think Ottawa's chilling for tonight. I think most of the storms are down to your southeast. I'll have another radar scan coming in here in a second. Still got a lot of rotation near Cornell. A little surprised they have not issued a tornado warning for that. I say I'm surprised. They haven't issued tornado warnings for a lot of things tonight. So I don't know if it's really that surprising anymore. Why are people talking about ants in my chat? Is Dwight going to be good? Talking about Dwight from The Office. Thank you, Ginger, for the super chat. Huge weather geek can always watch. In hospice with my mom, and she hasn't responded in a while. Told her Max is on, and she smiled. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and hopefully she gets better ASAP. Thank you, 2G, for the super chat. Is Tinley Park fine for the night? I think Tinley Park's all right for now. I mean, again, I would just have ways to receive alerts. Am I going to be live all night? Hopefully not. If I was live all night, we'd be live probably until like 6 in the morning. I don't think that's happening, but we're at least live for now. I'm not sure how long this tornado threat's really going to last. I did tell you guys, like at the beginning of the stream, the peak tornado threat will be through 1 in the morning, and it's still going right now. This has become the more dominant supercell here that's near Cornell. A lot of inflow going to that pretty big RFD surge. And then this right here is also still looking somewhat healthy over Emmington and Campus. A lot of inflow, and again, a big RFD surge south there of Dwight. It's going towards Clifton and Ashcombe. Both of these storms still fairly healthy. Everything else off to the north has been a lot less healthy as of late. Got some strong thunderstorms near Morse, but mainly just gusty winds there. Last time we had a tornado warning in Amarillo, I woke up my husband to tell him, and he fell back asleep and slept right through it. I've had a similar experience. I woke up to a tornado warning at some point in Florida. I want to say it was like a year or two ago. I looked at the radar. I looked at velocities. I'm like, wow, this is terrible. It was like 7 in the morning. I looked at it. I was like, wow, that's terrible. Went right back to bed. Don't recommend doing that, by the way, but I did, and nothing happened. So, but I'm also a meteorologist. I also know what, you know, is probably concerning and what isn't. So I need to get the kids to the basement in Bonfield, Illinois. I'd say you're fine right now. It should be mostly a wind threat there. The tornado threat will probably stay down to the south there, Bonfield. We have a report of a rotating wall cloud. This person reported a tornado earlier in Streeter. They just said there's a rotating wall cloud near Cornell. I, again, do not know why this is not tornado warned, but it should be. North of Pontiac, a rotating wall cloud right now. The storm near Campus still has quite a bit of rotation. Could drop another tornado as it goes in the direction of Clinton or Clifton. Latest scan's gotten a little bit stronger. It's a little bit contaminated, but it's going to go into Cavalry here in a second in Buckingham. Update on the weather on Earth. Just do a quick forecast for all of Earth. Hey, 2G for the super chat. The Chicago suburbs are chilling, but then Rockford decides to release the almighty storm at us at like 3. Pretty much. Storm's been kind of whack here today. Kankakee tornado, baby. I don't think there's going to be a tornado in Kankakee. I think these storms will probably stay down to your south and west. I'm trying to go to bed. I think a lot of you guys are trying to go to bed right now. Scrap says huge gust of wind around. Wind is coming from south in Coal City. I've had a few people talking about Coal City in the chat. Any tornado possibilities for Braidwood? It's pretty low. These storms over here to your west are struggling a little bit. Main dominant storms are the ones near like Cornell and Campus, which are not moving very fast. They're moving east at like 20 to 25 miles per hour. Odell, should we take cover? I would take cover if you're an Odell. We have a new radar scan coming in here in a moment. I'm telling you guys, this chair is so comfortable. A lot more comfortable than the last one, the other one I was using. At least has like a backrest and a pillow, so it's nice. It's the first time I've used it on a stream. I've had it for like 5 days. Nice little chair. Chairs do matter when you do what I do, when you're literally sitting for hours at a time. Sometimes as much as 16 hours in a day. Can be kind of crazy. Costco ants versus Sam's Club ants is what somebody just said in the chat. Bro, what are we talking about? They sell ants? Breaking news to me if they sell ants. Hail threat for Kankakee? I think it'll be pretty low. I don't think these storms are big hail producers. We haven't had a storm produce any larger than quarter-sized hail today. Is this stream AI? How can I prove this is not AI? Is there a way that I can? There we go. That should be enough. There's still a sticker on these glasses on the inside. There's like a QR code. Apparently these have eye protection. UV protection. W. I would hope so if they're sunglasses. Fashion Max. I'm all about fashion. If you ever need fashion advice, reach out to me. Been in the space for a while. I wear Nike shirts all the time, you know? Layering your glasses is wild. Does nobody else do that? If you wear glasses, do you guys ever do this? Like if I don't have prescription sunglasses, I'll do this. If I'm on like a 3D ride at a theme park, I'll do it too. I'll put them over because I can't see otherwise. Hey, you ready for the gift? When the storms reach Chicago suburbs, what should we expect? I don't think there's going to be much in the Chicago suburbs. There will be another round overnight, but it should be mainly just gusty winds and small hail. I don't think this is going to be very severe, but there are some storms attempting to fire right now near Elgin. Stacy says, am I safe? I think you're safe for right now. The struggles of having glasses. I honestly hate having glasses. If contacts weren't such a pain, I would just wear them, but I don't know. We have a new max alert over here near Grand Rapids, issued by meteorologist Xavier Burns. That's near Kentwood, Byron Center, and the Caledonia Charter Township for an increasing flash flooding risk. Pretty intense thunderstorm over here near the Caledonia Charter Township. We actually have quite the downburst of wind here near Freeport. Would support a special weather statement for, at the minimum, gusty winds, as that continues to track towards Lake Odessa, Michigan. We only have one thunderstorm left in Michigan, or in Wisconsin right now. That's near Union Grove. Still producing some gusty winds heading down towards Kenosha. We got some storms going over Lake Michigan right now. These are going to intensify over Lake Michigan and will likely produce a pretty significant wind threat in western Michigan in about 30 to 45 minutes. And then everything's kind of getting contaminated back down here in Illinois. The only storm that I really am concerned about is this one near Pontiac. Velocities have remained pretty intense on this. I would still support a tornado warning. There was a chaser reporting a rotating wall cloud a few minutes ago. I wear one a day contacts, so not a hassle. Just pop in a new pair. I don't know. They look scary. I also don't know. I don't know if I could be a meteorologist without glasses. I think glasses add that extra flair. Are you cheering for the super chat? Out of town, my family's in Joliet. Would you say they're good for the night? They're probably good for the night. Hey, boy, for the super chat. This coverage is amazing. Thank you so much. No problem. If you guys are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe. We do live weather coverage like this whenever we can, whenever there's actually weather happening. Doesn't always happen, but today, kind of had emergency live coverage. They add all the extra glare. That's true. If I look a certain way, like up towards the ceiling, you can see the glare. Latest scan still showing really intense inflow, and there's quite a bit of rotation still with this storm. just southwest of Odell. I really don't know what the thought process is here tonight for issuing tornado warnings, because it makes no sense to me. Like, this is a tornado warning. This should not be tornado warning anymore. Like, I don't know why this is not tornado warning. I don't know why it took so long to get a tornado warning earlier on like an obvious tornado threat near Streeter. It's strange to me. They are or MRD for becoming a member. Very odd.
A new tornado warning has been
Well, as we were
issued.
talking about that, they've now issued a tornado warning for Livingston County. That is north of Pontiac. If you're in downtown Pontiac, you're not included in this, but it does include the Pontiac Municipal Airport. It also includes the Wolf Creek Golf Club, Odell, and as well as Sonman and Cornell, south side of Dwight. You all need to be taking shelter right now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, getting away from windows and getting to the lowest floor possible. The Sonodome protects us as always, says Nick. Well, clearly it doesn't, because this is not, you're not protected. Hey, Swanee, for becoming a member. There's a lot of rotation, though, right now on the southwest side of Odell. It's going to be going right towards Salmon and Emmington here over the next several minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to be taking shelter right now. Here's the latest scan. No active tornado, but pretty strong rotation here. I think the tornado warning near campus could probably just be canceled. Do thunderstorm structures change during or from spring to summer? Not really. I mean, the factors have more to do with just the atmosphere. I mean, like, if you live in like Minnesota, all right, northern Minnesota, and it's spring and it's like 50 degrees outside, you're gonna have a very different storm structure from when it's like 80 degrees and there's a lot of instability. Like, it comes down to the environment. It doesn't come down to the time of the year. Like, you can have a crazy looking thunderstorm in northern Minnesota in the spring or summer. It just depends on the environment. You probably won't see it in the winter though, because usually it's below freezing. Maybe TG for this, or 2G for the super chat. Can we get max velocity gaming? No. Soundscape says sirens south of Pontiac. We have a lot of rotation here. I don't think it's that tight, but there's a lot of rotation. Could lead to a tornado. Main area of circulation is going to go into the town of Odell here in a moment. Hobart's on Tremont is a restaurant that's in the path of this. You got the Standard Oil gas station, Odell Fire Protection District, Odell Grade School, St. Paul Catholic Church, and Catholic School are in the path right now of that area of strong rotation. We are going to start, I think, on the second channel here soon, doing tropical forecasts every other day or so. What do you guys think about that? It'd be completely separate from the main channel videos. Main channel videos focus on the weather that's happening every day. You know, we do them pretty much every day, but I want to start doing tropical forecasts on the second channel that are like kind of more dedicated to what's happening in the tropics, even if they're quiet, even if it's a quick 5-minute forecast. Like, I want to start doing that stuff because, like, if you look at the tropics, like right now in the Atlantic, they're actually getting pretty active. But I think it'd be kind of a cool second channel video idea. Have one every other day, just kind of like, or whenever there's stuff to talk about, you know, just kind of go over what's happening in the tropics. They would be more detailed for tropical weather than we do right now on this channel, but unless we had a hurricane or tropical storm threat, but I think it'd be kind of cool. If you guys are not subscribed to the second channel, it is the More Max Velocity YouTube channel. How long has the stream been up? We've been live for nearly 4 hours now. Little surprise 4-hour live stream. Here's the latest scan. That rotation, it's getting tighter. This is near the town of Odell right now. If there's a tornado, it probably is not hitting much because of it just being in like farmland. Just north of the Pontiac Municipal Airport. It's going to cross over I-55 at any moment. So if you're traveling along I-55, try to avoid between Odell and Pontiac if at all possible. Because if we have a tornado, it's going to cross right over that highway here in a second. And the velocities are pretty strong. So wouldn't be surprised if we did have a tornado right now. Hey, Michaela, for the PayPal donation. I appreciate that. You have reports in the chat that sirens are going off right now in Pontiac. We have a few more photos and videos that have been sent in by you guys of the storms today. This is a photo sent in in Bureau County at about 11 o'clock tonight of that tornado. We had multiple tornadoes over there tonight. This is over in Streator, Illinois. We had fireworks going off. We had tornado warnings over here in Streator. Bro, who's shooting fireworks and tornado warnings? Low-key, who is shooting fireworks over here in Streator tonight? Was something going on? Anybody know that lives in Streator? It's at 9:32. This is about an hour or two before the tornado warnings. Here's another video here from Livingston County, Illinois tonight. How many screens do you watch? I have 8 monitors on. Streator Fest? Apparently Streator Fest is going on tonight. Some sort of festival going on there. Look at the lightning in Odell here. Wow, that's unbelievable. There's like literally frequent lightning. This is from Cuyahoga County, Indiana. My God. Trampoline inside of a street sign. Speed limit sign. Stop sign? What stop sign? If you guys have any photos and videos, you can scan the QR code or go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Latest scan rotation's got a little bit broader here over near Odell. Keep an eye on it, see if anything else happens. Ben says quite the lightning show. The lightning's pretty insane out here tonight. Definitely agree with you on that. Hey, Brandon for the super chat, watching from Southern Alabama. Up with the newborn. I'm a geologist, but always have been fascinated by meteorology and always catch all of your streams. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you also Nicholas and his old Brit for the gifts. Thank you, Melissa, for the PayPal donation. Did everybody get the stop sign meme? Like 5 or 6 of you in the chat that got it. Stop sign? What stop sign? Probably my favorite clip of 2026. I don't know if that happened this year, but you're still live. It's 1. This is a pretty normal thing on this channel. We do tend to be live really late. Not necessarily intentionally, but today has been almost all it's been all after sunset. We had nothing up until sunset tonight. I did make a post earlier today. If you guys follow me on Facebook and Twitter, you might have seen it, but it was right before things got going. It was about maybe half an hour before we went live. This is at 8:37 p.m. Increasing tornado threat across northern Illinois. Multiple supercells appear likely this evening. Tornado threat remains uncertain, but the ceiling is high if storms can remain discreet. We were pretty much right. And everybody was asking about if I'm going live. This would have looked like at 8:34 tonight. About 40 minutes before we went live. And I think there was a tornado right on this storm near Kewanee around that time. It was the first of at least half dozen tornadoes that happened. Hey, Brandon, for the super chat again. Appreciate that. I'm in Kankakee watching on the front porch. There you go. Hey, Sammy, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Here's the latest scan. Looks like this storm might be coming out for low dominant. I'm not seeing much rotation on this latest scan. Looks like it's kind of moving north, actually. It's starting to become a left-moving storm instead of right-moving. Can't believe this many people are still up at 1 in the morning. We got 25,000 of you still up at 1 in the morning. Is Streator clear now? I think Streator is clear in terms of the tornado threat. Probably going to still see some flash flooding overnight tonight. Storms have been trying to fire up west of Chicago. Most of them are struggling, though. We do have a little bit of rotation south of Cavalry that's trying to ramp up. There's a little hook developing here. Not sure how much of a tornado threat this storm is really going to bring, but that's going towards Clifton and Ashcombe right now. These storms, I feel like, have been in the same place for an hour. I feel like these have not moved like at all. Let's do a little experiment. Let's figure out where everybody's tuning in from right now. You can scan the QR code. If I find it, I don't know where it went. Here it is. If you guys want to scan the QR code, you can submit your location here on the WeatherFront app. See where everybody's tuning in from right now. Gives us a better idea of what to cover. Even if you're not in Illinois, feel free to submit your location. We'll check around the map here. If you have not already, download the free WeatherFront app. It's on Android now. It's on desktop. It's on iOS. It's the weather app I'm using right now. It's completely free to download. It's the top links in the description. Thank you, Wendy, for the Venmo donation. Towards your next Juicy Lucy when you come back to Minnesota. I appreciate that. That was a good burger. It was a good burger. I didn't know what anybody was talking about until I got there. I'm not going to lie. Like, I kept being told about this Juicy Lucy thing. I thought it was like a steak or something. Ended up being a burger. I had absolutely no clue what it was until I got there. Got a lot of people tuning in from Kankakee tonight. Look at that. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. Here's the map as of now. Most people are in Illinois. I'm watching on my phone, can't scan it. You can also go to the description of the live stream if you can't scan the QR code. There's a link in the description. You can also just type the link on the screen. It is case sensitive. Watching and waiting, says Ben. A little bit of rotation that's about to go over your head here in a second. The storm near Odell, I think, is losing its grip a little bit. 2G with the super chat says, are there even going to be storms in the Chicago suburbs? I keep swearing they keep getting pushed to later times. There might not be. I mean, we had storms like an hour or two ago. That might be the only storms that you guys get. All right, here are all the locations. We got somebody tuning in from Anchorage, Alaska, named Lacey. Got somebody over here near London. Got somebody over in, I believe that's Norway. Nobody in North Korea this time around. We got a couple people over here in Australia tuning in. Can't click on those for some reason. Might be too zoomed out. Kansas City says, who needs sleep? Anybody in Florida? Any Floridians? Emily says hurricane soon. Even if we got something in the Atlantic, doesn't mean it's coming to Florida. Got quite a few people tuning in there from Grand Rapids. A lot of lightning with that storm. Gusty winds also making their way through Hastings. Put some pants on. What do you mean? I have shorts on. I'm not wearing pants in Florida in the middle of August. It is just way too hot and humid to do that. Look at all the people tuning in from Kankakee. This is actually insane. It's like almost the entire town of Kankakee tuning in right now. Streeter's also very populated here still. It's crazy how many people are reaching some of these towns. Our name gets out there, I think, a lot when we cover certain areas. Just like spreads across the town. Like you got these like Facebook groups that start commenting about like, oh, I watch Max Velocity. Check them out on YouTube. You know, it just spreads. It's like wildfire. Pretty cool. Pontiac has quite a few people. We got some people in Odell too. Rotation's still pretty broad over in Odell. The one over here near Cabaret has been very weak too. I don't think that's going to get tornado warned. Hey, Redhead, for becoming a member. Got a lot of people in Portage as well. Oak Lawn, Elgin. Kansas City has quite a few people. We got a lot of people around Minneapolis. Not far from where I was. I went right through Minneapolis a few times about a week ago. Hey, Tim, for becoming a member. Got some people in Denver, Las Vegas, San Francisco. Pretty cool to see where everybody's tuning in from. Quite a few people in Dallas. All quiet. It's always quiet over there in Dallas. It's been quiet all year, I feel like. I feel like we've had like nothing out there this year. It's been dead. Thank you, Blue, for becoming a member. Also, huge shout out to Vicky with the $25 PayPal donation. I appreciate that. I'm in New Hampshire, but it's not showing up for some reason. I don't know, man. Might have to resubmit it. We love you in Streeter. We spread the word around here. I mean, we've covered the Streeter EF3 back on June 11th, and tonight we nearly had 2 different tornadoes hit Streeter. It's almost a 2-for-1 special. We had a tornado try to develop down to your south. We had multiple off to your north and east. It was pretty wild. The tornado warning here for Campus and Cabaret will probably be canceled here in a moment. The tornado warning for Odell is still very broadly rotating. I think the risk of a tornado there is pretty low. Definitely higher about 10, 15 minutes ago. 25,000 at 2 in the morning is insane. Well, it's technically 1 Central Time. But yeah, it's still pretty crazy how many people are watching this late. As a reminder, if you live in these risk areas and you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, I definitely recommend signing up for Max Alert. It's where I will give you a phone call if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. Also has lightning detection alerts, all clear notifications. It's less than 5 cents a day to sign up. You can even have 2 people on it. You have up to 2 phone numbers, 2 different people on it. Split the price between you and a friend. It's cheaper than a McDonald's meal, I feel like, nowadays. Definitely worth what you get for it. It's a year-round subscription. Check it out, maxalert.net. You need an extra way to receive weather alerts tonight. Thank you, DJX, for the super chat. So I dot show up in Montgomery, Alabama. No, it does not. Apparently this guy has a VPN. We were woken up by the sirens, and that's why we're here. Well, it makes sense. I mean, again, I don't see too much that's concerning right now. Like the tornado warning here looked a lot more concerning 10, 15 minutes ago. It's gotten pretty broad. I think a lot of these storms are, 1, becoming outflow dominant, but 2, they're also not really moving right anymore. This one's moving more to the east-northeast. So it's not really a favorable storm direction. I think the main concern is going to become damaging winds here overnight. Two McChickens are $8 now? That's insane. Hey, Stephanie, for the super chat. Big lightning woke me up. You're the first place I went. Well, thanks for tuning in. Max, is your job on YouTube to get paid, or is your job on YouTube to get paid or weather? I don't know what that means. But yes, it is my job to do what I'm doing. This is what I do for a living, which I love doing it. I would not want to do anything else. Like, this is the thing that I've always wanted to do. Now, I didn't think it was gonna be on YouTube. I thought it'd be on TV years ago, but obviously things have changed, and so this is my job. And we've also, it's crazy. This is now a company. Like, it's been a company for years now, but like we actually have employees. Like, we did not have that years ago. We have, like, I want to say like 7 or 8 employees now. We have 12 to 24 storm chasers that we work with. Every one of them are paid, the most part, actual salaries. Like, we pay everybody. It's not a cheap operation, but I love doing it. It's really fun. Really cool to be able to do what we're doing here and doing something in a completely different space compared to what everybody's used to. Like, traditional TV, it's just not the same. What we've created here on YouTube, along with Ryan and other people as well. I mean, it's pretty crazy what the weather space has become over the last 5 years, and I'm really thankful to be a part of it. Glad I got into it at the right time too. A lot of people are trying to do what me and Ryan are doing on the national scale. There's a lot of people doing stuff on the local scale too. Got some incredible local networks. Mike Collier over in Tulsa. You got Arkansas Weather Network. There's a bunch of networks popping up left and right that are doing it on a local scale too. But it's crazy how much the weather space has evolved over the last 5 years. There was really no local weather. At least I feel like solid local networks until the last year. I think the last 12 months have been very ever-changing in the weather space. But national's been around for a few years now. And soon there will probably be weather networks for your exact town. We're going from national for the last few years. Now we're getting local networks for 20, 30, 40 counties. Next up, we're gonna have 4 county based places. Like, we might get a weather network over here for 4 counties in Bloomington area, and then soon there might be a city weather network for Bloomington. You never know. There probably are some already, but pretty wild how many people we reach. And whenever there is a notable weather event, we get a big uptick in people that watch from certain places, like Streeter. We had an EF3 two months ago. A bunch of people watch from there now. Kankakee, March 10th. Had a significant long track tornado happen there. Now we have literally almost the entire town, it seems like, watching our streams now. So it's pretty wild how many people watch the weather coverage that we do. Very thankful and grateful to be a part of it. We're continuing to innovate. We got some big plans here over the next few months. Can't talk about them. Or I don't want to. I could talk about them, but I'm not going to. We got some big plans coming up. A lot of things coming. Where am I based out of? I'm in Florida. And we are beginning to put up a bunch of live cameras across the country. If you guys, or if you own a business or any sort of towers, any place that we put a live weather camera that has like internet and power supply, feel free to reach out to me. There's a email in the description for cameras specifically. info@maxvelocitywx.com if you want to reach out. We're currently doing a big camera project across the country. Gonna put up hundreds, if not thousands, of live cameras over the next few years. Be huge. If you own a camera of any kind that is like live, feel free to reach out to us. So we'd love to have it on our stream. Is Odell clearing up? You're kind of still in the middle of the thunderstorm, but I think in about 10-15 minutes you'll be chilling. The rotation is all down to your south and east, which I don't think is really rotating anymore. I think it's more of a wind threat. It's a little bit outflowy right now. Going towards Colm and Kempton. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Many people in Kronewetter and Ringgold, Wisconsin now know you, what you do because of your coverage. Thanks for all you do. I love that area. I love Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois. Like, these have been my favorite places to cover for, honestly, a while now. This isn't even just this year. Like, this has been one of my favorite places to cover in general. It's always very interesting how the weather evolves here. You got all sorts of factors. I mean, Texas, too, Oklahoma have always been some of the top places I like covering. Like in my opinion, like, I have certain places that I really find more fascinating than others when it comes to coverage. Like, this entire region here I really like covering. And whenever we get east of like the Mississippi Valley, it gets a little bit like weirder. Like, the weather's just different over there, and a lot of the time, like when it comes to severe weather, not much happens on the East Coast. Like, you'll get a moderate risk and it doesn't pan out. Dixie Alley can always be very interesting too. I think this is one of the places that has the most interesting weather, honestly, across the board. But it's only a few months out of the year that things actually happen. Kentucky, Tennessee can sometimes be interesting, but I honestly think the most interesting places for me to cover are like the Midwest and the Central Southern Plains. So basically Tornado Alley, but a little bit further north and east. But that's for severe weather stuff. I love covering winter weather in this like general corridor because it's always a battleground area. You never know what's going to happen. It's always very interesting. And then hurricane, coverage. When we do that, Florida, Texas, definitely the two states that I enjoy covering the most because, one, I live in Florida. It actually impacts me. And then two, Texas. I mean, Texas, I used to live in Texas, so it just more resonates with me, I guess. Hey, Jewel, for the super chat. You can feel free to reach out to me, Jewel. Hey, you Steel for the super chat. What time is Youngstown, Ohio going to see some storms? It probably won't be until like 5, 6, 7 in the morning at the earliest. It's going to be a while until storms get over there. Tornado warning still continues for 14 more minutes here in Livingston County, Illinois. How long have I been live? Almost 4.5 hours, I think now. We've been live for a while. Been a long live stream. Any updates for Kankakee? No, not really. I think Kankakee's chilling, guys. I mean, if you're in Kankakee, you're going to have some thunderstorms tonight. Should be mainly just gusty winds. I don't think there's going to be much of a tornado risk or anything like that. If you live over in Kankakee, I just have ways to receive weather alerts. But other than that, I think you can go to bed if you're in Kankakee. These storms are kind of staying down to your south right now. Hey, tons for the super chat. Watching from Monticello, Minnesota. My coworker is a longtime fan. She got me to follow you. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Thanks for tons for the super chat. Why doesn't WeatherFront have Canadian alerts? They do. I don't know what app you're on. Thank you, Steven, for the super chat. We need a max outlook on your website with frequent severe weather and SCP values. I've thought about it, but I don't know. It's, I've thought about like, what if we did do like something like the SPC? What, like, I'm just theoretically putting it out there. Like, if we did something like the SPC where we put out a risk of severe weather, marginal, enhanced, whatever. One, it confuses the public. The public relies mainly on the SPC outlook. It's confusing. But two, the second I got an outlook wrong, I would get flamed. Even if we got 15 of them right, I would get flamed for getting one SPC outlook or max outlook or whatever you want to call it, you know, wrong. So there's a reason why, like, I'm not trying to do that. Like, I joked about it earlier, but like, there's just almost no way. You get so much criticism, and even if you got it right 10 times, the one time you get it wrong, everybody's gonna hate you. You're gonna be like, what happened? You know? By the way, we just got a new outlook for severe weather for tomorrow and Tuesday. This is tomorrow's risk of severe weather. We got a large slight risk for Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania. We got a 2-tour. Damaging winds and large hail will be the main concerns. We've got a big hail threat over in Pierre, South Dakota. Tornado risk is going to be mainly Chicago, Kankakee, Fort Wayne, Akron, Cleveland, Columbus, Indianapolis. Tuesday shifts a little to the south. Tornado threat will extend from Chicago again back into Columbus, Huntington, Pikeville, and Cincinnati, where we do have a slight risk of severe weather. So really not much of a shift day by day. Davenport and Chicago almost under the exact same risk 2 days in a row. And then Wednesday, we don't really know yet, but this will probably be similar to what Wednesday is going to look like for severe weather. Thank you, Bad Pilots, to the super chat. Apparently this person's bird feeders just got sent flying from these storms. Illinois cannot catch a break. They cannot. Illinois is cooked. Next thing you know, we're going to have a random tornado in like September here in Illinois, or October. It's just going to be a tornado every month. There's going to be a tornado in December in Illinois. Just mark it in the book. It won't probably be near Chicago. It'll probably be in southern Illinois, but it's probably going to happen with how this year's gone. Tornado warning has been updated. Still ongoing for Livingston County for the next 10 minutes. Just east of Pontiac for Sonman, west of Emmington. If you're in Odell or Pontiac, you're no longer in the tornado warning unless you're like really in the kind of rural portions of those two towns. Snownado? Could get a Snownado. Hey, Lucas, for the super chat. I've got cameras in my house. If they're like security cameras, the odds of us being able to use them are low, but you can always reach out to us. I miss you guys. I miss you guys too. It's been a while since we've been live. Thank you, Enlightened, for the gift. I appreciate that. It's been a while since we've actually been live for something of this caliber. And it happened pretty much out of nowhere. Can I go to bed in Morse? You can go to bed in Morse. Tornado warning only includes 683 people now. Somebody just announced their departure from the chat because I don't even know what I just read. Thank you, Henry, for the super chat. A minute ago, I thought I saw CC drop in one scan right near Emmington, but it could have been a dud. It's probably just contamination. This is all, at this point, almost everything here is side lobe contamination. It looks really messy on radar. The storm even here near Emmington is kind of struggling. I don't think this should be tornado warning anymore, but it does continue for 10 more minutes. Can I go to bed in Grant Park, Illinois? If you're not under a warning, go to bed. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Waseca, Milford, and Gilman. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. They also Madison for the gift. Hey Max, I installed WeatherFront ever since you told it was now available on Android, and holy guacamole, it's quite cool seeing stuff in real time. I'm telling you, WeatherFront has some really cool stuff. I mean, the satellite is actually mind-boggling. Honestly, satellite is like the coolest thing. One of the coolest features on here. It's so high quality. This is the infrared imagery. If you guys have not already downloaded WeatherFront, it is now on Android. It is on iOS. It's the top link in the description. See the evolution of all of our storms, though, today. This was earlier today. Here near Chicago, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, and then this is tonight. Just so high quality. What do you guys think? Should they add 3D satellite and radar? 3D? I feel like that'd be sick. Hey, Chaos for the super chat. Is Tornado Alley moved north? Not really. If anything, it's only moved east. That's what all these studies are showing. The day they add 3D radar, the day putting all my money into this app. 3D radar would be insane. Satellite already looks so cool as is. Thank you, Jennifer, for the 10-month membership. Thank you, Max Riley. You're the best weather channel. Local news couldn't even compete with you. Watching since you started on YouTube. I appreciate that. You show us Missouri? Most of the storms in Missouri are no longer severe. Just got some strong thunderstorms here near Kansas City. Radar site near Kansas City is down, but luckily the activity here is pretty minimal in terms of intensity. All right, let's cancel this tornado warning so I can go to bed. All I'm waiting for at this point. Otherwise, this will be mostly a wind threat tonight. You should catch a ride on a space shuttle. I don't know how you do that. Go to space? I don't know if I'm willing to go to space. I'm not going to lie. I would be pretty scared of that. Way too compact in a certain space. I'm not a fan of that. Michigan, just an isolated damaging wind threat tonight. The storms moving over Lake Michigan will probably produce at least some damaging winds. There's a new severe warning here south of Keeler. That'll be for Cass and Berrien counties for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Can you show us how to use WeatherFront? There's actually a user guide on the WeatherFront website, basically with a bunch of like tutorial stuff on here. They are going to be improving the UI and stuff like that, so it's easier to use, but there's a lot of tabs and it might be confusing at first. Just kind of click around for a few minutes and you'll kind of get to learn it pretty quickly. After you learn how to use like iOS and Android, it gets really easy to use the app in general. I'd say desktop is a little bit more tricky, but desktop obviously is not like, I think the target for most people. Most people are going to be using like their phone or iPad, but all you got to do is just use it for like 15-20 minutes. It'll take, again, a little bit of time to learn. Every app has a learning curve, but I think the learning curve is pretty small with WeatherFront. It does take a little bit of time to learn, but that goes with any app that you download. Hey, gold for the super chat. The Weather Channel radar is showing storms popping up in central Illinois at 2 to 3 in the morning. I mean, there could be, but I don't think there'll be much. This will be the main activity here. Might get a little bit of storm activity near Bloomington off the outflow boundaries, but I think for the most part, this is the main cluster that we're going to see, and it'll probably go towards Indianapolis by tomorrow morning. Hey, Shield for the super chat. Can I go to bed in Morocco, Indiana? You can go to bed. Got new severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern Michigan for Van Buren County for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. You check into Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania tomorrow. I'm supposed to ride a roller coaster with my son tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's going to be the best day to do that. It's going to be, I think we're going to probably see a couple rounds of thunderstorms. Could have one in the morning. Better chance of one in the afternoon. Tomorrow is just so up in the air, though. Like, we could have so many different things happen tomorrow. Like, it all rides on what happens over the next few hours. The models are doing a terrible job at depicting what's going to happen tomorrow. Like, the HRRR at 0Z has storms at 10, 11, 12 in the morning, has another round in the late afternoon, evening, and there's also some model runs, like the more recent ones, that have almost nothing happening. It's just like a weak passage of showers around lunchtime, and then after that, not much happens. So, I don't know. Tomorrow's really up in the air. We'll have a video early tomorrow morning talking about it with any updates for you, but it's an unpredictable day. That's all I got to say. But just like today, I think today was a little bit easier to forecast. Tomorrow is going to be tricky, though. Tuesday will also be tricky. Wednesday is going to be tricky. Today was probably the easiest day to forecast, in my opinion. I think it was kind of obvious where storms were going to be. But actually, it was very obvious, I think. Today was a very obvious forecast, as we talked about even in today's video. Like, it was much more straightforward than what's going to happen tomorrow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued a new tornado warning for Iroquois County, Illinois. That is actually a different storm. This is over near Danforth, Ashcombe, Waseca. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. There's actually a pretty strong area of rotation over Danforth near I-57. There might be some level of contamination to this, but the velocities look pretty strong right now. It's right over the town of Danforth. Got the Danforth Reformed Church, St. John's Lutheran Church, the Iroquois West Elementary School is right where that couplet is right now. The witch for the super chat. I don't even know how you say that name. Shabance? Is that Shabance? Chebansi? Maybe it's Chebansi. I think it'll be just a lot of lightning, some gusty winds possible, low tornado risk. Hey, Splotch for the sewer chat. Okay, in Hebron, Indiana, I see a big storm heading here at like 3 and 4 in the morning. I'm worried. I would just be having ways to receive alerts. I don't think there's any reason to panic tonight. Hey, Joshua for the $10 sewer chat. What does Northwest Indiana look like around 3 a.m. and a truck driver traveling between South Bend and Chicago all night? I think it'll be I don't think there's gonna be much in Northwest Indiana, to be honest. I think everything's gonna stay down to the south unless we get some storms that organize near Chicago, which so far really haven't done so. Hey, right for the sewer chat. I don't know if we have any mods here right now. I'm not gonna lie. We might have a modless chat right now. I don't know if I've seen any mods. We're gonna have to get more mods. Hey, BJ for the $10 super chat. If you haven't already, would you ever do some educational stuff? Yeah, I mean, we could. It'd be like second channel stuff if we did that. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just gonna sort of do an overview on everything as we start to wind down here. They did cancel one of our tornado warnings. The tornado warning for the what seems like contamination is still in effect here near Danforth. However, there is a chance that could try and spin up here. Further off to the north, we are starting to see more severe weather in Michigan, where we have our storms coming off the lake. So we're going to continue to see some strong, damaging winds there into the Kalamazoo area. Further off in Kansas, where we were tracking a storm earlier that could have produced a tornado, all of our storms have dissipated. We have a very large outflow boundary here, and nothing is severe. So we're going to see this watch get canceled here sometime in the near future. We do still have some more severe weather over here in Arizona, actually, where we're continuing to see downbursts in the Phoenix area. This is also going to continue over the next few hours, but it should start to wrap up once we lose our daytime heating, because there's not really going to be anything to continue to fuel those storms. We did just get a new tornado warning here in Illinois. This is most likely going to be for this storm. Yep, that is a continuation of the warning that they let expire here for that area of rotation. I honestly don't see much with this. However, if you're anywhere in this warning, go ahead and take shelter now. That includes the towns of Kempton, Steele, Cullum, and Sonneman. However, that said, but that tornado warning is going to be in effect for another 27 minutes. So we have 2 tornado warnings up until 2 a.m. Central Time.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that new tornado warning again near Kempton right now. I forgot to close my door. If you are in this tornado warning, take shelter. I don't know why this is again tornado warning, to be honest. It looks very outflowy to me. Does not look very organized, but take shelter. It's almost 2 in the morning now. I have to close my door. Oh. I also don't know why my light keeps flashing. It's like endlessly flashing right now. Back to standing mode here. I guess the light just does not want to turn off. She bans? Is that what it is? She bans? Is that what this is right here? My light ever gonna stop flashing? How long has it been flashing for? Anybody know? I swear this thing's been flashing for like 20 minutes. Apparently my light just does not want to turn off. Leave it open so Cheese could come in. It's open, but I doubt she's coming in. She doesn't come in when I'm live for some reason. Hey, it stopped. There we go. She bants. Bro, I don't know. I've looked at multiple pronunciations. Shebansi. Pronunciation. Shabance. There we go. Shabance. Latest scan on the tornado warning near Danforth looks pretty contaminated. We'll give it another radar scan, but definitely looks broader on that latest scan. The one near Culm is also fairly broad at this time. See what it looks like here in a second. The radar site over here near Lincoln is showing quite a bit of rotation over Wasika right now. Maybe a new couplet developing there. Could have a tornado forming there. That's a little bit of a weird spot, but velocities have actually really quickly intensified here. That is right over the north side of Wasika. It's going to head up towards Iroquois and Sheldon over the next few minutes. So if you're in this general area, I'd definitely be watching out for this. That is, I would say a tornado warning probably needed for Iroquois and Sheldon right now. That area of rotation. This other area of rotation here, Danforth, has completely disappeared, so that's not needed to be worried. I don't know why this is tornado warning near Culm either. I don't know why we have tornado warnings for this, but we didn't have tornado warnings earlier. It made no sense. It's so strange. I don't really know what's going on with the warnings today. It's been a very odd day. 20,000 people watching at 1:30 a.m. is crazy. It's 2:30 my time. 1:30 though, 2:30. It's pretty wild. Thinking of buying a radar for the house. You know how cheap a radar is right now in the market? You want a little radar, like even a terminal radar site, or like a radar that goes on the back of a truck. It costs like $1 million. It's very, very affordable. You know, a radar costs more than almost every house in the country. They are not cheap. Affordable. You could buy a house. Yeah, you could buy like 2 or 3 homes, or buy a radar. It's pretty much what you. That's what you're getting. Pick your poison. And that radar only covers so many miles. Like that's only like it's a pretty localized radar that we're talking. Order one off Temu. I'm actually curious now. Temu radar site. Let's see. Do they have radar sites? Weather radar site. I don't know why I'm even looking at this, because it's probably they sell weather stations, but dang, they don't have any sort of actual radar sites on there. Radar towers. I got excited for a second. I thought that might be our way to find one for cheap. Goodwill? Yeah, might go to your local Goodwill and see if they're selling a radar site. Don't actually. They definitely don't have one. If they had one if they have any weather stuff on Temu, I'm making a video about it. Like, I'm low-key. I might make a video about it on our second channel. I bought weather equipment from Temu. That's gonna be the title. What a video that would be. That actually should be a video. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually not a bad idea. What do we think? I should do that. We're just gonna unbox a bunch of things I buy from like Temu or some website. I don't know what it's gonna be. And rate all the weather equipment that I get, or weather things. It's gonna be an unboxing video, pretty much. Who is funding this? I don't know, man. It's coming out of my own pocket. I think it'd be fun, though. You know, I talked about how I didn't want a DoorDash earlier and I wasn't hungry. I'm now hungry. Didn't think we were gonna be live for almost 5 hours today. Are you ever gonna play Fortnite with Ryan Hall? I did joke about that in his chat like a week or 2 ago. We might. I don't know. That'd be kind of funny. Crossover into Fortnite. Northern Wisconsin, good to go to bed? Yes. Denny's it is, Max. I'm not getting Denny's. No, thank you. I don't know if I haven't had Denny's in forever. It's been, I want to say years. It's been a long time. Have I ever fallen asleep on stream? No. Not even come remotely close. I think the one time that I did come actually close was Hurricane Melissa or Marissa. And that was last year. And that was because I basically didn't sleep going into the next coverage. Like, we were live until like 10, I want to say, or 11. And I didn't sleep. Okay, apparently I didn't sleep. So I was basically, I streamed until like, I want to say almost midnight or something. And I got up at like 5 the next day, but I didn't sleep. That was before I even knew Red Bull existed. Not actually, I knew it existed, but never drank Red Bull. I still really don't. I've only had it once still. I think I got coffee that day. It still wasn't enough. Hey, for coverage from Streeter, I'm going to bed. Have a good night. Thanks for tuning in from Streeter. I don't have a Nike sponsor, guys. I cannot stress it enough. I know I wear Nike apparel, but I do not have a sponsor with them. I wish, but I don't. I just wear it. I'm gonna start my own like t-shirt brand. It's gonna be called Velocity. The Velocity merch. We're gonna find out like a little symbol over here. It's gonna be like a little spinning thing. It's gonna sell like hotcakes. It's gonna become the next Nike. Imagine. We could do it. It'd probably not go well, but we could do it. No sleep? I am sleeping. I will be sleeping tonight. I just downloaded WeatherFront. Wow, it is awesome. This is a great app. I actually got a girlfriend now. Why does this come up every single stream? It always happens. Every single stream. I'm not even the one bringing it up. You need to bring espresso or drink espresso? What about Joliet? Joliet's good. Rockford's good, I think, for tonight. I know we have a severe thunderstorm watch for this area, but I think most of the severe weather's done in that area. I think the severe watch can probably just be condensed down to like south of Chicago, mainly for Kankakee and Fowler and Bloomington. All right, guys. It's almost 2 in the morning. These tornado warnings, in my opinion, are not very good. I think the tornado threat's lower. It's not 0. But what we're going to do is redirect you to the 24/7 live weather stream. If you need weather coverage still, you can go ahead and check out our 24/7 live stream on the More Max Velocity YouTube channel. We'll redirect you to that, so stay on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically. Again, live stream's possible tomorrow. It's possible Tuesday and Wednesday. So stay tuned. Subscribe if you're new. Click the bell icon so you're notified for if and when we do go live the next few days. And as always, thank you guys again so much for watching. Make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Join our Discord server. There's a link down below if you've not already done that. Again, live stream, I'd say, is a bit more likely than not tomorrow. Depends on the evolution of tonight's storms. And then video tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6 in the morning. So stay tuned for that. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Have multiple ways to receive weather warnings. And again, if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, you should check out MaxAlert. It's maxalert.net. It will be an extra little way that you can receive weather alerts overnight tonight in case you are in the risk area. There's a link in the description. All right. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys all again.